Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he immediately made a hand seal, upon which both of his extreme mountains swelled to around 10,000 feet in size before crashing down violently from above. Two resounding booms rang out as the surface of the light barrier warped and twisted, but the two mountains were also repelled while the light barrier remained completely unscathed. The 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles also crashed into the light barrier one after another, and the air around the barrier tremored, seemingly attempting to repel the beetles as well. However, the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles suddenly let loose sharp screeches and expanded to several feet in size each. They then extended their limbs, which released layers of silver light, then plunged into the space near the light barrier like a series of steel needles. The space near the light barrier was still twisting and tremoring incessantly, but the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles remained completely unmoved, as if they had taken root there. Immediately thereafter, the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles opened their mouths to expel a golden thread each, which pierced straight through the light barrier, completely disregarding its defensive powers. The rainbow light barrier suddenly tremored, following which bursts of rainbow light surged directly toward the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles in a frenzy along the golden threads. Within the span of just a few breaths, the light barrier had thinned and dimmed significantly, seemingly leaking spiritual power at a rapid rate. The two puppets seemed to falter slightly upon seeing this, but rainbow light then immediately erupted from their hands again before surging in all directions. The light barrier flashed and was bolstered by the influx of rainbow light, but the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles were clearly drawing spiritual power from the light barrier at an astonishing rate. Even though the two puppets clearly possessed other powerful abilities, they were locked in a stalemate with the beetles. Han Li was initially rather taken aback to see this, but a hint of elation then quickly appeared in his eyes. He made a hand seal, and the 72 flying swords around him immediately transformed into hundreds of sword projections, then converged to form a giant azure sword that was around 100 feet in length. Han Li pointed a finger toward the giant sword before him and uttered a single word. Slash! The giant sword immediately came crashing down as a streak of azure light. Perhaps the azure bamboo cloudsworm swords weren't as versatile as the silver ruler, but the combined might of all 72 swords was far above that of the silver ruler. Furthermore, this set of flying swords was Han Li's bonded treasure, and having been nurtured by him for so many years, it had developed a hint of spiritual nature on top of becoming far more powerful as his cultivation base had progressed. Even though that rainbow light barrier was extremely profound, it was already struggling against the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles, so Han Li was confident that this sword strike would be able to shatter it. However, right at this critical juncture, something unexpected suddenly happened. In the instant that the giant azure sword came crashing down from above, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted above Han Li as a ball of black light emerged. The black light then flashed to form 5 huge identical runes, and a dull thump rang out as a burst of enormous force came crashing down from above, as if 5 massive mountains had descended from the heavens at once. If a normal body integration stage human cultivator with a far inferior physical constitution had been standing in Han Li's place, their physical body would have instantly been destroyed by this devastating crushing force. At the same time, a small purple cauldron emerged silently beneath Han Li. Black light swept forth from the cauldron, and 3 other ancient black runes emerged. As soon as these 3 runes appeared, Han Li's body was completely immobilized, as if it had been bound by iron chains, and his magic power also ceased to circulate. On top of that, blue light flashed beside Han Li, and a transparent puppet that resembled an ice statue appeared out of thin air, then slashed a giant transparent sword toward Han Li with devastating force. Meanwhile, faint golden light flashed on his other side, and the devilish beauty from the yin-yang twin devils appeared with a sinister look on her face before raising both of her hands up into the air. A ball of green flames and a crimson flying sword shot forth in unison, and the green flames transformed into a huge menacing ghostly head that pounced directly toward Han Li. As for the flying sword, it released an extremely unsettling sharp howl and came crashing down while emitting an overwhelming odor of blood and gore. By using the profound restriction in this place and the silver formation plate she was carrying, the devilish beauty had managed to escape the detection of Han Li's spiritual sense and spirit eyes. In the instant that the two extreme mountains and the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles left Han Li, she immediately appeared alongside another body integration stage puppet to unleash a devastating sneak attack. She was unleashing all of her most powerful abilities at once to kill Han Li on the spot. In the face of this unexpected and extremely fierce attack, even Han Li's pupils contracted drastically, but he immediately reacted and sprang into action. Golden light flashed from his body, and he transformed into his giant mountain ape form again. With the incredible strength that this form bestowed upon him, he was able to escape the restrictions being exerted upon him by the runes both above and below him, and his magic power also became free to circulate again. After letting loose a loud roar, black chi swirled around Han Li's upper body, and his suit of heavenly devilish armor appeared before releasing countless black runes in a frenzy to form a protective barrier. At the same time, golden light flashed behind him, and a golden body with 3 heads and 6 arms emerged. The golden body swung all 6 of its arms through the air, and 6 giant golden blades appeared at once to oppose the oncoming giant transparent sword. As all this was happening, a green figure also shot forth out of Han Li's body before transforming into another green-skinned Han Li. The green-skinned Han Li clenched its fists and unleashed countless green fist projections that hurtled directly toward the ghostly head and the crimson sword chi. As for Han Li himself, he opened his cavernous mouth to release a ball of silver flames. In the next instant, lights of all colors exploded around Han Li, creating an extremely dazzling display to behold. Powerful shock waves surged forth in all directions like gale-force winds, threatening to engulf everything in the surrounding area. All of a sudden, an anguished cry rang out, and a humanoid figure stumbled out of thin air. There was blood all over her body, and one of her arms was completely missing. This was none other than the devilish beauty, but the sinister look on her face had now been replaced with one of incredulity. A cold harumph rang out, and the giant golden ape appeared alongside the green-skinned Han Li in the distance amid a flash of spiritual light. The giant ape was holding a ball of green flames in one hand, and a purple blade segment in its other hand. Within the green flames, a green skull was struggling with all its might while expelling black chi out of its mouth, trying to escape from the golden ape, but the giant mountain ape was far too strong and refused to let the green skull slip out of its grasp. Meanwhile, the purple blade segment was radiating 5-colored light, and there was a hint of the power of laws of heaven and earth emanating from it. As for the green-skinned Han Li, the flesh on one of its arms had been completely stripped away to reveal the bone underneath, while its other arm was entirely charred black, as if it had just been incinerated by some kind of devilish flame. Not far away from the two of them, a shimmering golden figure was engaged in a fierce battle against the transparent puppet. "That's a profound heavenly treasure and a golden body," the devilish beauty exclaimed in a shrill voice, as if there were a hand closed around her throat. She then immediately flipped her remaining hand over to produce a silver formation plate, then hurriedly waved it through the air with a horrified look on her face. Faint golden light appeared around her, and her body immediately became blurry and indistinct, looking as if she were about to vanish in an instant. Han Li immediately summoned his law destruction eye again upon seeing this, then blasted forth a pillar of black light. The pillar of light vanished into space almost at the exact same time as the devilish beauty did, and a dull thump rang out several hundred feet away, following which the devilish beauty stumbled out of thin air in a panicked manner. Before she even had a chance to regain her bearings, she was greeted by a cold harumph from the golden ape, and a burst of sharp excruciating pain immediately speared through her spiritual sense, causing her to plummet out of the sky. Almost at the exact same moment, the giant ape sprang forward and transformed into a giant bird amid a flash of silver lightning. A second pair of translucent azure wings then appeared on the bird's back, and it flapped all four of its wings in unison, upon which it abruptly vanished on the spot. A rumbling thunderclap then rang out right behind the devilish beauty, and a giant silver talon suddenly emerged before impaling her body without any warning. A burst of silver flames was then released by the talon, and the fire quickly encompassed her entire body, reducing her to ashes, as well as incinerating her nascent soul into nothingness. After that, the giant bird quickly shrank down and reverted back to its human form. Hanli then turned toward the Provenance golden body, which was still locked in combat against the transparent puppet, and he flicked his fingers toward the distance. A series of streaks of sword chi sprang forth, and all of them were hurtling toward the exact spot that the puppet was retreating toward. The puppet was clearly far more suited to assassinations and sneak attacks rather than direct battles, and it was quickly forced onto the back foot. Finally, it was overwhelmed, and shredded into countless pieces by the giant golden blades being wielded by the golden body. Meanwhile, the two rainbow puppets in the distance were also in a very perilous situation. The giant azure sword that Hanli had directed toward the light barrier had failed to do anything as he had been distracted by that sneak attack just now, but with the 13 purple-striped gold devouring beetles devouring spiritual power to their heart's content, the barrier still collapsed in the end. The 13 purple-striped gold devouring beetles immediately pounced toward the two rainbow puppets, and a series of resounding clashes ensued. The two puppets had released silver arcs of lightning and bursts of yellow light that both seemed to be imbued with incredible power. In the face of the puppets' attacks, the purple-striped gold devouring beetles were completely fearless and swarmed directly into the lightning and yellow light. Loud thunderclaps instantly rang out as the arcs of lightning exploded, and even the surrounding air was giving off a slightly charred scent. As for the yellow light, there were countless runes swirling within it, and it instantly swept up the purple-striped gold devouring beetles before becoming significantly brighter. However, these 13 purple-striped gold devouring beetles were all beetle monarch candidates that had arisen from tens of thousands of gold devouring beetles, so they were far more powerful than the average being could imagine. Regardless of whether they were struck by lightning or swept up by yellow runes, the purple-striped gold devouring beetles managed to remain completely unscathed, and they quickly flew over to the two puppets before pouncing on them in a vicious manner. The two rainbow puppets didn't possess any emotions, so they naturally had no fear. Rainbow light swirled around their bodies, and one of them produced a pair of long transparent blades, while the other summoned a rainbow spear that was around 20 feet in length. As the three weapons were swung through the air, countless blade and spear projections emerged to sweep up the 13 purple-striped gold devouring beetles. A string of erratic clangs rang out, and even though the purple-striped gold devouring beetles remained completely unharmed, they were unable to approach the two puppets either. Hanli's expression darkened slightly as he looked on from the distance, and all of a sudden, he let loose a long roar, and the extreme essence-fused mountain in the air above instantly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted above the two puppets, and the black mountain emerged before sending a burst of gray light raining down from above. The two puppets were completely fearless as they continued to sweep their weapons through the air while raising their heads to face the oncoming gray light. They then opened their mouths to unleash two pillars of rainbow light, and rainbow and gray light intertwined with one another as the two clashed. Right at this moment, a pair of translucent wings appeared on Hanli's back, and his enormous ape body instantly vanished with a flap of those wings amid a flash of silver lightning. Almost at the exact same moment, spatial fluctuations erupted behind the two puppets, and the giant ape abruptly emerged before swinging its arms through the air. The rainbow light in front of the two puppets shuddered, and two furry golden fists emerged, both of which were radiating shimmering golden light. The giant ape had plunged its massive fist straight through the bodies of the two puppets at an incredible speed. The two puppets did indeed possess early body integration stage power, but they didn't possess high-level intelligence, nor the spiritual sense of living cultivators, so they were unable to immediately react to Hanli, who had appeared behind them. At the same time, the unique advantages of being a puppet shone through here. If a normal living being were to sustain such a severe wound, they would most likely lose the ability to continue to battle. However, the two puppets seemed to have been completely unaffected, and they immediately swung their weapons toward the giant ape behind them. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and a dull thump suddenly rang out from his fists, releasing two bursts of silver flames that completely enveloped the pair of rainbow puppets. This was none other than his spirit engulfing heavenly flames. At the same time, Han Li shot back like an arrow and evaded the puppets' attacks with ease. However, the scenes that unfolded next were rather surprising to Han Li. Even after being engulfed by the silver flames, the two puppets showed no signs of melting, and there were only slight traces of charring on their bodies that indicated that they were being affected at all. This naturally wasn't what Han Li had envisioned would happen. Even so, there wasn't any need for him to intervene any further. Even though these puppets were still able to retaliate, they were clearly far slower than before. The 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles immediately pounced on them and began to munch on their bodies. The two puppets unleashed all types of abilities to rid themselves of the beetles, but were simply unable to do so. They were able to withstand incineration from the spirit engulfing heavenly flames, but they were no match for the powers of the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles. After just a few moments, they had been toppled and were only able to roll around on the ground. A short while after that, close to half of their bodies had been devoured, and they finally fell completely still. As the two puppets were being devoured, Han Li made a hand seal and reverted back to his human form before looking on in a cold silence. After the remains of the two puppets had been completely consumed, Han Li whistled to instruct purple-striped gold-devouring beetles to return to him. After devouring the two puppets, the purple stripes on the bodies of the beetles seemed to have become even more vibrant. On top of that, they were extremely excited, and were rather reluctant to follow Han Li's orders. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he abruptly injected more spiritual power into his whistle. Only then did the 13 beetles reluctantly return to him before disappearing up his sleeve. It looks like it'll be rather risky for me to continue to use these beetles in battle. I'll have to refine them a few times when I get back, Han Li murmured to himself. He then turned and cast his gaze toward an item in the distance. There, the small purple cauldron was hovering in mid-air in a stationary manner, and it had completely dimmed now that it had lost its former owner. A hint of elation appeared on Han Li's face, and he waved a hand toward the cauldron from afar. The abilities displayed by this cauldron were truly incredible. If he could obtain this treasure, then his powers would be even further enhanced. The small purple cauldron immediately flew toward Han Li as a ball of spiritual light, yet just as it was about to reach him, a loud thunderclap suddenly erupted without any warning. A bolt of purple lightning then crashed down from above to strike the small cauldron, and it abruptly vanished amid a dull thump. Almost at the exact same moment, an infuriated voice reverberated through the surrounding space. "Not only have you taken my devil's sealing lock, you're even going after my purple word cauldron now. Looks like those two useless buffoons were unable to kill you even with the treasures I gave them. So be it, I'll be coming to meet you in person soon. I'll show you how it feels to wish you had never been born." The voice seemed to have been imbued with some kind of indescribable mysterious power, and even though it wasn't very loud, it sounded like a rumbling thunderclap to Han Li. Even with his astonishing spiritual sense, he was still struck by a rush of dizziness, and he swayed unsteadily before righting himself. However, his face had become very pale. That was the spiritual sense of a grand ascension cultivator. Could it be that sacred ancestor Shuiguang's clone transmitted his voice to me? That can't be. That clone can only be at the late body integration stage at most, so how could its spiritual sense be this powerful? That voice should have come from sacred ancestor Shuiguang's true body. What does he mean when he says that he'll come to see me in person? Could it be that he's able to descend into this realm? Otherwise, he should know that a mere clone of his won't be able to do anything to me either. Hanli was very bewildered by that ordeal, and he knew that he had to get out of this place as quickly as possible. Thus, he temporarily cast aside his chaotic train of thought and withdrew his spirit body and provenance golden body. He then stomped a foot down onto the ground and shot forth into the distance as a streak of azure light. In the giant devilish city not far away from Deep Heaven City, there was a crimson-robed young man sitting by himself on a golden chair in a massive hall. He had a contemplative look on his face, which then suddenly gave way to one of confusion. What's going on? It feels like... The young man's expression changed drastically as he stood up from his chair with incredulity in his eyes. Could it be that another clone is descending into this realm? No, the feeling is too intense. It feels like my true body is forcing its way into this realm. How could this be? Did he unleash that cultivation art? The crimson-robed young man exclaimed. Hanli made a hand seal, and a pillar of black light erupted out of the law destruction eye on his glabella, hurtling directly toward the head-sized crystal on a tall platform that was several tens of feet above him. At the same time, the golden provenance true devil projection also emerged behind him, then unleashed a series of balls of golden light toward the crystal. He seemed to have been attacking the crystal for some time already, and it dimmed significantly with cracks running all over its surface. The sound of cracking porcelain rang out, and the crystal finally shattered, upon which the pillar of light struck the crystal's core. A faint buzzing sound rang out, and a white hole that was around 10 feet in size emerged. Hanli's eyes lit up upon seeing this, and he immediately withdrew his abilities before flying directly into the hole. The azure streak of light pierced through space, and the light faded as Hanli turned around to find a giant pagoda that was tens of thousands of feet tall standing behind him. The hole that he had just emerged out of was rapidly shrinking at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye, and the space that returned to normal in the blink of an eye. It seemed that the treasure hadn't really sustained much damage. Hanli's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he took a deep breath as he cast his gaze around him, upon which a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. A fierce battle was still raging around him, and the human and devilish armies were clashing with all their might. High up in the air, a massive beast with a goat head and a bear body had joined forces to face Tai Long, as well as a peculiar devilish army that was enshrouded in crimson mist. Master Azure Dragon had already reverted back to his human form, and his face was very pale. In the face of the devilish army's attacks, he was only just barely able to ensure self-preservation. The attacks of these devilish beings were very simple. Aside from blasting pillars of crimson light out of their mouths, they were merely swinging their weapons through the air with all their might to unleash a barrage of projections. However, Master Azure Dragon and the giant beast were clearly rather wary of these simple-looking attacks. They didn't dare to allow the attacks to strike their bodies, and kept the attacks at bay using protective spiritual light or their treasures. Furthermore, these devilish beings all seemed to possess immortal bodies. Even if they were completely destroyed by attacks from that giant beast, they would instantly regenerate and unleash attacks of even greater ferocity. As for Tai Long, he was situated far behind this devilish army, and whenever the giant beast threatened to burst out of the devilish army, he would appear in its path to force it back to its original spot. Of course, he was also occasionally directing vicious attacks toward Master Azure Dragon to keep him on his toes as well. Even with the aura integration beast's formidable powers, it was unable to force its way out of this devilish army in a short time. At the same time, Tai Long and the devilish army were unable to defeat or harm this beast either, so an impasse had ensued. Meanwhile, the situation elsewhere was completely different. Fairy Silverlight and Fairy Lin Luan had joined forces, and they were in a very bad situation. One of them had radiant silver light shimmering around her body, while the other had 3 colored flames burning around her, and the 2 types of abilities had fused as one to complement one another's powers. However, Fei Ye and the fairy Yu had also joined forces, and the projection of a giant green clam had appeared behind fairy Yu. Every time the clam opened its mouth, it expelled forth balls of green light that was able to nullify the silver light and three-colored flames. If it weren't for the fact that the giant clam projection had to rest for a while after expelling each burst of green light, Fairy Lin Wan and Fairy Silver Light's defenses would have most likely been overwhelmed already. However, what was of the greatest concern to the two were the attacks from Fei Ye. Aside from the dozen or so translucent flying daggers Fei Ye had released, he hadn't employed any other forms of attacks. However, these simple-looking attacks were imbued with a type of incredible glacial power, and the two women were forced to expend a vast amount of magic power to keep the daggers at bay. Thus, their magic power was being whittled down at a rapid rate, and if it weren't for the fact that both of them were carrying some extremely precious magic power restoration pills, they would have most likely been defeated and killed already. Even so, their situation was still becoming more and more perilous as their supply of pills was quickly being depleted. With that in mind, Hanli shot forth as a streak of azure light to reinforce Fairy Silver Light and Fairy Lin Wan, as opposed to Master Azure Dragon and the giant beast. Fairy Silver Light and Fairy Lin Wan had naturally also caught sight of Hanli approaching from the distance, and they were ecstatic. As soon as he reached the two women, he swept his sleeves through the air, and countless azure lotus flower projections emerged. At the same time, he summoned his silver ruler, and Fairy Lin Luan called out in an elated voice, "I'm so glad you're safe, fellow Daoist Han. Please keep these two devilish lords at bay so I can control the aura integration beast to kill that devilish lord and those mutated devilish beings." As soon as her voice trailed off, the three-colored flames around her instantly vanished, and she quickly made a series of hand seals. The crimson talisman appeared over her glabella again, and she really was leaving herself completely defenseless. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, but he still raised a hand into the air to summon his black mountain. The mountain swelled to over 1,000 feet in size, then descended right in front of the translucent flying daggers that Fei Ye was directing toward the two women. White light flashed, and a layer of ice appeared over close to half of the entire extreme essence-fused mountain. The glacial powers that Fei Ye was displaying now were far more powerful than what he had unleashed at the beginning of the battle, and it was even capable of freezing the extreme essence-fused mountain. As opposed to being disgruntled by Han Li's intervention, Fei Ye's eyes immediately lit up, and he directed all of his flying daggers toward Han Li as streaks of white glacial light. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he immediately made a hand seal. All of the azure lotus flowers around him instantly vanished into thin air, and in the next instant, hundreds of pillars of azure light emerged. A giant azure sword formation was formed, and it encompassed Han Li, as well as the two women. It was quite clear that this Fei Ye was going to be quite a formidable opponent, and Han Li wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible, so he had unleashed one of his trump cards, the Azure Coil sword formation that he was yet to fully master. The glacial power unleashed by the flying daggers was extremely powerful, but it vanished without a trace as soon as it came into contact with the sword formation. That's an interesting formation, but you're severely underestimating me if you think that's enough to stump me," Fei Ye said with a hint of mockery in his frosty voice. As soon as his voice trailed off, he made a hand seal, and his flying daggers converged to form a massive blade that was 500 to 600 feet in length. The blade then crashed down toward the sword formation with devastating might, and even before it had even reached the formation, a layer of white light had descended from the heavens. A string of crackling sounds rang out from the surrounding space, and it was as if the very heavens had been frozen by this glacial chi. Even the streaks of sword chi surging throughout the Azure Coil sword formation became very sluggish in the face of this burst of glacial power, and the operation of the entire sword formation was slowed down significantly. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon seeing this before extending a pristine white hand out of his sleeve. 5 white skull projections instantly shot forth from his fingertips before expanding to the size of wagon wheels. These were none other than the unbroken sink devils that Hanli had refined to become a part of his hand, and they cackled in a sinister manner as they expelled bursts of five-colored flames out of their mouths. With the current powers of the five devils, they were no longer able to provide much assistance to Hanli, which was why he very rarely summoned them in battle after entering the spirit realm. However, after Hanli absorbed that type of glacial power that he stumbled upon in the primordial world, the five devils had become a lot more powerful than before. They were still extremely vulnerable against attacks from high-grade cultivators, but the new glacial flames they were able to expel were incredibly powerful. Under normal circumstances, Hanli was able to borrow the power of the five devils to unleash a fraction of the glacial flames' powers, so he wouldn't need to summon the five devils. However, the glacial powers that Feya was displaying were the most powerful that he had ever seen, so he decided to summon the five devils as well. In the face of the new five-colored glacial flames being expelled by the giant skulls, the glacial power in the surrounding air was significantly nullified, and the sword formation was able to function as normal again. Hanli's glacial flames were slightly inferior in power to Feya's glacial powers, but they were still capable of absorbing part of his glacial powers. Hanli quickly made a hand seal, and countless streaks of azure sword chi immediately emerged within the sword formation, then converged to form a massive ball of light at the center of the formation. A thunderous dragon's roar erupted from the ball of light, and it shattered to reveal an azure coiled dragon. The coiled dragon had azure scales all over its body, and every single one of those scales was as bright and smooth as a mirror. It was giving off an extremely fearsome aura that threatened to destroy heaven and earth, and it pounced directly toward the oncoming giant flying blade. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the giant blade clashed with the azure dragon, and the glacial power being released by the blade became even more potent amid a flash of scintillating white light. However, upon striking the coiled dragon's neck, a metallic clang rang out, and the blade was repelled while the dragon remained completely unscathed. As a result of the clash, a thick layer of ice immediately appeared over the upper half of the dragon's body, but it merely shook its body, and ice instantly cracked. It then let loose a roar of fury before biting down upon the giant blade and also extended its claws toward the blade in a menacing manner. The massive blade possessed formidable power, but it wasn't actually all that resolute. Upon being attacked by the coiled dragon, a string of loud cracks rang out, and the entire blade was quickly shattered before disintegrating into countless specks of translucent light. A surprised expression finally appeared on Feya's face upon seeing this, but he merely pointed a finger up ahead, and several tens of unharmed translucent flying daggers reappeared amid a gust of glacial wind. Hanli's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. Only now did it become clear to him that these flying daggers weren't actually treasures, they had been manifested from Feya's glacial powers instead. As such, as long as Feya still had sufficient magic power, he would be able to recreate these blades indefinitely. This was truly a surprise to Hanli. However, that didn't stop him from instructing the azure coiled dragon to pounce directly toward Feya. At the same time, a thunderclap erupted behind him, and a pair of translucent wings appeared on his back. A cry of shock and fury rang out from within the glacial light, and Feya stumbled out of it with a hand clasped over his chest. Through the gaps between his fingers, a purplish-black wound could be seen, and he had a look of astonishment and rage in his eyes. The wound had been inflicted by the revolving evil spirit light that the spirit-engulfing heavenly flames had devoured in the past, and Feya had been caught completely off guard by the attack. Hanli chuckled coldly as a layer of black chi quickly surged throughout Feya's body, and he knew that even if the poison within the revolving evil spirit light wouldn't be able to kill him, it would definitely have at least weakened him significantly, thereby making him a lot more vulnerable. He quickly cast a glance toward Fairy Yu to find that she was engaged in a fierce battle against Fairy Silverlight and his silver ruler, so there was no way she would be able to intervene to assist Feya. As such, Hanli didn't hesitate any longer as he flapped his wings, and he immediately pounced toward Feya amid a rumbling thunderclap. However, right at this moment, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted in the air above the battlefield, and the entire sky abruptly dimmed. Immediately thereafter, an inky black vortex that was around an acre in size emerged hundreds of thousands of feet up in the air. An extremely terrifying aura seeped out of the vortex, and the aura was only growing more powerful at an incredible rate. Han Li immediately stopped cold in his tracks and cast his gaze toward the vortex with a stunned expression. This aura was rather familiar to him. It was identical to the one released by the spiritual sense that had communicated with him in the giant pagoda. However, this aura was even more fearsome than the one that had appeared in the pagoda. What was even more alarming to him was that there was a humanoid figure standing right under the massive vortex, and upon closer inspection, Han Li discovered that it was none other than the silver-robed middle-aged man, the male half of the yin-yang twin devils. Both the human and devilish beings on the battlefield were stunned to see this. Many of them stopped what they were doing and turned to stare up at the massive vortex with shock and awe in their eyes. Han Li's expression darkened significantly, and before he had made up his mind about whether he should focus on killing Fei Ye or make a detour to destroy the vortex first, the silver-robed middle-aged man suddenly made a hand seal before opening his mouth to expel a crimson ruby-like crystal. All of a sudden, the terrifying aura emanating from the vortex abruptly vanished, but in the next instant, a burst of blackish-red devilish chi flew out of the vortex before vanishing into the crystal in a flash. Crimson light flashed from the surface of the crystal, and it was suddenly drawn back into the silver-robed man's body. In the next instant, crimson light erupted from the silver-robed man's body, and he threw his hands onto his head as he let loose a howl of excruciating agony. At the same time, a string of loud cracks and pops rang out from all over his body, and his face and aura underwent an astonishing transformation. His facial features twisted and warped before transforming into those of a young man who appeared to be around 16 to 17 years of age. His pupils had also turned bright red, and he was giving off an overwhelming scent of blood and gore. The young man removed his hands from his head before slowly standing up straight again. He looked around at the human and devilish beings down below with a peculiar expression, then appraised his own hands before suddenly bursting into raucous laughter. "I've finally arrived in the spirit realm. So that really was a viable method, after all. I'm probably the first sacred ancestor to have accomplished this. It really is a wonderful feeling." All of the high-grade human cultivators were very alarmed to hear this, while the high-grade devilish beings were ecstatic upon getting a clear glimpse of the young man's appearance. One of the high-grade devilish beings immediately half-knelt onto the ground, and greeted, "We pay our respects to our sacred ancestor. Congratulations on descending into the spirit realm, sacred ancestor." His greeting seemed to have acted as a reminder to the other devilish beings, and the entire devilish army immediately knelt down in unison. As for the human army, all of their faces instantly paled as they looked up with horror and despair in their eyes. The devilish lords were still rather bewildered, seemingly more hesitant than elated. Master Azure Dragon's expression changed drastically before a cold look appeared on his face, and he yelled, "No need to fear. This devil was only able to descend into this world after possessing a host, so he most likely doesn't possess even a tenth of the powers of his true body. We can still win this battle. Fairy Lin, get the aura integration beast to kill this devil while we hold off the other devilish lords." Fairy Lin Luan was rather hesitant, but after taking a glance at all of the human cultivators standing on the city wall, she gritted her teeth and nodded as she abruptly thrust a finger toward the crimson talisman on her own glabella. The aura integration beast suddenly let loose a thunderous roar at her behest, then expelled a gust of fierce yellow wind out of its cavernous mouth. The devilish beings around it were all blown aside, and it flapped its wings vigorously, forcibly tearing its way out of the devilish army as it flew toward the young man. Even though the young man hadn't displayed any of his powers yet, the aura that he was giving off struck the beast with a sense of danger. As such, even without Fairy Lin Luan's instructions, it was still inclined to kill this young man in case he posed a threat to it later on. Meanwhile, Master Azure Dragon let loose a loud roar, and the 7 short blades re-emerged over his body as he transformed into a giant azure dragon once again. Howling winds and bolts of lightning erupted around him, and in the face of his ferocious barrage of attacks, the devilish army around him was unable to pursue the aura integration beast. Tai Long was unleashing countless hammer projections with his pair of giant hammers, and the attacks seemed to be extremely powerful, but he was rather distracted as he was focusing most of his attention on the aura integration beast and the young man. Han Li was naturally extremely alarmed by this turn of events as well. Even though this wasn't the actual true body of sacred ancestor Shuaiguang, it didn't seem to be an ordinary spiritual sense clone either. The aura that the young man was giving off was truly formidable, and far superior to that of the average late-body integration cultivator. Now that the aura integration beast had been unleashed on the young man, Han Li also stopped what he was doing to appraise the situation. Fei Ye was naturally quite relieved to see this, and he hurriedly consumed a few antidote pills, then began to circulate his magic power to force the poison out of his body. If someone below the body integration stage had been infected by the poison of the revolving evil spirit light, they would have already been killed, and he was only able to last this long as he was able to forcibly repress the poison with his mid-body integration stage powers. The young man faltered slightly at the sight of the aura integration beast before murmuring to himself in a surprised manner, "To think there's an aura integration beast present, no wonder all of you still haven't won this battle yet. I just so happen to require a steed, I guess you'll suffice." As soon as his voice trailed off, the young man flipped a hand over, and a small purple cauldron appeared over his palm amid a flash of purple light. The young man laid a hand onto the cauldron and uttered the word, "Net." The cauldron immediately began to revolve on the spot, and an ancient rune emerged from within it amid a flash of black light, then shot forth directly toward the aura integration beast. The aura integration beast opened its mouth to expel a gust of ferocious yellow winds upon seeing this, and at the same time, its wings transformed into a yellow cloud that completely concealed its entire body. The giant beast then hurtled directly toward the black rune without any pause, and it was quite clear that it was very confident in its own defensive abilities. A cold smile appeared on sacred ancestor Shuaiguang's face upon seeing this, and he also made no effort to take evasive measures. After just a few flashes, the black runes flew directly into the yellow cloud and vanished without a trace. In the next instant, a thunderous roar of shock and horror rang out, and the giant beast was completely immobilized in mid-air. There were countless black threads that had bound its body, and these threads were extremely thin, but the beast was unable to break free from them no matter how much it thrashed and struggled. A cold smile appeared on the sacred ancestor Shuaiguang's face upon seeing this, and he suddenly turned toward Han Li. Han Li immediately shuddered as a chill ran down his spine, and sacred ancestor Shuaiguang remained completely expressionless, but he suddenly waved a hand toward Han Li. At the same time, he uttered the word, "Come." A burst of rumbling rang out as the giant rainbow pagoda nearby abruptly rose up into the air, then vanished into thin air in a flash. In the next instant, bright rainbow light erupted over sacred ancestor Shuaiguang's palm, and a miniature pagoda appeared above his hand before being tossed toward the aura integration beast. He then made a hand seal, and the pagoda transformed into a burst of rainbow light that instantly inundated the giant beast. When the rainbow light reverted back to its pagoda form, the aura integration beast was nowhere to be seen. Almost at the exact same moment, Fairy Lin Luan exclaimed in a panicked voice, "My talisman can no longer sense the aura integration beast." Han Li's heart immediately sank upon hearing this. As the true owner of the purple cauldron and the rainbow pagoda, the two treasures were significantly more powerful when being wielded by sacred ancestor Shuaiguang. Han Li wasn't confident at all that he would be able to escape from the pagoda again if he were to be sealed into it for a second time. Master Azure Dragon was also very alarmed to see this, and he immediately yelled, "Go!" Bright spiritual light then erupted from his Azure Dragon body, and he forced his way through a series of hammer projections that were unleashed by Tai Long before flying directly back to Heavenly City. He had immediately chosen to flee the scene now that the outcome of this battle was virtually nothing more than a foregone conclusion. Fairy Silver Light and Fairy Lin Luan exchanged a fearful glance, then also fled toward two different directions. As for Hanli, he swept both sleeves through the air to withdraw his azure coil sword formation, then also flapped his thunderstorm wings and fled the scene as an arc of lightning. "It's too late for you to try and get away now." Sacred Ancestor Shuaguang guffawed. He immediately made a series of hand seals, and crimson chi emerged from his body before forming two figures that were identical to himself. One of them was holding the rainbow pagoda while the other was holding the small purple cauldron, and they both chuckled coldly before vanishing on the spot in a flash. As for the final member of the trio, he stomped a foot, and crimson chi swirled beneath him before forming a small crimson canoe. The canoe was only 70 to 80 feet in length, but it was glittering and translucent, and there were countless profound rainbow runes inscribed on its surface. The canoe shot forth and quickly disappeared into space with the young man standing atop it. When the canoe re-emerged amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, it had already covered a distance of several thousand feet, and it seemed that it would catch up to Hanli after just two more flashes. Hanli had detected this with his spiritual sense, and he was given quite a fright. In this dire situation, he gritted his teeth and transformed into a giant four-winged silver bird amid a rumbling thunderclap. He flapped his four wings vigorously and transformed into a silver thread that flashed through the air at an astonishing speed. That's a Kuanping transformation technique. Hee, do you think that'll be enough to allow you to escape from me? Go and take care of those body integration stage human cultivators. I'll go after that man myself. Sacred Ancestor Shuaguang chuckled coldly as he issued an instruction to Tai Long and the other devilish lords. Immediately thereafter, his two clones also emerged beside him as if they had never left, and they both made a hand seal in unison. Two pairs of crimson crystalline wings instantly emerged on the sides of the small canoe, and the canoe shot forth as a crimson thread with a vigorous flap of those wings. The canoe carried the three young men away into the distance in the blink of an eye, and they displayed no interest in the battle that was currently taking place. Tai Long was silent for a while before turning to the other two devilish lords. "You two, go after the two body integration stage human cultivators that escaped. I'll lead the army to take over Heavenly City." The final body integration stage human cultivator fled back into the city, but he's severely wounded and doesn't have the aura integration beast to help him anymore, so I'll take care of him along the way. As for that man, Master Shuaguang is going after him in person, so there's no way he'll be able to escape. Will you be alright on your own, Brother Tai? What if the humans still have some other trump cards up their sleeve? Fairy Yu was rather hesitant. Rest assured, I have the infernal blood form guards with me, and will be able to take care of everything, Tai Long replied. In that case, I'll leave everything here to you, Brother Tai. Fairy Yu nodded in response before flying away as a streak of pink light, heading straight toward the direction that Fairy Silver Light had just fled toward. As for Feiya, he had already forcibly repressed the poison in his body and also departed as a streak of white in pursuit of Fairy Lin Luan. Following the departure of the other devilish lords, Tai Long yelled, "All of the body integration stage human cultivators have fled, it's time for us to take over this city." His voice was imbued with immense devilish might, and it rang out like a resounding thunderclap in the ears of the human and devilish armies down below. The devilish beings all let loose cries of elation, and they began to attack with even greater ferocity. As for the humans on the battlefield, all of them had turned deathly pale, and morale instantly plummeted to an all-time low. In this dire situation, Master Azure Dragon's voice suddenly rang out like rumbling thunder from some part within the city. Do you really think I didn't prepare any other trump cards? If you want to break our Heavenly City, you'll have to get past these 108 giant puppets first. As soon as his voice trailed off, over 100 pillars of golden light emerged in all corners of the city, then transformed into a series of golden armored guards. These guards were clad in golden armor from head to toe, and they were each wielding a giant golden sword that was around the same size as their bodies. All of them were also wearing visors that revealed only pairs of cold silver eyes. Even though these 108 golden armored puppets were only hovering in mid-air in a completely still manner, they were releasing formidable auras that weren't inferior to those of spatial tempering cultivators. The despairing human army was naturally greatly reinvigorated upon seeing this, and they began to retaliate against the devilish army with renewed vigor. Thus, the sound of violent clashes rang out all over the battlefield again, and Tai Long was rather taken aback by this situation. However, a hint of disdain then quickly appeared on his face, and he waved a hand toward the infernal blood-form guards around him as he commanded, "You don't have much time left, so participate in the attack right away. We have to tear down this city's main defenses in the shortest time possible." The devilish generals leading the army immediately gave affirmative responses upon hearing this, then quickly descended to join the devilish army down below in their attack against the city wall up ahead. As for Tai Long, he hovered up in the air and watched as the situation unfolded. With the inclusion of the infernal blood-form guards, the devilish army immediately gained a crushing upper hand, and some devilish beings had even torn through the defensive restrictions and made it onto the city wall. In response, the 108 golden puppets merely continued to hover in mid-air, displaying no intention of assisting the human army whatsoever. After appraising the situation for a while longer, a thought suddenly occurred to Tai Long, and he immediately flew back toward the devilish cloud. After just a few flashes, he disappeared into a mountainous black arc, and the devilish guards in the arc were quite surprised by his sudden return. However, Tai Long offered no explanation to them at all before making his way into a secret chamber, then immediately activated the restriction that had already been set up in there. Layers of five-colored light immediately surfaced from the walls of the secret chamber, and a small white formation appeared on the ground. Tai Long strode over to the formation and made a hand seal before casting several incantation seals into the formation. Spiritual light flashed from the formation amid a faint buzzing sound, and a white jade altar slowly emerged at the center of the formation. Sitting atop the altar was a rusty copper mirror that seemed to be an extremely ancient artifact. A serious look immediately appeared on Tai Long's face at the sight of this mirror, and he began to chant something before opening his mouth to expel a ball of blood essence, which transformed into a cloud of blood mist that enveloped the entire mirror. Layers of azure light appeared over the surface of the mirror, and it gradually brightened. All of a sudden, light flashed from the mirror, and the image of an azure-robed elderly man appeared on its surface. This was a benevolent-looking elderly man with a head of gray hair, and he was seated on a black wooden chair. He was holding a book in his hand that was slightly yellow from age, and he cast his gaze toward Tai Long from within the mirror. "Ah, I was wondering who was contacting me. Haven't you already joined up with the devilish army to participate in the sacred sacrifice? Why are you contacting me using this split-realm mirror?" the elderly man asked with a smile. Tai Long pays his respects to Lord Wang. "Lord Wang, Master Shuaguang has descended into the spirit realm again." Tai Long extended a respectful salute before cutting straight to the chase. "Again? Has he sent another one of his clones into the spirit realm? That is indeed rather strange." Despite what the elderly man was saying, his expression remained completely unchanged. This is not a normal clone. Instead, Master Shuaguang seemed to have used some type of secret technique to directly possess the young devil with his spiritual sense. After being possessed, not only did the young devil transform into Master Shuaguang, his powers were also enhanced to an incredible degree. Judging from what I could feel at the time, he seems to currently possess around a third of the power of Master Shuaguang's true body. On top of that, he's also able to make far better use of the purple word cauldron and rainbow light pagoda. As soon as these feathers detached themselves from his body, they transformed into talismans of different colors that vanished into the surrounding air, with only 2 silver talismans remaining on the spot. One of them flashed with silver light and transformed into a golden armored warrior that was wielding a giant golden blade. As for the other silver talisman, it produced a faint golden shadow that abruptly vanished into the back of the armored warrior. As for Hanli himself, he showed no signs of stopping and vanished into the distance again after just a few flashes. Not long after that, spatial fluctuations erupted in the distance, and the small crimson canoe reappeared. Sacred Ancestor Shuaiguang was initially rather taken aback by the sight of the golden armored warrior before a cold smile reappeared on his face. This human brat sure has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. It's quite remarkable that he was able to refine a shadow puppet of such a high caliber. However, this thing isn't anywhere near enough to stop me. As soon as his voice trailed off, the final clone standing on the canoe slowly opened his eyes, then raised a hand to release the small rainbow pagoda. The pagoda then rapidly swelled to tens of thousands of feet tall before abruptly appearing in the air above the golden armored warrior. The armored warrior remained completely expressionless, but it slashed its blade viciously toward the pagoda up above. A resounding boom rang out as a sword projection that was over 1,000 feet in length struck the underside of the pagoda, only to vanish like a sandcastle in the rising tide. The giant pagoda continued to descend, and countless streaks of rainbow light surged forth from it to completely inundate the golden armored warrior. When the light faded, the pagoda had reverted back to its original miniature size, but the armored warrior was nowhere to be seen. The clone that had released the pagoda waved a hand through the air to recover it, following which the crimson canoe continued to fly through the air as a crimson thread. However, in the next instant, silver light suddenly flashed from the spot where the armored warrior had just been taken, and another golden armored warrior emerged amid a flash of silver light. As soon as it appeared, it made a hand seal, and an indistinct projection with 3 heads and 6 arms emerged. The projection waved its 6 arms through the air, and 6 massive balls of golden light came crashing down toward the canoe. Even before they had struck the canoe, Sacred Ancestor Shuaiguang was struck by a burst of formidable might that was both rather familiar and also completely unfamiliar at the same time. "That's a true devil projection," he exclaimed in a stunned manner. Meanwhile, the clone standing behind him flipped his hand over to produce a small purple cauldron, which released a purple light barrier that instantly enshrouded the entire canoe. Of course, his life was more important than this treasure, but he still wasn't in a completely dire situation yet, so he naturally didn't want to give up on such a precious treasure prematurely. A contemplative look appeared on Han Li's face as he pondered his current situation, and another thought suddenly occurred to him. 2 identical nascent souls, one golden and one black, suddenly emerged from Han Li's body amid a flash of light. The golden nascent soul was shimmering with golden light that was tinged with faint hints of azure, and upon closer inspection, one would discover that the protective spiritual light around it was constantly transitioning between gold and azure in color. As for the black nascent soul, it had a cloud of extremely dense devilish chi around it. The golden nascent soul opened its mouth to expel a dozen or so 5-colored beads, which began to revolve around its body. Meanwhile, the black nascent soul lowered its head and made a hand seal while chanting an incantation. The 5-colored beads around it instantly transformed into 5-colored eyes, which released thin beams of light that vanished into the black nascent soul's body in a flash. The golden nascent soul's eyes lit up upon seeing this, and it instantly made a grabbing motion with one of its chubby little hands. All of a sudden, a shimmering golden brick emerged, and the golden nascent soul pointed a finger toward the brick, upon which countless arcs of lightning were stripped away from the surface of the golden brick amid a string of loud crackling. In the blink of an eye, a white wooden box that was inscribed with golden and silver runes had emerged. This was none other than the Devil's Sealing Lock. As soon as the Devil's Sealing Lock appeared, the black nascent soul shot forth into the wooden box as a streak of black light. In the next instant, Han Li appeared in the air above a grassland that resembled a green ocean. "It's still the same place as last time," Han Li murmured to himself as he looked around with blue light flashing in his eyes. As soon as his voice trailed off, a green-robed elderly man appeared in mid-air, and he smiled as he said, "Of course, did you think I was lying to you, fellow Daoist? If you're able to break these final few restrictions, would be more than happy to receive your assistance." Han Li wasn't surprised by the elderly man's sudden emergence at all, and he replied in an indifferent manner, "If it weren't for the fact that entering the Devil's Sealing Lock could result in the destruction of this spiritual sense clone of mine, I really would be very interested to see the true interior of this Devil's Sealing Lock. Even I was trapped in there for so many years, there's no way your spiritual sense clone would be able to escape if it enters that space. Alright, let's do away with all the errant chatter. Have you come in here to give me your reply to the collaboration I proposed last time?" Che Qigong cut straight to the chase. "I'm naturally extremely tempted by the prospect of being able to secure chaotic yin-yang qi, but I'm here for another reason," Han Li replied with a shake of his head. Che Qigong was very disappointed to hear this, and his expression darkened as he said, "I don't want to discuss any matters outside of that." "Oh. So you aren't even interested in a matter concerning sacred ancestor Shuaiguang?" Han Li asked with a smile. Che Qigong faltered slightly before asking in a serious manner, "Shuaiguang? What do you mean by that? Have you met him?" "I haven't met his true body, but I'm currently being pursued by one of his clones. This clone is more powerful than I am, and I wanted to ask you for advice," Han Li explained. Che Qigong was rather taken aback to hear this, but he chuckled coldly, "So you're being pursued by a mere clone? Why should I save you? Of course, you can choose not to help me, but in order to ensure my own survival, I may have to abandon the Devil's Sealing Lock. Sacred ancestor Shuaiguang is most likely pursuing me for this treasure, so if I no longer have it, then he won't have any reason to continue to pursue me," Han Li said in a composed manner. Che Qigong immediately flared up with rage. "Are you threatening me? Don't forget that you killed 3 of Shuaiguang's subordinates to get this Devil's Sealing Lock. Do you really think Shuaiguang will just let you get away? Even if you give up this treasure, you'll definitely still be killed. I won't know if I'll succeed unless I try. Of course, if you're willing to offer me some guidance, then I won't have to do that. I'm sure you wouldn't want this treasure to fall into sacred ancestor Shuaiguang's hands again, would you?" Han Li asked with a hint of a smile on his face. Che Qigong's expression darkened even further at the sight of Han Li's composed display, and he began to contemplate the situation in a brooding silence. Han Li merely waited patiently and seemed to be in no rush at all. After a long while, Che Qigong finally broke the silence. How do you know that I'll be able to help you?" "I do know about some of Shuaiguang's abilities, but it's been many years since we last met, so perhaps the same methods that I used against him in the past will no longer be applicable. Perhaps sacred ancestor Shuaiguang may have attained some new abilities, but this is still only a clone of his, after all. I'm not actually fearful of this clone, it's just that he's carrying 2 extremely powerful treasures that pose a very serious threat to me. As long as you can tell me a way to counter those 2 treasures, I'll be able to take care of the rest on my own," Han Li said with a smile. 2 treasures. Are you referring to the 2 incomplete profound heavenly treasures, the purple word cauldron and the rainbow light pagoda? Che Qigong asked. The 2 treasures are indeed comprised of a small purple cauldron and a rainbow pagoda. Han Li had already guessed this to be the case, but he was still quite stunned upon hearing confirmation from Che Qigong that these 2 treasures were incomplete profound heavenly treasures. So it really is those 2 treasures. I do indeed have a way to counter those 2 treasures, and if you're lucky, you may even be able to take one of them for yourself, Che Qigong said as a peculiar look appeared on his face. Han Li was rather taken aback to hear this, following which a skeptical look appeared on his face. "Is that true? If I'm not mistaken, sacred ancestor Shuaiguang has refined both of these treasures to become part of his body. How will I be able to take one of them? I haven't told you this before, but among those two treasures, the purple word cauldron used to belong to me, Che Qigong said in a meaningful voice as he stroked his own beard. Hanli was naturally quite stunned to hear this. A cold light surfaced in Che Qigong's eyes as he continued, I fell prey to Shuaiguang's machinations, and I was only able to escape from him after my soul hid itself within this devil's sealing lock. However, both my physical body and my purple word cauldron fell into his hands. He spent over 100 years to refine the spiritual sense that I had left in the cauldron, then refined the treasure to claim ownership over it, but what he didn't know is that I had actually left two types of spiritual sense within the cauldron, one of which was hidden while the other was out in the open. As long as he hasn't discovered that wisp of hidden spiritual sense, there's a good chance that you'll be able to take the treasure from him. In that case, there really is a chance that this could work. What chance do you think we have of pulling this off, Senior? Hanli asked in a cautious manner. I specially refined that wisp of spiritual sense precisely for a situation like this one. As long as Shuaiguang hasn't discovered it yet, there's at least a 50% chance that you'll be able to take the treasure from him. Even if you can't take the cauldron from him, if you do as I say, you'll be able to significantly weaken the treasure so that it no longer poses any threat to you, Che Qigong replied in a confident voice. Hanli nodded in response before continuing, it does sound like it's worth giving this a try. Do you have any countermeasures against the Rainbow Light Pagoda as well, Senior? Compared to the purple word cauldron, I'm more concerned about that treasure. The Rainbow Light Pagoda never belonged to me, but it's a vastly renowned incomplete profound heavenly treasure in our sacred realm. I've seen it a few times, and it is indeed extremely powerful. Even if I were to go up against it in person, there's very little chance that I'll be able to counter it, Che Qigong said as a grim look appeared on his face. Hanli's heart sank upon hearing this. Does that mean there's no way to counter the treasure? Indeed, I don't have any way directly opposed the Rainbow Light Pagoda's powers, but I know of a way that can help you stall for time against it. As long as you can take advantage of the opportunity to claim the purple word cauldron, then use the cauldron against Shuaiguang, you should be able to at least ensure self-preservation, Che Qigong replied. Hanli thought about this for a moment before cupping his fist in a salute. Please enlighten me then, Senior. Do you really think I'll divulge this information to you free of charge? Che Qigong chuckled with a roll of his eyes. Hanli's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this, seemingly having already predicted that this caveat would arise. What are your intentions, Senior? It's very simple, you just have to agree to the deal I proposed last time, and I'll tell you everything you need to know, Che Qigong replied without any hesitation. Hanli's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this, and only after a short while did he continue, in that case, please specify the conditions. I left too abruptly last time and didn't get a chance to hear your conditions. An elated look appeared on Che Qigong's face for the first time upon hearing this, and he replied, Rest assured, I'm not an unreasonable person, the deal that I propose will benefit you greatly as well. I'll be happy to hear it, then. Hanli's expression remained unchanged, but he naturally wasn't going to just believe what Che Qigong said to be true. My first condition is that after you escape from Shuaiguang, you must immediately make a trip to the place with earthly hellish flames nearby and use those flames to extract some of the chaotic yin-yang qi within this devil's sealing lock. When that time comes, I'll disclose to you the method to extract the chaotic yin-yang qi, but you have to split me a third of it, Che Qigong said in a serious voice. How will you be able to receive the chaotic yin-yang qi when you're trapped in this place? Hanli asked. You don't need to worry about that. I may be trapped here in this devil's sealing lock, but I have my ways. You just have to tell me whether you agree to that condition, Che Qigong replied. Hanli contemplated the condition for a short while before nodding in response. A third is a reasonable amount to ask for, so I'll agree to this condition. In that case, the second condition is even simpler, and you may or may not even have to complete it. I can see that you seem to be quite powerful among body integration stage beings. Perhaps you'll be able to progress to the grand ascension stage someday. Hence, all I want is a promise from you. If you do reach that level and are capable of doing so, kill Shuiguang for me, Che Qigong said with a nonchalant smile. Surely you jest, senior. How could I possibly be capable of killing a grand ascension stage being? Besides, even if I do reach the grand ascension stage someday, sacred ancestor Shuiguang will most likely already be back in your elder devil realm. Do you expect me to venture into the elder devil realm to hunt him down? Han Li immediately refused as he shook his head vigorously. Don't be in such a hurry to turn me down. I won't force you to complete this condition, and I certainly won't expect you to venture into our sacred realm. All I want is a promise from you that you'll complete this condition when all the circumstances are in your favor. If such a situation never eventuates, then we can scrap this condition, Che Qigong urged with a wry smile. Han Li contemplated this condition for a long while before finally agreeing. In that case, I make such a promise. I hereby swear upon my inner demons that if a situation arises where I'll be able to kill sacred ancestor Shuiguang with ease, then I'll definitely. The higher one's cultivation base was, the more binding an inner demon vow became. After all, no one wanted to suffer inner demon backlash when attempting to break through a bottleneck. A pleased look appeared on Che Qigong's face upon seeing this, but that was quickly replaced by a serious expression. I can disclose to you the method to oppose the Rainbow Light Pagoda, as well as the secret technique to trigger my spiritual sense in the purple word cauldron, but I'll be withholding the method for extracting chaotic yin-yang qi until we get to the place where earthly hellish flames can be found. Once I receive my share of the chaotic yin-yang qi, I'll tell you the method to refine it. Do you have any objections to this, fellow Daoist Han? Is there a special refinement method for this chaotic yin-yang qi? Han Li asked in a slightly surprised manner. Of course. Do you think chaotic yin-yang qi can be refined through conventional methods? I don't mean to boast, but even among all of the sacred ancestors of our sacred realm, there are definitely no more than 3 who are aware of this special refinement method, Che Qigong said with a proud expression. Han Li considered these conditions for a long while before finally nodding in a slightly resigned manner. We'll do as you say, then. That clone of sacred ancestor Shuiguang isn't far away from me. I'll travel to the place where earthly hellish flames can be found as soon as I shake him off. Hee, you've made a wise decision, fellow Daoist Han. This is a jade slip that I've just prepared. It contains the aforementioned information that you require. You won't be able to take this item out of the devil's sealing lock, so memorize the information here, Che Qigong said with a smile as he swept a sleeve through the air, sending an inky black jade slip flying directly toward Han Li. Thank you, senior. Han Li drew the jade slip into his own grasp, then placed it against his own head to inspect its contents in silence. Che Qigong merely stood on the spot and waited patiently. After about 10 minutes, Han Li exhaled as he removed the jade slip from his forehead, then crushed it into specks of spiritual light between his fingers. I see, so in order to counter the Rainbow Light Pagoda, I'll have to use spatial treasures against it. I do indeed possess a few spatial treasures. Are there any requirements for the caliber of the treasures used, and will similar talismans also be able to achieve the same effect? Han Li asked. The Rainbow Light Pagoda is an incompletely profound heavenly treasure, so the higher the caliber of the spatial treasure used, the more you'll be able to affect it. However, seeing as you're only aiming to stall for time, you should be able to detonate a spatial treasure of any caliber to produce the desired impact. A talisman that can affect the stability of space will suffice as well, Che Qigong replied with a smile. I see. In that case, I should be able to employ these methods to shake off that clone of sacred ancestor Shuiguang. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention that this clone is very different from a normal spiritual sense clone. Firstly, sacred ancestor Shuaiguang possessed someone to create this clone, and following the possession, the host's magic power was significantly enhanced, as was his ability to use the two incomplete profound heavenly treasures. On top of that, the clone was able to manifest two more clones and split up into three. Do you know what kind of ability this is, Senior? Han Li asked. Che Qigong's smile immediately stiffened upon hearing this before being replaced by an incredulous expression. What? The clone can manifest other clones. That's impossible. There's no way that a spiritual sense clone sent to an alternate realm can accomplish something like that. I also thought that was rather strange, as there's already another clone of sacred ancestor Shuaiguang leading the devilish army nearby. If all of the sacred ancestors possess the ability to send such powerful spiritual sense clones into our spirit realm, then our human race would have most likely been erased long ago, Han Li said with his brows furrowed in befuddlement. The shock on Che Qigong's face receded, and his eyes narrowed into slits as he said, there's definitely no way that other sacred ancestors could possess such an ability. Let me think about this. I seem to recall a similar type of ability, but I heard about it too long ago, and my memory of it is a little fuzzy. Han Li was quite elated to hear this. He hadn't actually expected that Che Qigong would be able to provide an answer to this question, but it appeared that he really did know something about this. It seemed that he hadn't been lying when he had proclaimed himself to be one of the oldest sacred ancestors in the Elder Devil realm. As Han Li was waiting in silence, Che Qigong was pondering intently and occasionally murmuring something unintelligible to himself. After a long while, Che Qigong finally broke the silence again. I've got it. Our sacred realm does indeed have an ancient forbidden technique passed down from ancient times that seems to be able to accomplish this. However, this forbidden technique has been lost for a very long time, and it's extremely risky to cultivate. So even back in ancient times, very few sacred ancestors would cultivate it. There are very few people in our sacred realm who currently know of this technique. I wonder how Shuaiguang managed to get his hands on it. Forbidden technique. Would you be able to elaborate on that, Senior? Han Li asked. This forbidden technique is known as the Great Soul-Splitting Technique, and it's said that it's a technique that will allow one to completely split their own spiritual sense. Each split part possesses independent will and can control a portion of that person's magic power, but their personalities will become very extreme, thereby resulting in major potential problems later on. On top of this, one could easily deplete their soul to too great an extent by using this technique. The spiritual sense clones created using this technique can't really even be referred to as clones, as every single one of them is essentially the true body. There's no hierarchical order in which they're ranked. That's the extent of my knowledge on this technique. The power of the clone depends on the number of times one's spiritual sense has been split. However, the fact that Shuaiguang is willing to send this clone into the spirit realm indicates that it can't be a very powerful one. Even so, it'll still be far more powerful than the average spiritual sense clone of a sacred ancestor, Che Qigong said in a slow voice. I see. Are there no drawbacks to this technique that I can exploit? Han Li asked with a grim expression. The technique naturally has severe drawbacks, but all of that will come after the event. You won't really be able to exploit any of them during your battle, Che Qigong replied with a resigned expression. In that case, I'll just have to react and adapt to the situation. I'm only planning to shake off these clones anyway. Han Li nodded in response and didn't seem to have any intention of asking further questions. Thus, he extended a slight bow toward Che Qigong, and black light flashed from his body, upon which he vanished as a cloud of black qi. Che Qigong looked on expressionlessly at the spot where Han Li had disappeared, and remained hovering in the air above the grassland. All of a sudden, he said in an indifferent voice, "You've been watching for quite some time now. Isn't it about time you came out?" "Hee, so you knew I was here all along." Another male voice rang out from the nearby space in response, and this also sounded like quite an elderly voice. I was able to break through to this level of restriction, so you're naturally able to do so as well. You were already following me back when I met that human cultivator the first time, right? Che Qigong asked as a cold expression appeared on his face. The unfamiliar man was silent for a moment before asking, "Why bother to ask a question when you already know the answer? Are you planning to try and punish me?" Do you think I wouldn't do that if I could?" Che Qigong replied in a cold voice. The unfamiliar man's voice also cooled upon hearing this. "You've always been the cruelest one among us. If Shuaguang hadn't plotted against us, you would have most likely turned on the rest of us anyway. There's no way we can judge the brat's powers from his spiritual sense clone alone, but seeing as he was able to take the devil's sealing lock from Shuaguang's subordinates, I assume he's quite powerful among body integration stage beings," Che Qigong mused with furrowed brows. I certainly hope so," the unfamiliar man replied in an indifferent manner. Che Qigong shook his head with a wry smile before falling silent. Meanwhile, outside the devil's sealing lock, Han Li's golden nascent soul was still seated with its legs crossed inside the mysterious space within the giant bird. All of a sudden, black qi emerged from the surface of the wooden box, and the black nascent soul re-emerged in a flash. The nascent soul gave Han Li a smile before instantly vanishing into his golden nascent soul. The two nascent souls had combined as one, and the golden nascent soul shuddered as it hurriedly made a hand seal. A hint of discomfort flashed over its face for an instant, but its expression then immediately returned to normal. The golden nascent soul slowly opened its eyes, then murmured to itself, "I see, looks like I've made the right decision to ask Che Qigong for advice. He's given me a method to counter both of those treasures. As for whether it's going to work, I'll have to try it to find out. If it fails, I'll have to abandon this devil's sealing lock or employ some other risky tactics." After contemplating the situation for a long while, a faint smile appeared on its face, and it exploded into specks of golden light. 4 hours later, Han Li caught sight of a completely bleak and barren plain in the distance. His eyes immediately lit up, and he raised his beak to let loose a long cry before suddenly withdrawing his wings and reverted back to his human form amid a flash of bright spiritual light. After taking a glance at the plain in the distance, then turning to look behind himself, he immediately swept both sleeves through the air to release 72 small azure swords, which transformed into hundreds of streaks of azure sword chi that began to revolve around him. After that, he made a hand seal, and a layer of azure light appeared over his body, following which all of the streaks of sword chi suddenly vanished into the nearby space. In the next instant, hundreds of azure pillars of light erupted out of the surrounding area to form a massive sword formation. This was none other than the final sword formation of the Azure Essence sword art, the Azure Coil sword formation. The sword formation had been bestowed upon Han Li by Qing Yuanzi, and he had later incorporated elements of his sword observation art into it to further enhance its powers. It had been very effective against the devilish lord, Fei Ye, but as for how effective it would be against his pursuer, that was yet to be seen. Of course, seeing as Han Li was preparing to make a stand, he naturally couldn't just use a single ability. After he had set up the sword formation, he immediately released 2 figures out of his own body, one of which was golden while the other was green. They were none other than the Provenance golden body and the green-skinned spirit body. After that, he flipped a hand over to produce a purple blade segment, which he immediately tossed toward the golden body. The eyes on the center head of the golden body sprang open, and it drew the blade segment into its grasp. The golden body gently waved the blade segment through the air, and it instantly vanished amid a flash of piercing purple light. Only in the hands of the golden body was this blade segment able to unleash the power of laws of heaven and earth. Immediately thereafter, Han Li laid a hand onto his own storage bracelet and released several treasures at once, all of which flew directly toward the spirit body. The treasures were comprised of jade pendants or flags, and there was even a ring among them. Following a brief hesitation, a solemn look appeared on Han Li's face, and he tossed a scroll toward the spirit body as well. The spirit body remained completely expressionless and merely opened its mouth to swallow all of the items that had been tossed toward it. After that, it and the golden body made hand seals in unison, and they both vanished into thin air. After doing all that, Han Li rotated on the spot, and hundreds of formation flags and formation plates erupted out of his body before flying through the air and setting up 5 or 6 similar temporary formations near the sword formation. He then swept both sleeves up into the air to release several hundred talismans, all of which disappeared into the space overhead in a flash. After that, 13 balls of purple light emerged from one of his sleeves before transforming into the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles. Finally, he produced a fist-sized white crystal ball, which he expelled a mouthful of blood essence toward. The ball of blood essence transformed into a cloud of blood mist that instantly vanished into the crystal ball, which then immediately took on a crimson color. Han Li tossed the crystal ball forward before flicking his fingers toward it while chanting something, and incantation seals of different colors flooded into the crystal ball in a frenzy, causing it to radiate a peculiar spiritual light. All of a sudden, the crimson light within the crystal ball transformed into an unidentifiable crimson rune, and Han Li exhaled and swept a sleeve toward it, stowing it away amid a flash of azure light. After standing in silence for a moment, Han Li suddenly stroked a section of his arm, where a mysterious pattern was imprinted, and a wry smile appeared on his face after drawing no reaction from that pattern. Having set up all of these preparatory measures, Han Li then transformed into a giant golden ape that was over 1,000 feet tall amid a flash of golden light, then stood with his arms crossed at the center of the sword formation and cast his gaze into the distance with a cold expression. Moments later, a rumbling voice rang out from the distance. "So you've finally decided to stop running." Immediately thereafter, crimson light flashed, and a small crimson canoe shot forth toward Han Li as a crimson thread. After the span of just a few breaths, the crimson thread appeared in the air near Han Li before reverting back to its canoe form. The 3 identical young men on the canoe cast their eyes toward Han Li in unison. The young man at the forefront wore a cold mocking smile, while the 2 behind him were appraising Han Li in an expressionless manner, but their eyes were as sharp as daggers. "You're a quick little rat, I'll give you that. Are you planning to make a final stand here? Do you really think a sword formation and a few temporary formations will be able to save you?" The young man at the forefront chuckled. "I won't know until I try. Surely you won't expect me to just hand myself over to you." Han Li chortled as he made a grabbing motion with both hands, and spatial fluctuations erupted in the air above the canoe, following which 2 giant hands, one black and one white, suddenly emerged. The black hand was radiating boundless gray light, while the white hand had 5-colored glacial flames burning all around it, and both of them came crashing down with devastating might. "Humph, how insolent," the young man at the forefront said in an arrogant manner before making a hand seal, and a burst of black chi erupted behind him. 2 gray feelers then sprang out of the black chi before thrusting directly toward the pair of massive hands. The feelers struck the giant hands like a pair of iron spears, and in the instant that the 2 clashed, the pair of massive hands exploded like balloons before disintegrating into specks of spiritual light. However, the divine essence-fused light and 5-colored glacial flames imbued within the 2 hands continued to sweep down from above. As a result, one of the feelers was frozen into a translucent pillar of ice, while the other was shattered amid a few violent flashes of gray light. Divine essence-fused light, eh? That's very rare, the young man at the forefront remarked in a slightly taken aback manner. A cold smile appeared on Han Li's face as he said, "Do you really think a mere clone like you is enough to force me to flee for my life? I was only trying to distance myself from your subordinates." "Oh. You seem very confident. Does your confidence stem from those 2 that are hiding in the shadows?" The young man at the forefront chuckled coldly. Almost at the exact same moment, the 2 clones behind him suddenly sprang into action. One of them opened his mouth to expel a ball of black light, which instantly transformed into a small cauldron, and a black pillar of light suddenly erupted out of the cauldron's opening. Meanwhile, the other clone made a grabbing motion, and an indistinct rainbow pagoda projection emerged before flying through the air. The two treasures were both attacking what appeared to be patches of empty air. A pair of resounding booms rang out, and two figures emerged out of thin air amid busts of spatial fluctuations. One of them was a shimmering golden figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, while the other was the green-skinned Hanli, and they were preparing to stealthily approach the small crimson canoe. Hanli's expression immediately darkened upon seeing this. A peculiar look appeared on sacred ancestor Shui Guang's face as he caught sight of the golden body. That's a true devil projection. How interesting, to think that a human was able to hone a true devil cultivation art to such an extent. I wonder what those old geezers will think if they were to hear of this. He chuckled with both a hint of mockery and self-deprecation in his voice. Hanli wasn't overly surprised to hear this. After all, even though he had altered the Provenance True Devil art significantly, the Provenance True Devil projection had a very distinct form, so anyone who was well versed in devilish arts would be able to identify its origins right away. Of course, there were very few human devil Dao cultivators who would have mastered a devilish cultivation art to this extent, so under normal circumstances, Han reflexively refrained from using this golden body. The dragon let loose a thunderous roar and opened its mouth to expel a barrage of sword chi that tore all of the crimson silkworms into shreds. However, in the next instant, a wave of blood washed over these dismembered silkworms, and they instantly regenerated before continuing to fly onward as if nothing had happened. As they approached the azure barrier, they opened their mouths to expel translucent crimson threads that were as thin as strands of hair, but a crisp clattering sound rang out when they struck the sword barrier. Countless streaks of sword chi clashed with the crimson threads, and not only were the latter not torn into shreds by the sword chi, they became extremely viscous instead and bound themselves to the sword chi. Meanwhile, the silkworms that had released these crimson threads suddenly spread their wings before flying back in retreat, following which the hundreds of crimson threads clumped together to trap a portion of the sword chi. As a result, a gap was opened up in the azure light barrier, and sacred ancestor Shui Guang immediately directed another giant crimson wave toward that gap. However, right at this moment, a dragon's roar rang out from within the azure light barrier, and a huge dragon's head emerged from the opening before blasting forth a thick pillar of light out of its mouth. The wave of blood clashed with the pillar of light amid a deafening boom, and the two seemed to be evenly matched. Sacred ancestor Shui Guang's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he let loose a long cry, upon which another gigantic wave of blood was swept up before hurtling toward the sword formation. It was as if he were attempting to inundate the entire sword formation with this sea of blood. In response, the azure light barrier parted, and a 5-clawed azure dragon completely emerged. It thrashed violently, and countless azure lotus flowers appeared out of thin air to keep the sea of blood at bay. Meanwhile, Hanli paid no heed to this at all, and was appraising the clone holding the small rainbow pagoda instead. The disruptive spatial fluctuations released by the ring treasure that had been detonated was about to subside, and that would allow the rainbow light pagoda to function as normal again. He had been able to detonate a low-grade spatial treasure to disrupt the rainbow light pagoda, but that was clearly not a sustainable tactic, and he didn't know whether it would work a second time. As such, not only were Hanli and his spirit body appraising this clone with rapt focus, even the Provenance golden body was keeping an eye on him as well. Sure enough, in the instant that the final traces of chaotic spatial fluctuation subsided, the clone that was holding the small pagoda immediately sprang into action. He suddenly laid a hand onto the pagoda to release a burst of rainbow light, following which he abruptly vanished in a flash. However, the tip of the spear only managed to pierce several inches into the golden body's body chest before being stopped cold in its tracks. At the same time, 6 golden blades appeared in the golden body's hands again before being slashed toward the massive spear. The devilish projection down below seemed to have also sensed that something was amiss, and it immediately attempted to withdraw the giant spear, but it was already too late. A layer of translucent light appeared over the surface of the Provenance golden body, and a burst of immense suction force immediately acted upon the giant spear, thereby completely immobilizing it. Right at this moment, countless blade projections rained down from the 6 golden blades being wielded by the golden body, and the projections came crashing down in a torrential wave that threatened to inundate both the devilish projection and sacred ancestor Shuaguang. Sacred ancestor Shuaguang harumphed coldly upon seeing this before taking a half-step backward, then made a strange hand seal that was accompanied by an unintelligible incantation. A buzzing sound rang out from the small canoe, and a crimson light barrier emerged to protect both sacred ancestor Shuaguang and the devilish projection. The blade projections rained down upon the light barrier like a violent storm, but the barrier remained completely stable and unscathed. Not only was this canoe an extremely powerful flying treasure, it also possessed incredible defensive abilities. It was no wonder that sacred ancestor Shuaguang was so calm and collected in the face of the Provenance golden body's attacks. All of a sudden, the devilish projection raised its head and let loose a low roar, upon which a layer of gray light flashed over the giant spear that was immobilized against the golden body's chest. As a result, the spear softened and transformed into a gray devilish python that was several hundred feet in length. The python had an inky black horn on its head, and it lashed out with its massive body to wind itself tightly around the golden body. If a normal body integration cultivator had been caught in the python's stranglehold, their body would instantly explode. However, the Provenance golden body was manifested from countless precious materials, and it was virtually indestructible. As such, not only did it manage to remain completely unscathed even as it was bound by the giant python, it suddenly began to expand. At the same time, the 6 golden blades it was wielding vanished in a flash, and as it waved its 6 arms through the air, countless golden fist projections were sent hurtling toward the massive python. A string of rumbling booms rang out, and the giant python also seemed to possess an extremely resolute body. Even though it was sustaining some damage from the golden fist projections, it was able to withstand the blows without too much trouble. In retaliation, it opened its mouth and expelled a burst of green qi directly toward one of the golden body's 3 heads. The green qi immediately struck the golden body with an overpowering sense of drowsiness, and the expressions on its 3 faces changed slightly as golden light suddenly flashed from its glabella. A gash was then opened up, and a 3rd vertical eye emerged. Golden light flashed, and 3 streaks of piercing golden light shot forth from within the vertical eye before passing through the green qi in a flash. Strangely enough, the green qi was completely eradicated as a result. The giant python swung its head around and attempted to chomp down viciously onto the golden body's center head, but a huge shimmering golden hand appeared in its path before lashing out in retaliation. Thus, the golden body and the massive python began to engage in a melee brawl, and both of them possessed extremely powerful bodies, so it seemed that this was going to be quite a long battle. Meanwhile, the giant pagoda projection above the sword formation was flickering unsteadily under the influence of the 9 Palaces' heavenly talisman, as well as the detonation of another low-grade spatial treasure. The rainbow light that it released was disrupted, and in the end, it fizzled out of existence before it could reach the sword formation. Similarly, the palatial projections conjured up by the 9 Palaces' heavenly talismans were also affected by the pagoda's spatial powers, thereby preventing them from descending as well. Right at this moment, a peculiar light suddenly flashed through Han Li's eyes, and abruptly thrust both of his palms up into the air. 2 mountains, one black and one azure, emerged out of thin air amid a pair of resounding booms. Each mountain was several hundred feet tall, and they both crashed directly toward the clone that was controlling the rainbow pagoda. Meanwhile, the spirit body swept one of its sleeves through the air to release a plume of green threads. These green threads were virtually completely transparent, and they vanished into thin air before abruptly reappearing near the small pagoda, then descended as a net of green threads. It appeared that Hanli was attempting to take this treasure as well. The clone of sacred ancestor Shuaiguang remained completely expressionless upon seeing this. He merely raised a hand toward the small pagoda that was hovering in mid-air, and uttered the word break. The small pagoda rotated on the spot, and a gust of fierce rainbow winds erupted from within it. The oncoming green net was instantly torn apart by this gust of wind, and on top of that, the two extreme mountains were also blown back by over 100 feet. Immediately thereafter, the rainbow winds completely enveloped the two extreme mountains, following which countless mysterious golden symbols that were very familiar to Hanli appeared around the pair of mountains. Golden seal text. Hanli exclaimed as his expression changed slightly. Immediately thereafter, a burst of mysterious power suddenly descended upon the two mountains, attempting to forcibly cut off his spiritual sense connection with them. If it weren't for the fact that his spiritual sense was virtually as powerful as that of a grand ascension cultivator, the connection he had with the two extreme mountains most likely really would have been severed. Hanli immediately let loose a roar of shock and fury as he launched his giant furry fists toward the gust of rainbow wind, and two giant golden fist projections emerged out of thin air before crashing heavily into the gust of wind. At the same time, a row of silver runes abruptly lit up on the extreme essence-fused mountain at his behest, and the mountain expelled a burst of gray light that swept violently toward the rainbow winds. Simultaneously, countless streaks of transparent sword chi were erupting from the other extreme mountain, and these streaks of sword chi were threatening to tear even the nearby space apart. The gust of rainbow wind was extremely powerful, but when the three powers clashed, the rainbow wind tremored violently before disintegrating into specks of piercing light amid a dull thump. Meanwhile, the two extreme mountains shot back toward Hanli, and the clone that was controlling the pagoda was quite surprised to see that it had been unable to forcibly take the two extreme mountains from Hanli. However, the hint of surprise in his eyes quickly faded, and he made a grabbing motion in an expressionless manner. Spatial fluctuations erupted, and a ball of spiritual light emerged, contained within which was the small rainbow light pagoda. All of a sudden, a cold voice rang out from the distance. "Humph, this brat sure has some tricks up his sleeve. Don't hold back any longer, unleash the rainbow light pagoda's ultimate ability and kill him. Even if he detonates more spatial treasures, he won't be able to disrupt that ability." The voice belonged to none other than sacred ancestor Shuaiguang. At present, he was controlling the devilish projection behind him as it was engaged in ferocious combat with the Provenance golden body, but the fact that he was still able to issue instructions to his clones clearly indicated that he still had more to give. Hanli's heart stirred upon hearing this, and he let loose a thunderous roar as dazzling golden spiritual light radiated from his massive ape body. His arms blurred as he swung them through the air, flinging the two extreme mountains directly toward sacred ancestor Shuaiguang. The two mountains were extraordinarily heavy, and they had been launched by the insane strength of the giant mountain ape. All of a sudden, they vanished into thin air, then reappeared right in front of sacred ancestor Shuaiguang before crashing heavily into the crimson light barrier released by the small canoe. Sacred ancestor Shuaiguang's pupils contracted upon seeing this, and the giant devilish projection behind him instantly transformed into a ball of crimson light that completely enveloped his body. Two earth-shattering booms rang out, and the crimson light barrier shuddered violently before being shattered like porcelain. The two mountains continued onward and crashed right through the ball of crimson light, but sacred ancestor Shuaiguang was nowhere to be seen. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted around 200 feet away, and sacred ancestor Shuaiguang re-emerged. However, he had donned a suit of grey devilish armor, and two pairs of crimson wings had appeared on his back. At the same time, a circle of 8 fist-sized azure ghostly heads had appeared around his neck. All of the ghostly heads' eyes were tightly shut, and they were extremely menacing in appearance. On top of that, their mouths were constantly opening and closing as if they were living creatures, creating quite a harrowing sight to behold. Sacred Ancestor Shuaiguang wore an enraged expression as he glowered at Hanli with intense resentment in his eyes. "I didn't think that I would be forced to display this form to you. I must say, you've done very well." As he was glowering at Hanli, the clone that was controlling the small pagoda suddenly raised the rainbow-like pagoda high up into the air, then slowly closed his eyes and began to chant an ancient incantation. A loud buzzing sound rang out from the rainbow pagoda, and rainbow halos began to proliferate from it, quickly spreading to encompass the entire space around an acre in size in the surrounding area. As the clone's chanting quickened, a series of golden runes of different sizes also emerged from within the rainbow light, and bursts of fluctuations that were imbued with hints of the power of laws of heaven and earth began to fill the entire sky. Sacred Ancestor Shuaiguang's expression darkened upon seeing this, and the 8 azure ghostly heads hanging around his neck suddenly sprang forth amid a sharp cry. They then rotated in mid-air to form a huge azure ring with the 8 ghostly heads facing outward, connected by an azure halo. In the face of the oncoming purple threads, the 2 ghostly heads facing that direction instantly expelled countless silver stars. As the 2 clashed, the purple threads were swept up and drawn into the ghostly heads by the silver stars. On top of that, the other 6 ghostly heads were expelling countless blades of wind out of their mouths. Each blade was only around the size of a human hand, but they were remarkably dense, and they seemed to pierce directly through space before instantly striking the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles. A rapid string of crisp clangs rang out, and all of the blades of wind were repelled, while the beetles remained completely unscathed. Sacred Ancestor Shuaiguang was rather stunned to see this, but he didn't falter in the slightest as he raised a hand to cast several incantation seals in succession toward the massive azure ring. The 8 ghostly heads screeched in unison, and a crimson projection erupted out of each of the heads before plunging into the swarm of purple-striped gold-devouring beetles after just a few flashes. These were 8 nude crimson ghosts with massive horns on their heads. They had green eyes and extremely sharp fingers. As they swept their arms through the air, bursts of crimson mist swept forth alongside countless claw projection, and they clashed in a ferocious manner with the beetles. During this time that Sacred Ancestor Shuaiguang was being distracted by the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles, golden light flashed from behind Hanli, and the Provenance golden body re-emerged. Immediately thereafter, the golden body flew forward and fused as one with Hanli. Golden light swirled all over Hanli's body, and several grotesque bulges appeared below his ribs before 2 more pairs of giant furry arms suddenly emerged. At the same time, golden light flashed from his shoulders, and 2 more heads appeared, both of which were slightly smaller than the original one. Thus, the giant mountain ape had taken on a form with 3 heads and 6 arms. As soon as Hanli completed his transformation, he spread his fingers and made a grabbing motion toward the small pagoda. Faint golden light flashed from his palms, following which a mysterious silver rune appeared over each of his hands, then transformed into projections that descended from above. The nearby world's origin chi immediately began to flood toward the projections in a frenzy, and 6 bursts of mountainous force came crashing down from the heavens. In the face of these 6 bursts of tremendous force, the rainbow light began to tremor violently, then warped and elongated like a piece of dough before completely crumbling away amid a dull thump. The clone that was controlling the pagoda was very alarmed to see this, and he immediately bit through the tip of his own tongue before expelling a ball of blood essence toward the pagoda. The ball of blood essence exploded into a cloud of blood mist that enshrouded the entire pagoda, and a layer of translucent light instantly appeared over its surface. Furthermore, it was releasing a pagoda projection that seemed to be about to fly up into the heavens. However, right at this moment, Hanli suddenly let loose a loud cry before tightly clenching the fingers on his 6 hands. The mountainous force descending from above abruptly transformed into suction power, and the small pagoda was drawn involuntarily toward Hanli. The clone let loose a cry of surprise upon seeing this, and he immediately shot forth as a streak of crimson light before vanishing into the pagoda in a flash. As a result, the pagoda was instantly stabilized, but a cold smile suddenly appeared on Han Li's face as he abruptly thrust his fists downward. In contrast with his last attack, this one was completely silent, but spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted around the small rainbow pagoda, and the air became extremely viscous. A burst of invisible power had completely restricted the area around the pagoda, following which Han Li rubbed his hands together without any hesitation before sweeping them downward. A rumbling thunderclap rang out, and countless golden arcs of lightning erupted from his huge furry hands. The arcs of lightning intertwined to form a giant golden net that was around 1,000 feet in size, but it vanished into thin air as soon as it appeared. In the next instant, a thunderclap erupted near the rainbow pagoda, and the golden lightning net emerged in a flash with the pagoda right at its center. Han Li quickly made a hand seal, and the lightning net rapidly converged toward the small pagoda amid a flash of golden light. A massive golden ball instantly took shape, and the pagoda was trapped firmly within it. At the same time, spatial fluctuations erupted, and the spirit body transformed into a faint green shadow before appearing beside the golden ball, then flicked its fingers toward it in quick succession. A plume of green threads shot forth through the air, creating another layer of green threads around the golden ball, thereby instantly turning it green. In the air above, Han Li thrust his 6 hands down toward the golden ball in rapid succession, and countless runes emerged from his massive palms before flooding into the giant ball. A series of intricate and colorful formations instantly emerged on the surface of the golden ball as a result. Humph! Do you really think these little tricks of yours can trap me? An enraged voice rang out from within the ball. As soon as the voice trailed off, bursts of rumbling rang out from within the ball, and the runes on its surface began to flash erratically. At the same time, it was also bulging and collapsing in different areas in an extremely unstable manner. The outermost layer of green threads immediately began to crack, and it seemed that it would crumble away at any moment. Han Li was quite stunned to see this, and he knew that he had still underestimated the power of the Rainbow Light Pagoda. Even after implementing such a careful plan, he was still unable to truly trap it. However, the surprise on his face only appeared for an instant before it faded. He had prepared several courses of action that he could use against this treasure. Seeing as the first plan had failed, he would just have to resort to his backup plans. With that in mind, Han Li let loose a low roar as he made a grabbing motion downward with his 6 hands in unison, then abruptly swung his arms up into the air. The green ball was immediately elevated by over 10,000 feet by a burst of invisible force. At first glance, the object appeared to be an ordinary scroll. The scroll flew over to the air above the green ball, where it slowly unfurled to reveal a piece of artwork depicting countless golden flying swords. This was none other than the myriad sword artwork that Han Li had only completely refined not long ago. As soon as the scroll was unfurled, it released a burst of dazzling golden light alongside an astonishing baleful aura. The golden light then vanished in a flash, and the green ball in front of the artwork also disappeared. It had been drawn into the artwork. A faint smile appeared on the spirit body's face, and it made a hand seal, upon which the golden artwork slowly rolled up into the scroll again, then hovered in mid-air in a completely stationary manner. Han Li waved a hand upward, and a resounding boom rang out as a vast expanse of light erupted from the palatial projections up above. The light swept down toward the scroll before drawing it into the projections, following which plumes of dense white mist emerged to conceal all of the palatial projections in the air above. Meanwhile, within the restriction formed by the 9 palaces' heavenly talisman, the myriad sword artwork tremored violently, and a layer of golden light swirled around it before it slowly began to unfurl again. However, the scroll had only managed to open up halfway before a giant rainbow pagoda projection erupted out of it, and an earth-shattering boom rang out as the scroll exploded into countless specks of golden light. Immediately thereafter, a small ball of rainbow light emerged, and it was none other than the Rainbow Light Pagoda. On the surface of the pagoda, the indistinct image of a pale face could be seen. It belonged to none other than the clone of sacred ancestor Shuiguang, who had fused as one with the pagoda. The paleness of his complexion and the furious look on his face clearly indicated that he had been forced to expend a lot of power to break out of the scroll. However, before the Rainbow Pagoda had a chance to unleash any other abilities, the specks of golden light that had erupted from the explosion suddenly became extremely bright and dazzling. A sharp ringing sound rang out, and a series of golden flying swords emerged out of thin air around the small pagoda. Each and every shimmering golden sword was of an identical length and appearance, and there was no end to them in sight. The entire area had transformed into a sea of swords, and golden light encompassed the entirety of the nearby space. The face on the small pagoda couldn't help but falter slightly upon seeing this. In the next instant, all of the flying swords let loose sharp ringing sounds, then swiveled around to direct their tips at the Rainbow Pagoda with unerring accuracy. Crap! Even the perpetually calm clone's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. Immediately thereafter, the golden flying swords in the surrounding area shot forth toward the small pagoda in a torrential storm. The rainbow light around the small pagoda did indeed possess remarkable defensive abilities, but it still immediately began to struggle in the face of so many attacks at once. Of course, the clone that had fused as one with the pagoda wasn't just going to stand by idly and watch, but in the face of this barrage of ferocious attacks, there was no time for him to unleash any other abilities. In the end, he could only inject an enormous burst of spiritual power into the Rainbow Pagoda, thereby stabilizing the layer of rainbow light again and repelling all of the flying swords in the immediate vicinity. However, there seemed to be no end to these golden flying swords. Just as the clone thought that he could take a moment to catch his breath, the next wave of flying swords arrived, and soon, the layer of rainbow light was beginning to waver again. As such, he was forced to inject magic power into the pagoda again to bolster its defenses. However, he didn't think that their primary target would be this troublesome to deal with. First, the purple word cauldron had somehow escaped his control, and now, the Rainbow Light Pagoda had been completely suppressed by Han Li's spirit body. If it weren't for the fact that he could still sense that the clone controlling the Rainbow Pagoda was fine and still had a good chance of escaping the restriction, he would have most likely already turned around and made a tactical retreat. Even so, he was still becoming a little concerned. However, now that he was being attacked by Han Li, a hint of ferocity welled up in his heart to override his worry. He immediately swept a hand through the air, and the 8 crimson ghostly projections that were battling the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles instantly vanished. The 8 azure ghostly heads then let loose ghastly howls in unison before detaching themselves from one another, then disappeared into sacred ancestor Shuiguang's body in a flash. In the next instant, he made a hand seal, and crimson light flashed from his body as he began to swell drastically in size, transforming into a giant that was not much smaller than the massive golden ape. 8 bursts of black chi also erupted from his shoulders, following which 8 ghostly azure heads emerged. These 8 heads were each displaying a different emotion, and they were extremely harrowing to behold. The devilish giant let loose a roar of fury and swept his arms through the air like the spokes of a wagon wheel, sending countless claw projections hurtling through the air. At the same time, the 8 heads opened their mouths to expel bursts of black chi. The black chi converged in the air to form a huge black flower, which clashed with the oncoming burst of tremendous force. The giant flower shuddered before it was instantly crushed into nothingness by the enormous force, but it also nullified most of that power. The remaining force was then countered by the ferocious claw projections. A cold light flashed through Han Li's 6 eyes upon seeing this, and he suddenly let loose a thunderous roar that made the devilish giant sway unsteadily on the spot. Golden light flashed, and a sword projection that was around a foot in length suddenly appeared right in front of the devilish giant. The devilish giant was still a little dizzy, and he was quite startled by this attack, but he still reacted very quickly as his hand shot forth like lightning to make a grab for the sword projection. However, in the instant that his hand closed around the sword projection, it merely vanished as if it were nothing more than an illusion. The devilish giant naturally faltered slightly upon seeing this, yet before he had a chance to figure out what Han Li's attack was all about, the sword projection suddenly re-emerged in his spiritual sense before descending in a vicious strike. Arg! A burst of excruciating pain shot through the devilish giant's soul, and he involuntarily threw his hands over his head as he let loose a howl of agony. This was none other than an ability that Han Li had mastered from the sword observation art he had derived from the myriad sword artwork, and it specialized in targeting one's spiritual sense. Unfortunately, this was a true immortal realm cultivation art and was not something that he could use without any consequences. As such, he was struck with a certain degree of backlash as well, and if it weren't for the fact that he had combined his golden body with his giant mountain ape form, he wouldn't have dared to use it in battle. Even so, he still gave a muffled groan as golden and silver runes flashed over his body, and he seemed to have sustained even more damage than the devilish giant. However, Han Li was prepared for this backlash, and even though his 3 heads were also struck by a burst of sharp pain, he managed to repress the pain and sprang through the air as he let loose a low roar. After just a single flash, he covered a distance of over 1,000 feet and appeared directly above the devilish giant. A long golden blade then emerged within each of his 6 hands before being slashed viciously toward the devilish giant's main head. Golden light flashed, and the 6 golden blades instantly fused as one to create a giant sword that was several hundred feet in length. A cold light flashed through the air, and a hint of incredulity appeared on the devilish giant's main head, following which it slowly tumbled down from the devilish giant's neck. He had just been decapitated. However, Han Li didn't display any elation upon seeing this. Instead, the giant swords in his hand split up into 6 golden blades again, and he slashed them rapidly through the air, unleashing countless golden threads that threatened to tear the devilish giant into countless pieces. An incredible turn of events unfolded. The decapitated devilish giant abruptly flapped its 4 wings and shot back several hundred feet in a flash. At the same time, the sea of blood down below churned violently, and countless arrows of blood shot up into the air to keep the oncoming golden threads at bay. At the same time, a burst of black chi emerged from his neck, and a head that was identical to his original one appeared. However, one of the 8 azure ghostly heads on his shoulders had vanished. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this, but he didn't falter in the slightest as the 6 golden blades in his hands transformed into 6 completely different types of weapons. He swept the 6 weapons through the air, and countless bursts of golden lightning and fire swept forth in a frenzy, hurtling directly toward the devilish giant in the distance. Having just lost one of his heads, the devilish giant was also extremely enraged, and his remaining 7 heads began to chant in unison as he made an extremely profound hand seal. All of a sudden, the sea of blood down below began to rotate rapidly with the devilish giant at the center, forming a massive vortex that transformed into a gigantic pillar of blood. The pillar of blood erupted into the heavens, and the devilish giant withdrew his hand seal before grabbing toward it. Light flashed erratically from the pillar of blood, and it transformed into a giant crimson staff that was several thousand feet in length with black runes engraved all over its surface. The devilish giant grabbed onto the staff before immediately swinging it toward Han Li with devastating force. Countless staff projections instantly swept forth as a crimson hurricane, carrying with it a repugnant odor of blood and gore. The golden lightning and fire intertwined with the hurricane amid a string of resounding explosions, and Han Li raised all 6 of his weapons in unison before charging directly toward the devilish giant. The devilish giant harumphed coldly and also charged toward the massive ape. Thus, the two colossal beings clashed in a fierce battle that threatened to lay waste to heaven and earth. Not long after their battle commenced, the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles and the giant gray python also joined in. That naturally made the battle even more intense, and all of a sudden, a ball of vibrant colorful light suddenly emerged right at the center of the battlefield. Immediately thereafter, a burst of astonishing fluctuations proliferated outward in all directions, collapsing the space in its wake. Two figures stumbled out of the ball of light before flying backward, and only when a distance of 2,000 to 3,000 feet had been opened up between them did they just barely manage to stabilize themselves. These two figures were naturally none other than Hanli and the devilish giant, and both of them were looking rather disheveled. Not only were there large patches of golden fur on Hanli's body that had been charred black, only 3 of his 6 weapons remained, and even those 3 weapons had been severely damaged. As for the devilish giant, his entire body was covered in blood, and 2 more of the ghostly heads on his shoulders had been destroyed. What happened? How did you become like this when you had the Rainbow Light Pagoda to protect you? This brat used an extremely troublesome treasure to attack me. It seems to be a treasure from somewhere outside the spirit realm. If I hadn't used that final trump card, you most likely wouldn't ever see me again. The clone transmitted his voice to sacred ancestor Shuaiguang in response. A bewildered look appeared on the devilish giant's face, and he asked, "Something from outside the spirit realm? Setting that aside for now, will you be able to continue in this battle?" "As long as you're fine, I'll naturally be able to continue, but the Rainbow Light Pagoda has lost some of its spiritual nature, so I won't be able to use its spatial powers for now," the clone replied. "In that case, even the 2 of us combined won't have much of a chance of securing victory." The devilish giant's brows furrowed with indecision. The clone glanced at the giant golden ape, then cast his gaze toward the final clone, who was battling the spirit body, but remained completely silent. The spirit body was clearly inferior in power to its opponent, but it was easily able to ensure self-preservation by relying on its own incredible regenerative powers. The clone that was battling it wanted to withdraw from the battle, but was simply unable to shake off the spirit body. The devilish giant became even more hesitant upon seeing this. The situation seemed to have taken a dramatic turn for the worse for him, but he was still very reluctant to retreat. After all, he had taken a huge risk to send 3 fragments of his spiritual sense into the spirit realm at once with the sole intention of recovering the devil's sealing lock. However, not only had he failed to achieve that objective, he had lost one of his other 2 incomplete profound heavenly treasures, while the final one had had its spiritual nature damaged. This was naturally an extremely infuriating outcome for him. Hanli could see the internal conflict on his opponent's face, and all 3 of his heads began to chant in unison as he made a grabbing motion with one of his 6 hands. A purple blade segment instantly appeared in his grasp, and as soon as it emerged, the nearby world's origin chi began to surge violently. At the same time, countless specks of 5-colored light appeared in the surrounding area before converging toward the blade segment in a frenzy, creating an incredible spectacle to behold. "That's an incomplete profound heavenly treasure," the devilish giant exclaimed as he stared at the shimmering blade segment with astonishment in his eyes. His other clone was also quite alarmed to see this. "Retreat," the devilish giant finally decided as his expression darkened significantly. He then flapped his 4 wings, and the sea of blood down below swept upward to form a vast expanse of crimson light, which swept up his massive body before fleeing the scene. The clone also waved the rainbow pagoda through the air and transformed into a streak of rainbow light that flew away as well. As for the clone that was battling the spirit body in the distance, it seemed to have also received the instruction to retreat, and dazzling crimson light suddenly erupted from its body to force back the spirit body before it shot forth toward its 2 companions. The 3 of them gathered together in the blink of an eye and fled toward the same direction. "This isn't over, brat. Next time we meet, I'll be sure to extract your soul and torture it for all of eternity." Sacred Ancestor Shui Guang's menacing voice rumbled in the distance, and he disappeared into the distance after just a few flashes. After making the decision to retreat, he had done so in a very decisive manner and didn't stall in the slightest. He seemed to be very confident that Han Li wouldn't try to hunt him down, and sure enough, Han Li merely looked on expressionlessly as his opponent departed, displaying no intention of setting off in pursuit. In the distance, the spirit body made a hand seal before abruptly vanishing on the spot. Spatial fluctuations then erupted beside Han Li, and the spirit body re-emerged. Han Li harumphed coldly as he withdrew his provenance golden body amid a flash of golden light. His body then shrank down as his golden fur receded, and he reverted back to his human form. As opposed to being elated by this victory, Han Li continued to look into the distance with a grim expression. Just his clones alone are already this troublesome to deal with, his true body will only be even more powerful. Grand Ascension stage beings truly are as formidable as they're proclaimed to be. Han Li murmured to himself before withdrawing his gaze and waving a hand toward the spirit body beside him. The spirit body instantly flew toward him as a green shadow before vanishing into his body in a flash, and the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles also flew back to his side. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of azure light that stowed away the beetles, then closed his eyes before making a hand seal while chanting an incantation. A thumb-sized crimson rune surfaced on his glabella, and it was flashing with gentle light. Moments later, Han Li opened his eyes, and a hint of elation appeared on his face. It worked. The purple word cauldron hasn't traveled all that far away. As soon as his voice trailed off, he switched to a series of complex hand seals, and the crimson rune on his glabella also began to fluctuate in brightness. Not long after that, a streak of black light appeared in the distance, and within it was none other than the purple word cauldron that had flown away during the battle. However, the cauldron stopped several thousand feet away from Han Li, and purple light flashed erratically from its surface as it emitted a faint buzzing sound, seemingly expressing hesitation to approach Han Li. However, after Han Li had activated that crimson rune, a connection had formed between them, and that made the cauldron unwilling to leave. The smile on Han Li's face widened at the sight of the cauldron, and the crimson rune flew directly out of his glabella before revolving around him. At the same time, he began to chant something while flicking his fingers through the air, and a series of vibrant colorful incantation seals shot forth before vanishing into the cauldron in a flash. The small cauldron tremored before letting loose a clear cry akin to a dragon's roar, and it flew directly toward the crimson rune, which also vanished into the cauldron amid a flash of crimson light. A layer of crimson light then appeared over the surface of the cauldron, and it emitted a cry of elation. Only then did Han Li wave a hand toward the small cauldron with a smile on his face. On this occasion, the small purple cauldron was extremely obedient and voluntarily flew over to Han Li, shrinking down to several inches in size before landing on his palm. Han Li was ecstatic to see this, and he began to inspect the miniature cauldron with blue flashing within his eyes. On the surface of the cauldron were many unidentifiable runes, and it was also enveloped in a layer of faint black qi. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as spiritual light flashed from his hand, and several golden and silver runes emerged before vanishing into the small cauldron in a flash. The cauldron only had a chance to let loose a low ringing sound before it suddenly fell completely still, seemingly having been deprived of its spiritual nature. Immediately thereafter, countless arcs of golden lightning sprang forth from Han Li's fingertips amid a rumbling thunderclap, then formed a golden lightning net that encompassed the entire cauldron. The lightning net then shrank and converged to form a small golden ball over his palm. A relieved look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he flipped his other hand over to produce a pristine white jade box, which he placed the golden ball into. After that, he swept his sleeve over the box, and a dozen or so talismans of different colors emerged before instantly forming several miniature formations that embedded themselves onto the surface of the box. After stowing the jade box away, Hanli heaved a sigh of relief, and only then did he dare to truly relax. Using the secret technique that Che Qigong had bestowed upon him, he was able to easily take the purple word cauldron from sacred ancestor Shuaguang. However, the fact of the matter was that the cauldron still contained a wisp of Che Qigong's spiritual sense. Prior to eradicating that wisp of spiritual sense and refining the treasure again, Hanli naturally didn't dare to use it. Even so, he was still truly elated to have obtained such a precious treasure, but at the same time, he was lamenting the loss of his myriad sword artwork. He had only just completely refined the treasure, and he had planned for it to be one of his trump cards against the devilish army, so it was naturally quite unfortunate that the treasure was destroyed in just a single battle. The parting threat that the devilish giant had issued prior to his departure then surfaced in Han Li's mind, and a grim look appeared on his face. Just as the devilish giant had said, he had only been able to force these 3 clones into retreat as they were ill-prepared and overly confident as they had 2 incomplete profound heavenly treasures up their sleeves. Next time, the 3 clones were going to be better prepared and more well-versed with Han Li's abilities, so the outcome of that battle could easily go against Han Li's favor. All of a sudden, Han Li shook his head as he chuckled to himself. He had realized that he was worried about a hypothetical situation that would never eventuate, as there was no way he would give sacred ancestor Shuaguang another chance to trap him. If the 3 clones were to return to the main devilish city, it would take them at least 3 to 4 months, which was more than enough time for Han Li to sneak back to Deep Heaven City. As long as he didn't leave Deep Heaven City thereafter, he wouldn't have anything to fear. However, prior to that, he had to visit the place where earthly hellish flames could be found. He had sworn a vow to Che Qigong, and he certainly didn't want to suffer backlash from inner demons. On top of that, the chaotic yin-yang qi really was very alluring to him as well. Sacred ancestor Shuaguang's clones had just retreated, so there was no way that they would return in a short time. As such, this was the perfect opportunity for him to fulfill the promise that he had made. However, that Che Qigong was a sacred ancestor as well, so he naturally wasn't going to believe everything that he said. He had to set up some defensive measures before he carried out the tasks that he had promised to complete. As for Heavenly City, all of the body integration cultivators had already fled, so there was no way that the city could have survived. As such, there was no point in returning to it. With that in mind, Han Li immediately made a decision and flew away as a streak of azure light. Meanwhile, the devilish giant was already tens of thousands of kilometers away, and he had reverted back to his normal humanoid form. On top of that, he had released his crimson canoe again, and the 3 clones were traveling toward Heavenly City atop the flying treasure. Along the way, all 3 clones remained completely silent. Several days later, the 3 clones caught sight of the collapsed city wall of Heavenly City. The air above the entire city had been enshrouded by inky black devilish qi, and when the crimson canoe approached the city, a group of armored warriors riding devilish steeds instantly emerged to greet the 3 clones in a respectful manner. Once the all-encompassing devilish cavalier drew a little closer, sacred ancestor Shuaguang instructed in a cold voice, "Activate the teleportation formation closest to our sacred army right away." "Yes, sacred ancestor." All of the mid-grade and high-grade devilish beings present were already aware of sacred ancestor Shuaguang's arrival, so this all-encompassing devilish cavalier naturally recognized the 3 clones, and he immediately gave an affirmative reply with a respectful bow. Half a month later, Han Li was flying through the air as a streak of barely visible azure light. His magic power fluctuations were also extremely subdued, and no one would be able to detect the streak of azure light unless they were an extremely powerful being or possessed a spirit eye ability. Han Li was currently flying over a small human city, one that had been abandoned over 100 years ago in anticipation for the devilish tribulation. The city was currently nothing more than a conglomeration of ruins and overgrown weeds, but as Hanli was flying over it, he casually swept his spiritual sense through the abandoned city, upon which a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He abruptly drew to a halt and looked down at the abandoned city with blue light flashing through his eyes. His brows suddenly furrowed slightly, and he flew down toward a certain direction as a streak of azure light. After just a few flashes, he appeared in the air above an ordinary-looking building. There were currently 5 cultivators in different attire surrounding the building and discussing something in hushed tones, and Han Li's sudden arrival naturally gave all of them a massive fright. They reflexively summoned treasures or made hand seals as they prepared to defend themselves, but Han Li didn't even bother to take a glance at them. "Piss off. What did you say? How dare? Our sincerest apologies, we'll be taking our leave right away." These 5 cultivators were all at the deity transformation, and they were initially enraged by Han Li's words, but when he released his enormous body integration stage aura, all 5 of them were completely petrified and immediately backtracked before fleeing the scene. During their escape, they didn't even dare to turn around to look behind them, as if they were being pursued by a malicious ghost. Han Li cast a cold glance toward these people and hesitated momentarily, but decided not to do anything in the end. Right at this moment, an elated female voice rang out from the first floor of the building that had been surrounded. "Senior Han. I didn't expect to see you here, I'll come out to meet you right away." As soon as the voice trailed off, the front door was opened, and 3 women emerged from within the building. The first woman was tall and slender with fair snowy white skin. It was none other than Su Qianyu. "Long time no see, fellow Daoist Su," Han Li greeted with a smile. The last time they had met was when Han Li had visited the Su family, so it was quite a surprise for him to meet her again here. "Thank you for stepping in, senior. Otherwise, we would have been in deep trouble." Su Qianyu hurriedly extended a respectful curtsy toward Han Li with an elated look on her face, and the 2 women accompanying her immediately followed suit. Han Li merely waved a hand and replied in a nonchalant manner, "No need to thank me, I just so happened to be passing by." "Who were those people? Are they enemies for your Su family?" "They're just a group of scoundrels who tried to take advantage of us." "You should have torn them from limb to limb, senior," a woman with an oval face behind Su Qianyu said with an enraged pout. "Shush, Xiao Qing. We're already immensely fortunate to have encountered Senior Han here, how could you be so rude?" "Please forgive her, Senior Han, Xiao Qing is a niece of mine, and she's always been cultivating in our Su family, so she's a little spoiled," Su Qianyu scolded with a stern expression before turning to Han Li with an apologetic look in her eyes. Please forgive me, senior, I meant no offense." The woman by the name of Xiao Qing had also realized that her words had been rather inappropriate. "That's all right, I'm not one to be bothered by minor things like this. If I had known that those people were such scummy individuals, perhaps I would have put an end to them," Han Li replied with a nonchalant smile. Su Qianyu heaved an internal sigh of relief before making an inviting hand gesture. "Thank you for your understanding, senior, please come in and take a seat." Han Li nodded in response before making his way into the room. The devilish army was situated very far away, and he hadn't spotted any devilish beings nearby, so he wasn't concerned about any potential hazards arising. The interior of the room wasn't very large, but all of the furniture and decor gave off a unique antiquated feel, seemingly indicating that they had been around for quite a long time. However, what drew Han Li's attention the most was the barely detectable restriction fluctuations near the room. As soon as they strode into the room, those restrictions instantly vanished, and even with his spiritual sense, he was unable to detect their source. This made him rather curious. Han Li's expression also darkened upon hearing this, and he sighed in a grim voice, "So the rumors are true, the devilish beings are planning to permanently settle in the spirit realm. Before Su Qianyu had a chance to reply, the other voluptuous woman standing beside her exclaimed, "What? Are you saying that the elder devil race is planning to conquer our human territory? Not just our human race, the demon race and even the nearby foreign races are all most likely targets that the elder devil race is planning to invade." I don't know much about the specific details, but these are the rumors that are circulating among the higher-level cultivators. In any case, there's no need for you to be overly concerned. Even if the sky falls down, there will be people in higher-up places to support it. I'm sure the Holy Island has already devised appropriate countermeasures, Hanli reassured with a faint smile. That's true. With the Holy Island and Master Mo Jianli to oppose them, I'm sure the Elder Devil race won't be able to succeed, Su Qianyu said in a relieved manner. The other two women were also very relieved to hear this. It was quite clear that the resounding reputations of the Holy Island and Mo Jianli had instilled them with a lot of confidence. After that, Hanli inquired about some details surrounding the devilish army near the Holy Sovereign City, and before he knew it, close to an hour had passed. Finally, Hanli stood up and prepared to leave. I still have some important matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave now. I hope to see you again someday. By the way, this is not a safe place to stay. I recommend you return to the Holy Sovereign City as soon as possible. The three women naturally didn't dare to stop him, and they accompanied him out of the room. Azure light flashed from Han Li's body, and he quickly flew away into the distance while Su Qianyu looked on with a complex expression. As soon as Han Li vanished into the distance, the woman with the oval face asked in an eager voice, "Aunt Su, is that Senior Han the same senior who returned Mistress Blood Spirit to us? Is he really a body integration cultivator?" An intrigued look also appeared in the other woman's eyes. Indeed. Back when he visited our Su family, he was already at the early body integration stage, and I heard that he made another breakthrough to the mid-body integration stage not long before the devilish tribulation, Su Qianyu replied with a wry smile. What? He's a mid-body integration stage cultivator? That's the first time I've seen someone with such a high cultivation base. I heard that you share quite a close bond and even worked with him in Deep Heaven City for some time. Is that true, Aunt Su? The woman with the oval face asked in an excited manner. What's the point in mentioning the past? My cultivation base has improved somewhat since that time, but it's nothing compared to the strides that Senior Han has made. He progressed from the deity transformation stage to the mid-body integration stage in less than 2,000 years. That's virtually completely unheard of in human history, Su Qianyu replied with a dejected shake of her head. After a brief silence, the other woman asked, "If that Senior Han really is that powerful, why didn't you try to keep him? With his assistance, we'll definitely be able to complete our task without a hitch. We've been separated from Mistress Blood Spirit, but she specifically told us that the tasks we've been assigned are the key to deciding whether Matriarch Ice Soul will be able to return to our Su family. There aren't even that many people in our Su family who are aware of what we're doing. Senior Han is a benefactor to our Su family, but it would still be best not to disclose something like this to him. In any case, he's already chased those cultivators away, so this place should be safe for now. If we work as quickly as we can, we should be able to secure that item soon, then reunite with Mistress Blood Spirit. At this stage, it would be best not to get other people involved, Su Qianyu replied in a calm manner. The other two women shared a glance upon hearing this before nodding in unison. After a brief pause, Su Qianyu strode into the room again, and said, "All right, let's go down again." The other two women naturally followed closely behind her. Meanwhile, in an underground cave countless kilometers away, a crimson-armored beauty was pulling an ice blade that was flashing with crimson light out of a high-grade devilish being's body. The devilish being's lifeless body thumped heavily down onto the ground, and there were two more inky black devilish bodies lying completely still in the cave. Furthermore, all three bodies were covered in a layer of ice and frost. The woman glanced at the bodies expressionlessly before flying deeper into the cave along a narrow passageway. After making a few turns, then descending deeper underground, she appeared in front of an ordinary-looking stone wall. Her eyes immediately lit up, and she flipped a hand over to produce a ball of azure light, within which was contained a miniature azure cauldron. The cauldron rotated on the spot and instantly swelled to around 10 feet tall. It was shimmering with azure light, and had projections of flora and fauna surfacing around it. This was none other than the heaven-void cauldron that Hanli once possessed. This crimson-armored woman was naturally none other than the blood-spirit clone of Fairy Ice Soul, and after being separated from the rest of the Sioux family entourage by the devilish army, she had flown all the way here before making short work of these three high-grade devilish beings. It was quite clear that she had led her pursuers into this underground cave for a specific purpose, rather than just as a panicked snap decision. After summoning the heaven-void cauldron, Blood Spirit began to chant something while flicking her fingers toward the cauldron in quick succession. Several azure incantation seals shot forth before vanishing into the cauldron one after another, and a loud buzzing sound instantly rang out from the treasure. The lid of the cauldron tremored slightly before flying up into the air and vanishing into space, following which several azure runes emerged from the cauldron amid a flash of azure light. These runes quickly swelled in size before lining up next to one another, then flew directly toward the stone wall up ahead. A dull rumbling boom rang out, and as soon as the azure runes came into contact with the stone wall, the latter crumbled away into dust to reveal an ancient copper gate, which had several shimmering silver restriction talismans plastered to its surface. The cold look in Blood Spirit's eyes eased slightly upon seeing this, and she murmured to herself in an elated manner, "Thank heavens it's still intact. It seems that no one has discovered this place. My true body really made a wise decision by setting up this backup measure." She then flicked a finger again, and a gust of fierce wind struck the cauldron from the side. The cauldron immediately let loose a clear ringing sound before expelling a burst of azure light that swept toward the copper gate. In the face of the azure light, the silver runes on the gate were silently stripped away, and the gate slowly opened on its own. Blood Spirit immediately flew in through the gate as a streak of crimson light, and in the instant she passed by the azure cauldron, it abruptly vanished amid a flash of azure light. Beyond the gate was a slightly dim hall that was around several acres in area. The entire hall was empty aside from a square stone table, upon which sat another small cauldron. This cauldron was also shimmering with azure light and had intricate patterns all over its surface. It bore a strong resemblance to the heaven-void cauldron. The crimson light receded, and Blood Spirit appeared in front of the stone table before making a grabbing motion toward the small cauldron, which rose up into the air and flew into her grasp as a ball of azure light. A hint of elation appeared on Blood Spirit's face as she appraised the small cauldron. Heaven-void cauldron, Void Spirit cauldron, and Void Emperor cauldron. I bet those bastards aren't aware that I just so happened to replicate another cauldron treasure before I set off back then. This Void Emperor cauldron is far more powerful than even the other two cauldrons. Now that I've secured it, I have the key to access that place again. Once the devilish tribulation concludes, I'll be able to set off for the Thunder Continent." Blood Spirit murmured to herself, and the small azure cauldron in her hand vanished amid a flash of spiritual light. After that, she didn't remain in the hall any longer. She rubbed her hands together before raising them up into the air, and a loud thunderclap rang out as countless bolts of crimson lightning erupted out of her palms in a frenzy to strike walls of the hall around her. The entire hall was inundated by crimson lightning in the blink of an eye, and all of its walls were shattered. Seconds after Blood Spirit shot forth out of the hall as a streak of crimson light, the entire hall completely crumbled. Not long after that, the crimson streak of light appeared in the air above an extremely bleak and barren plain, then set off toward a certain direction. In that direction lay the small city where Su Qianyu's trio was situated. A month later, Hanli hovered high up in the air and appraised the battle down below with a frosty expression. Over 10,000 feet below him, there were over 100 purple-armored devilish beings with peculiar devilish patterns on their faces, and they launched ferocious attacks toward a group of a dozen or so human cultivators. Even the devilish beings with the lowest cultivation base among them were at the nascent soul stage, and they were led by a pair of mid-deity transformation stage devilish beings. This was an elite devilish force. As for the human cultivators who were being attacked, they all wore similar attire, but there was great diversity in their age and cultivation bases. There were a few little girls among them who were only at the foundation establishment stage, while the most powerful being among their ranks was a late deity transformation stage elderly man. This was clearly a sect or a cultivation family. The majority of these human cultivators were at the core formation stage, so even though the elderly man was doing everything in his power to set up everyone in a profound formation, they were still in an extremely perilous situation. The elderly man was controlling a large sealed treasure, but his eyes were filled with despair as he appraised the current situation. In the face of so many devilish elites, even if he could escape with his life, all of these juniors of his would undoubtedly be killed. With that in mind, a hint of ferocity appeared in the elderly man's eyes, and he expelled a large mouthful of blood essence toward the seal before pointing a finger at it. The sound of howling wind and rumbling thunder instantly rang out from the seal, and a white WIRM emerged from it before pouncing directly toward the two mid-deity transformation stage devilish beings. The two high-grade devilish beings knew that the elderly man was making a final stand, and they cackled in a sinister manner as a giant devilish bird projection appeared behind each of their backs. The projections depicted a pair of devilish creatures with deer heads and bat bodies, presenting quite a harrowing sight to behold. As soon as the two projections emerged, they immediately flapped their wings and shot forth to clash with the white WIRM projection. The two sides seemed to be evenly matched, and right at this moment, the formation formed by the human cultivators was finally beginning to crumble in the face of the devilish beings' torrential barrage of attacks. All of the human cultivators' faces turned deathly pale upon seeing this, and the elderly man let loose a loud cry as he laid a hand onto his own head, preparing to release his nascent soul to truly make a final stand. Right at this moment, a cold harumph rang out in the air above. The voice wasn't very loud, but it struck the listener with a bone-chilling sensation. All of the human and devilish beings down below felt as if thunderclaps had erupted right within their minds, and they swayed unsteadily in response. Immediately thereafter, a ball of azure light emerged, within which a humanoid figure could be seen. The humanoid figure swept a sleeve downward, and over 100 streaks of azure light shot forth before transforming into several hundred streaks of sword chi. The sword chi revolved through the air before hurtling downward, but in the next instant, all of them vanished into thin air as if they were nothing more than projections. Spatial fluctuations then erupted in the air above the devilish beings, and a series of azure flying swords shot forth out of space before whizzing through the air. A string of anguished howls rang out as all of the devilish beings were completely inundated by azure light, and their bodies were sliced into countless pieces. Even their nascent souls had been shredded into nothingness. A vast expanse of blood mist permeated throughout the entire area alongside the overwhelming odor of blood and gore. After the blood mist dispersed, all of the devilish beings had been slain, and the human cultivators began to look around with shock and bewilderment in their eyes. The late deity transformation stage elderly man was the first to return to his senses, and he hurriedly extended a respectful bow toward the azure figure up above. Which senior has stepped in to assist us? I am Jian Feitian of the Pegasus sect, thank you for your kindness. The other cultivators also quickly returned to their senses and extended deep bows toward Hanli as well. We're all humans, so I naturally couldn't just stand by idly and watch. Head toward the west, there are no devilish beings there, so it's safe for now. That's all the assistance I'll be able to give you, Hanli said as he swept a sleeve through the air, and all of the streaks of azure sword chi flew back up his sleeve. The elderly man was trying his best to see the appearance of the humanoid figure within the azure light, but to no avail. Thus, he immediately extended another respectful bow, and said, "May I ask your esteemed name, Senior? Our Pegasus sect will be sure to pledge our allegiance to you as thanks for your kindness." My surname is Han. There's no need for you to go out of your way to repay me, I just so happened to be passing by. Alright, I have to go now, best of luck to all of you. Hanli chuckled and flew away as a streak of azure light before the elderly man could say anything further. After just a few flashes, he vanished into the distance, traveling at an incredible speed. The elderly man was quite startled by Hanli's speed, and he was rooted to the spot for a long while before gradually returning to his senses. "Master, do you know which senior that was?" a nascent soul-stage male cultivator asked in a cautious manner. There's no way that a spatial tempering cultivator would be able to kill so many high-grade devilish beings at once. Even the average body integration cultivator would struggle to do what he just did. According to my knowledge, there are only 2 body integration stage seniors with the Han surname in our human race. One of them is Senior Han Qing, who recently pledged his allegiance to the Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign, while the other is Senior Hanli of Deep Heaven City. As for exactly which one it is, we'll have to verify that once we get to a safer place. He saved our lives, and that is something that we cannot simply forget, the elderly man replied. Yes, Master. Seeing as devilish beings have appeared here, this place is no longer safe. According to our original plan, we were going to travel to the sect hidden within the Blackwater Mountain Range, but that Senior Han is telling us to go west. From what I know, the west is comprised of a vast expanse of bleak and barren plains where there won't be many places for us to hide, the middle-aged man said in a cautious voice. The Blackwater Mountain Range isn't too far away from this place, so it's most likely no longer a safe place either. As such, we should place our trust in Senior Han. So what if the west is filled with flat plains? Do you think we'll be able to escape the spiritual sense detection of the high-grade devilish beings if we hide in a mountain range? If we can find a secluded place, then burrow deep underground and set up a formation, there's a chance that we'll be able to survive this devilish tribulation. After all, the elder devil race can't scour the entirety of our human territory, the elderly man said with a cold smile. The middle-aged man thought about this for a moment before nodding in response. "We'll do as you say, Master. Oh, by the way, collect the storage treasures from these devilish beings. These are all devilish elites, so I'm sure they'll be carrying some valuable things." That Senior Han didn't bother to take them, but they could be of great assistance to our Pegasus sect, the elderly man instructed. On top of that section of the crater was of a sinister dark green color, and at the very bottom was a cloud of yellow mist that was surging incessantly. The occasional burst of rumbling could be heard coming from within the yellow mist, and it was flashing erratically with faint light, as if it were concealing some type of living creature. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and he abruptly flipped a hand over to produce a white formation plate. He flicked his wrist, and the formation plate was instantly hurled toward the bottom of the crater as a streak of white light. As the formation plate passed through the top half of the crater, nothing happened to it, but once it entered the bottom half, layers of ice suddenly began to appear over its surface. It was quickly completely sealed in ice, then thudded heavily into the mist before shattering amid a crisp crack. The yin qi here really is as powerful as the rumors proclaim. Han Li murmured to himself, but his expression remained unchanged. It said that the earthly hellish flames here arise directly from the depths of hell. Even though it's in the form of flames, it contains extraordinary glacial power. Unfortunately, this glacial power is completely different from normal glacial power and can't be refined by a living being. We humans can only use it to refine some special treasures, and that's quite a pity. Buddhist master Tian Chan chuckled in a wistful manner. The powers of yin, yang, and the five elements stem directly from chaos. They're the foundation powers of the laws of heaven and earth. The earthly hellish flames here are imbued with extremely astonishing glacial powers, so it only makes sense that its uses are very limited. Otherwise, if a person using a glacial cultivation art could absorb the yin qi here as they pleased, their cultivation base would progress at an unprecedentedly rapid rate. There's no way that such an outrageous cultivation shortcut could exist, Master Black Rain interjected in an indifferent manner. Indeed. However, I've heard that these earthly hellish flames could be one of the entrances that lead directly into the infernal realm. If that's the case, then these flames really are very intriguing, Hanli said with a smile. That's a rumor that's been circulating since ancient times, but these earthly hellish flames are incredibly lethal. Body integration cultivators like us can only delve around 10,000 feet into it at most, and even Grand Ascension cultivators will be at risk of losing their lives once they reach any deeper than 100,000 feet. Hence, no one can verify that legend, Buddhist Master Tian Chan mused in a contemplative manner. There's no need to entertain such a thought for too long. If these flames really do lead to the infernal realm, then what awaits us on the other side will only be a hellish landscape rife with malicious ghosts and vengeful spirits. The ultimate pursuit of cultivators like us is naturally to ascend to the true immortal realm, where we can truly attain eternal life, Master Black Rain chuckled. Buddhist Master Tian Chan shook his head with a serious expression in response. I beg to differ. Those of us who follow in Buddhist teachings believe in karma and causality. In order to pursue immortality, one must first. Thus, the two began to share their viewpoints on the matter, and an impromptu debate suddenly commenced, one that Hanli found to be rather amusing. One of them was a devout follower of Buddhist teachings, while the other subscribed to Taoist mantras, so they naturally had conflicting viewpoints. As for Hanli, he was leaning more toward Master Black Rain's perspective. All those who embarked on the journey of cultivation should focus entirely on attaining the ultimate objective of immortality. In comparison, everything else really did pale in insignificance. After that, Hanli slowly closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. As for Buddhist Master Tian Chan and Master Black Rain, their debate naturally wasn't going to lead to any definitive outcome, so they eventually fell silent and began to meditate as well. Time slowly passed by, and 3 days and 3 nights flew by in a flash, but the yellow mist within the giant crater still hadn't displayed any changes. On this day, Hanli opened his eyes and casually swept his spiritual sense toward the bottom of the giant crater, upon which his brows furrowed slightly. How long has it been since the two of you have arrived here? Could it be that the date of the pipe dream stone spirit's tribulation transcendence has been misjudged? Rest assured, fellow Taoist Han, the mighty figures on the Holy Island are renowned for their accurate divination. Buddhist Master Tian Chan and I only arrived around half a month before you, and according to the result of the divination, the stone spirit will be transcending its tribulation during this month, so the time will definitely come soon, Master Black Rain said in a calm manner. I see. It seems I was being too impatient. All of a sudden, Hanli's expression changed slightly, and all three of them turned toward the giant crater down below in unison with serious expressions. The yellow mist at the bottom of the crater had suddenly begun to churn violently, and a burst of glacial aura that was far more powerful than before began to emanate from it, creating a layer of yellow ice over the bottom half of the crater. All of a sudden, a resounding boom rang out overhead, and Hanli hurriedly cast his gaze upward to discover that a series of inky black clouds were quickly converging from all directions. At the same time, bursts of dull rumbling could be heard coming from within the clouds, and it seemed that countless bolts of lightning were taking shape. The stone spirit's heavenly tribulation has arrived. It won't be long before it emerges from the earthly hellish flames now. Buddhist Master Tian Chan, let's begin, Master Black Rain said in an elated manner before rising up into the air as a ball of black light. Buddhist Master Tian Chan was also ecstatic as he flew up into the air as well. Immediately thereafter, the two of them began to chant in unison as they released one formation flag and formation plate after another. These formation treasures quickly filled the entire air above the giant crater, then vanished in a flash. An extremely powerful formation had been set up by the two of them in the blink of an eye, and the power of the restriction had spread over every single inch of the mountain summit. Right at this moment, Master Black Rain withdrew his hand seals and rotated on the spot, upon which countless black specks of light erupted from his body. These specks of light then self-detonated and vanished into countless black threads. Meanwhile, Buddhist Master Tian Chan let loose a low cry, then flipped a hand over to produce a fiery red bowl, from within which emerged 3 balls of crimson flames amid a clear phoenix cry. Each fireball was only around the size of a human head, but they instantly swelled to over 100 feet in size each at Buddhist Master Tian Chan's behest, then transformed into 3 giant crimson fiery birds. Han Li drew a sharp breath upon seeing the 3 birds, and he exclaimed, "Fire phoenixes. Hee, these are merely flame birds that possess faint traces of the fire phoenix bloodline. They can't even begin to compare with a true fire phoenix." The stone spirit had been residing in the earthly hellish flames for tens of thousands of years, so it should have already attained an extreme constitution. As such, the powers of these 3 flame birds should be very effective against it, Buddhist Master Tian Chan explained with a smile. Even so, Han Li still found the 3 birds to be quite remarkable. "I see. The flame birds truly bear a startling resemblance to the fire phoenix. If it weren't for their slightly inferior auras, it would be quite difficult to distinguish one from the other." After releasing the countless specks of black light, Master Black Rain suddenly opened his mouth to expel a miniature purple gourd. The gourd was only several inches in size, and its surface was flashing with specks of mysterious silver light. A blue crystalline scorpion then sprang out of the gourd. The scorpion was only around a foot in size, but it was extremely intricate in appearance and had a pair of semi-transparent wings on its back. After that, Buddhist Master Tian Chan and Master Black Rain cast a series of incantation seals toward these spirit beasts to conceal their bodies and auras. At this point, the dark clouds up above had already completely concealed the entire sky, and if it weren't for the occasional flash of silver lightning, one could be forgiven for thinking that night had suddenly arrived. "Brother Han, we'll have to leave this mountain for now. Buddhist Master Tian Chan and I will use a treasure to erase the residual aura we've left behind here," Master Black Rain said in an apologetic manner. "Of course. All spirit items possess astonishing senses. If we don't take the necessary precautions, there's no way we'll be able to fool it." Thus, Han Li rose to his feet and vanished on the spot as a plume of azure smoke. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted in the distance, and Han Li re-emerged before crossing his arms as he hovered in midair. Buddhist Master Tian Chan and Master Black Rain exchanged a glance before one of them flipped a hand over to produce a translucent bead amid a flash of white light. The bead was giving off remarkable glacial power, and as soon as it emerged, Master Black Rain swept a sleeve through the air to release a ball of azure light, which then revealed itself to be an azure fan. Buddhist Master Tian Chan gently waved the bead through the air, and a flurry of 5-colored runes revolved within the bead as it released a burst of white glacial chi. Master Black Rain also pointed a finger toward the azure fan, and the treasure waved itself through the air several times at his behest. Gusts of fierce azure winds swept out of the fan, then formed a fierce hurricane that intertwined with the glacial power. A snowstorm instantly swept over the mountain summit, and everything was covered under a blanket of ice and snow. Buddhist Master Tian Chan and Master Black Rain then exchanged another glance, and they also departed from the mountain just as Han Li had a moment ago. The residual auras left behind by the trio were then instantly dispersed by the fierce snowstorm. Prepare that thing now. Judging from the overhead conditions, the pipe dream stone spirit is most likely going to emerge soon, Buddhist Master Tian Chan said as he looked up at the sky through narrowed eyes. Master Black Rain chuckled in response before rubbing his hands over, and his silver net abruptly appeared amid a flash of silver light. Go! Master Black Rain yelled as he released the silver net, and it transformed into a vast expanse of silver mist that instantly enshrouded the entire mountain down below. After that, he made a hand seal, and the mist quickly began to fade before vanishing into thin air. With this silver celestial lightning net, there's no way the stone spirit will be able to escape through an aerial route. What's even more remarkable about this net is that it won't have any impact on the lightning tribulation up above, so the pipe dream stone spirit definitely won't be able to sense it, Buddhist Master Tian Chan chuckled as he rubbed his hands together. Indeed. This net is ranked quite highly even on the chaotic myriad spirit roll. If it weren't for the fact that this is an extremely important mission, the Holy Island wouldn't have allowed me to take it out of the island. Now that we've sealed off all aerial routes of escape, we have to prevent the stone spirit from being able to escape back into the earthly hellish flames as well. Once the stone spirit becomes feeble from transcending its tribulation, we'll immediately activate the restriction to cut it off. However, the formation alone may not be enough to stop it, so we'll be counting on you to prevent it from escaping, Brother Han. Oh, and don't forget to look out for the stone spirit's illusionary abilities, Master Black Rain said in a solemn manner. Rest assured, fellow Taoists, I'll do everything in my power to make sure it doesn't escape. Han Li's spiritual sense was no less powerful than that of a grand ascension stage being, so he was naturally very confident. Master Black Rain was still a little uneasy, but he couldn't say anything further after witnessing Han Li's confident display. In that case, there shouldn't be any issues. Buddhist Master Tian Chan and I will take care of capturing the stone spirit. Thus, after a brief discussion, all three of them unleashed concealment techniques and went into hiding. The only sound that lingered over the mountain stemmed from the fierce snowstorm, and that also subsided after a short while. An icy white blanket had draped over the entire mountain, and at the same time, the black clouds up above had begun to slowly revolve to form a massive black vortex. There were countless arcs of silver lightning converging within the vortex, and they gradually combined to form an extremely thick bolt of lightning. At the same time, the rumbling thunderclaps up above suddenly subsided, and deathly silence ensued, but an astonishing sense of pressure had filled the entire surrounding space. Meanwhile, the yellow mist within the giant crater had also formed a small vortex, and the center of the vortex was completely pitch black. However, there were wisps of white chi emerging from within it, and it was as if a ghost or spirit could spring out at any moment. 1. Immortal Galaxy Tree. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe for a chance at immortality. Time passed by slowly, and around an hour later, the pressure in the air had mounted to such an extent that the layer of ice that had just taken shape on the mountain was beginning to crack and groan. A resounding boom rang out from the vortex in the sky, and a bolt of lightning that was as thick as a water tank came crashing down out of its center. The bolt of lightning struck the other vortex within the giant crater in a flash, leaving a scorching trail in its wake. The bolt of silver lightning vanished in a flash, and the mist around the vortex churned violently, following which a low roar of agony rang out from within. Immediately thereafter, a thunderous roar erupted from beneath the ground alongside a burst of astonishing energy fluctuations. The entire mountain began to quake, and countless cracks appeared on the surface of the layer of ice as it began to shatter. Right at this moment, silver light flickered within the black vortex up above, and another thick pillar of silver lightning took shape before crashing down with devastating might. Right as this bolt of lightning was about to strike the giant crater as well, an enraged roar rang out from down below, and a burst of yellow flames erupted from within the mist. The silver lightning and yellow flames intertwined, and the flames seemed to be burning ferociously, but they were giving off an astonishing bone-chilling sensation. At the same time, projections of ghostly faces were appearing around it, creating a very harrowing sight to behold. A dull thump rang out, and the silver lightning and yellow flames disappeared in unison. Are those earthly hellish flames? No, such a small amount of earthly hellish flames shouldn't be this powerful, Hanli murmured to himself as his eyes narrowed slightly. Meanwhile, Buddhist master Tian Chan was clicking his tongue with wonder. As expected of a spirit item that's been cultivating in the earthly hellish flames for tens of thousands of years, the pipe dreamstone spirit has integrated the earthly hellish flames with its demonic qi to form an extremely powerful ability. You'll have to watch out for these demonic flames, Benefactor Han. Han Li's heart stirred upon hearing this, and he replied, "Thank you for the words of caution, fellow Taoist, I'll be sure to be on my guard." One bolt of lightning after another came crashing down from above, and the lightning strikes were increasing in frequency. However, the yellow demonic flames rising up from the bottom of the crater were able to keep up, and all of the bolts of lightning were kept at bay. However, the resistance posed by the yellow flames had clearly enraged a certain omnipotent being, and the lightning strikes suddenly ceased. In the next instant, a burst of rumbling rang out from within the vortex, and a series of head-sized balls of silver lightning emerged. The balls of lightning were crackling incessantly within the dark clouds, and there were too many of them to count. In the face of such a threatening phenomenon, the stone spirit down below was naturally unable to continue hiding in the yellow mist any longer. A strange cry rang out, and the yellow mist surged, following which an object that was around a foot in size shot forth from the bottom of the crater. After just a single flash, it had reached an altitude of over 1,000 feet, and it hovered in mid-air while staring up at the balls of lightning with wariness in its eyes. Han Li focused his gaze on the object to find that it had a remarkably large mouth, 4 thin and long limbs, and a short and stubby neck that was virtually indistinguishable from the rest of its body. It bore a strong resemblance to a toad. However, there was a crimson eye at the center of its head, and its entire body was shimmering with golden light. On top of that, its 4 limbs were also tipped with sharp claws rather than flippers as one would expect of a toad. So that's the pipe dreamstone spirit. It sure has a peculiar appearance. Han Li was very intrigued. In the instant that the stone spirit emerged, all of the balls of lightning came crashing down in unison as if they had been provoked. The entire mountain was instantly illuminated by scintillating silver light, and the balls of lightning were raining down from above like hailstones. In response, the pipe dreamstone spirit immediately opened its mouth to expel a small yellow flower. The flower was shimmering with yellow light and was covered in 5 colored runes, and it swelled drastically to around 10 feet in size to shield the stone spirit's body. It was quite clear just from a single glance that this giant flower was no ordinary item. In the instant that the giant flower was summoned, a dozen or so balls of lightning crashed down onto it in rapid succession. The flower rotated slowly on the spot, and the 5 colored runes on its surface lit up, upon which all of the balls of lightning vanished silently into the flower like sandcastles in the rising tide. What was even more astonishing was that with each wave of lightning orbs that the flower devoured, its flower petals would noticeably expand, and after over 10 waves, the flower had swelled to around twice its original size. As a result, the rate at which the giant flower was absorbing balls of lightning also increased drastically, and not long after that, all of the balls of lightning had disappeared into the flower. The pipe dreamstone spirit beneath the giant flower remained completely unscathed, and it let loose a clear cry of elation at the sight of the giant flower's current state. The stone spirit's belly deflated before it abruptly inhaled with all its might, and the giant flower was drawn back into its stomach as a ball of light. Lightning flashed from the stone spirit's body, and a dozen or so thick bolts of silver lightning erupted forth, then formed a silver lightning net around it. The stone spirit swelled drastically in size amid the lightning, and within the span of just a few breaths, it had expanded to the size of a cow-calf. At the same time, its aura had also become a lot more powerful, and its powers seemed to have been significantly enhanced. A thunderclap rang out from within the black vortex up above again, and countless silver snakes were dancing erratically within it. There were also a dozen or so silver lightning WIRMs that were visible from the outside, and seemed to be about to erupt out of the vortex at any moment. This is rather troublesome. This pipe dream stone spirit has the ability to convert heavenly lightning into power for itself. At this rate, it's only going to become more and more powerful, rather than be weakened by this lightning tribulation. In that case, now would be the best time to strike. Fellow Taoist Han, Buddhist Master Tian Chan, let's do it. Master Black Rain suddenly transmitted his voice to his two companions, and his frustration was quite apparent. Han Li naturally didn't offer any objections and transmitted his voice in an affirmative reply. Buddhist Master Tian Chan also nodded with a grim look on his face. Right at this moment, the dozen or so lightning WIRMs in the black clouds above finally came crashing down. Go! Master Black Rain immediately sprang into action upon seeing this. He quickly made a hand seal and immediately disappeared on the spot as a plume of black smoke. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted in the air over 10,000 feet above the mountain summit, and Master Black Rain re-emerged, then abruptly raised a hand with a fierce look on his face. A ball of silver light shot forth before transforming into a giant silver bell that was over 100 feet tall. The giant bell descended viciously toward the stone spirit, and at the same time, countless black threads erupted out of thin air around the small mountain before hurtling toward the stone spirit in unison. A white lotus flower also appeared behind the pipe dream stone spirit, and white light flashed from the flower, upon which a faint humanoid figure emerged. It was none other than Buddhist Master Tian Chan. Buddhist Master Tian Chan had his head lowered slightly, and his face was completely expressionless. A string of translucent Buddhist beads flew out of his sleeve, then transformed into several tens of five-colored balls of light that shot forth through the air. Even before these balls of light had struck the stone spirit, the sound of howling wind and rumbling thunder could be heard erupting from them. At the same time, they swelled drastically and reached the size of human heads in the blink of an eye. The pipe dream stone spirit was initially rather startled by this abrupt string of attacks, then let loose a sharp cry of fury. It opened its mouth to expel the giant yellow flower again, which positioned itself directly beneath the descending giant silver bell. Immediately thereafter, its body blurred slightly as it began to revolve on the spot. Golden light flashed, and countless streaks of golden light erupted from its body before hurtling through the surrounding air in all directions. Golden light and black threads intertwined as a string of piercing explosions rang out, and countless balls of light emerged around the stone spirit to illuminate the entire mountain. The black threads were unable to inch any closer to the stone spirit, nor were the five-colored balls of light and streaks of golden light. Meanwhile, the silver bell clashed with the giant flower, and the former shuddered as a string of crisp bell chimes rang out. Each chime was louder than the previous one, and the sound traveled deep into the listener's soul. A peculiar turn of events then unfolded. Following the passage of the third bell chime, the giant yellow flower suddenly shattered without any warning and vanished as countless specks of spiritual light. The silver bell then blurred before expanding by several-fold in size again, then crashed down onto the pipe dream stone spirit like a small mountain, sealing the stone spirit securely within it. Master Black Rain and Buddhist Master Tian Chan both faltered slightly upon seeing this before elated looks appeared on their faces, and they withdrew their hand seals. At this moment, the dozen or so silver lightning WIRMs had already crashed down from above, but as soon as they approached the mountain summit, a giant silver net that encompassed the entire mountain emerged. All of the lightning WIRMs that struck the net immediately exploded before being absorbed by the net as countless wisps of lightning. As expected of a renowned spirit treasure on the chaotic myriad spirit roll, the silver celestial lightning net that Master Black Rain had set up in advance was able to keep even heavenly lightning at bay. Master Black Rain began to chant something while flicking his fingers, and a dozen or so incantation seals vanished into the giant bell in a flash. The silver bell tolled, and the spiritual light on its surface flashed erratically as Master Black Rain prepared to stow it away. However, during this split-second delay, an earth-shattering boom suddenly erupted from within the silver bell, and it was blown up into the air by a burst of glacial fluctuations. Immediately thereafter, violent yellow flames emerged, and a ball of golden light shot forth like a shooting star before immediately fleeing toward the giant crater down below. The Pipe Dream Stone Spirit seemed to have realized how powerful its enemies were and was escaping from the battle. Master Black Rain and Buddhist Master Tian Chan naturally weren't going to allow the stone spirit to get away so easily. Master Black Rain immediately made a hand seal, and a burst of silver sound waves erupted from the giant silver bell before sweeping downward in a violent manner. Meanwhile, Buddhist Master Tian Chan flipped a hand over to produce a pristine white formation plate amid a flash of spiritual light. He pointed his finger rapidly at the formation plate a few times, and countless light formations suddenly emerged near the giant crater amid a rumbling boom. Bursts of restriction fluctuations immediately surged forth in a frenzy, instantly forming a huge net that barred the stone spirit from being able to make its retreat. On top of that, the cry of a phoenix rang out in the air above the restrictions, and 3 balls of crimson flames flashed as 3 fiery birds emerged. The 3 crimson birds then immediately opened their beaks and blasted forth 3 pillars of crimson flames up into the air. The flames instantly formed a fiery cloud that swept toward the stone spirit from one side. On the other side, that translucent flying scorpion had also appeared out of thin air. Its blue tail lashed out, a streak of poisonous blue light shot forth out of its stingers. Thus, the Pipe Dream Stone Spirit was plunged into a perilous situation again in the blink of an eye. The stone spirit seemed to have been completely enraged by this, and golden light revolved around its body as it abruptly let loose a sharp cry. The 3rd crimson eye on its forehead then immediately widened, and a burst of scintillating white light appeared within it. The light was so bright and piercing that even Master Black Rain and Buddhist Master Tian Chan were forced to close their eyes, and when they reopened their eyes, their expressions changed drastically. They discovered that they were situated within a world of yellow flames. The flames appeared to be scorching hot, but gave off a bone-chilling sensation instead. Earthly hellish flames. No, this is an illusionary technique. Master Black Rain immediately identified this to be an illusion, but his expression didn't ease in the slightest. Prior to setting off, he had heard that Pipe Dream Stone Spirit's innate illusionary techniques were extremely profound and could trap even body integration stage beings. However, never did he think that it would be capable of unleashing such a powerful illusionary technique without any warning. On top of that, the illusion that was being manifested was of these extremely troublesome earthly hellish flames. This stone spirit had been residing in the earthly hellish flames for countless years, and it had honed its illusionary techniques to an extraordinary level. It definitely wouldn't be an easy task to break out of this illusion. Time was of the essence here, so they had no choice but to break out through the use of brute force. With that in mind, Master Black Rain immediately released several small black shields to protect himself. Meanwhile, the Buddhist Master Tian Chan opened his eyes to find himself situated in a murky gray space. Master Black Rain and the other spirit beasts were nowhere to be seen. There was only a gigantic creature that was over 10,000 feet tall hovering several thousand feet away from him. This was a shimmering golden creature that resembled a colossal toad, but it had a row of 7 golden eyes that stretched from its head all the way down its back. The 7 eyes were all appraising Buddhist Master Tian Chan in a completely expressionless manner, and the formidable aura that the gargantuan creature was giving off struck one with a sense of asphyxiation. Seven-eyed gold toad. Buddhist master Tian Chan's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. However, he then uttered a Buddhist prayer, and a determined look reappeared on his face. He made a grabbing motion with both hands, and spiritual light flashed as a golden Buddhist staff and a silver bowl emerged at the same time. Not only were Master Black Rain and Buddhist Master Tian Chan standing completely still in mid-air, the three fiery birds had also ceased expelling the crimson pillars of flames. They were currently flapping their wings violently on the spot with panicked looks on their faces, clearly having been trapped into illusions of their own. Only the translucent flying scorpion was somehow able to remain completely unaffected by the stone spirit's illusionary technique, and it was still releasing a streak of blue light out of its stinger. However, it was no match for the pipe dream stone spirit on its own, and the stone spirit expelled a burst of demonic flames to ward off these streaks of blue light with ease. It then aimed a vicious glare at the scorpion before crashing down toward the restrictions down below as a ball of golden light. The stone spirit seemed to be quite intelligent and knew that its top priority was to escape into the giant crater, rather than waste time battling its assailants. As it was flying down from above, it abruptly opened its mouth to release a series of head-sized balls of yellow light. The balls of yellow light struck a certain part of the restrictions in a flash, and a string of loud booms rang out. The balls of yellow light exploded in rapid succession, and the restriction began to waver and display signs of collapsing. The stone spirit was elated to see this, and it opened its mouth to expel another string of balls of light to land the final blow on the restrictions. However, right at this moment, a humanoid figure suddenly emerged in the air above the restrictions, and an azure-robed young man appeared amid a flash of azure light. The young man looked up at the pipe dream stone spirit with a faint smile, then swept a sleeve through the air to release a silver ruler. The ruler blurred before conjuring up countless ruler projections, which swept through all of the descending balls of light. This young man was naturally none other than Han Li. The pipe dream stone spirit had focused its illusionary technique primarily on Master Black Rain and Buddhist Master Tian Chan. As such, even though Han Li had also been affected somewhat from afar, he was able to easily break out of the illusion with his immense spiritual sense, then arrived above the restrictions just in the nick of time. The stone spirit became even more furious at the sight of this new enemy. Yellow flames suddenly erupted from its body, and the flames were sent sweeping toward Han Li in a frenzy. These flames were none other than the glacialine demonic flames that it had only attained after cultivating underground for tens of thousands of years. As opposed to being alarmed by these oncoming flames, he merely chuckled and flipped a hand over to produce a small black mountain. He laid a hand onto the mountain, and it instantly swelled to over 100 feet in size. A row of silver runes appeared on the mountain at Han Li's behest, following which a vast expanse of gray light swept forth before forming a gray vortex in midair. As soon as the yellow demonic flames came into contact with the gray vortex, a rumbling boom akin to a thunderclap erupted, and the flames were all drawn into the vortex. As a result, the gray vortex expanded slightly, but didn't display any other reaction. The pipe dream stone spirit let loose a sharp cry upon seeing this, and an earth-shattering boom abruptly erupted from within the gray vortex. The vortex tremored violently before shattering, and the yellow demonic flames sprang forth from within it before transforming into a yellow fiery toad that pounced directly toward Han Li. Even before the fiery toad had reached Han Li, he was struck by a burst of glacial power that threatened to freeze even his soul. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this. The demonic flames were indeed rather troublesome to deal with, but he naturally wasn't going to be fearful of it. He reached out and made a grabbing motion toward the fiery toad, upon which a huge white hand with 5 colored glacial flames burning around it emerged. The giant hand then shot forth toward the fiery toad like lightning, and perhaps the fiery toad knew that it wouldn't be able to evade the hand or simply had no intention of taking evasive measures. In any case, it jumped straight into the massive hand, upon which the fingers of the hand closed tightly around it while 5-colored glacial flames swelled drastically. A dull thump rang out as the fiery toad instantly exploded, reverting back into a wave of fire that swept toward the huge hand. However, the 5-colored glacial flames were also a type of glacial flames, so it was able to hold its own against the yellow demonic flames. Right at this moment, Hanli pointed a finger toward the black mountain before him, and it abruptly vanished into thin air. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted in the air above the pipe dream stone spirit, and the black mountain re-emerged before crashing down alongside a wave of gray light. A burst of enormous invisible force immediately weighed down upon the stone spirit, making its body very slow and sluggish. It was naturally extremely enraged and alarmed by this, and after struggling a few times to no avail, it immediately opened its mouth to expel a yellow bead. This completely mundane-looking yellow thumb-sized bead was none other than the stone spirit's demon core. The demon core circled around above the stone spirit, and the burst of tremendous force weighing down upon it was forcibly repelled. At the same time, countless yellow fiery snakes erupted out of the demon core before quickly swelling to several tens of feet in length each. The fiery yellow snakes swept upward to intertwine with the gray light, and the black mountain was forcibly kept at bay. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and he immediately made a hand seal, upon which a pair of translucent wings appeared on his back amid a dull thunderclap. He flapped the wings and abruptly vanished on the spot as an arc of silver lightning. Meanwhile, the stone spirit had just evaded a streak of blue light unleashed by the flying scorpion, and a fierce look appeared on its face as it prepared to unleash an attack in retaliation. However, lightning suddenly flashed behind it, following which Hanli abruptly re-emerged. The pipe dream stone spirit was quite startled by this, and its third demonic eye widened as it prepared to release that scintillating white light again. However, Hanli was already prepared for this. He harumphed coldly as he closed his eyes, and his law destruction eye appeared on his glabella amid a flash of black light. A black thread shot forth out of the law destruction eye and struck the stone spirit's third demonic eye in a flash, scattering the white light that had just begun to gather. Furthermore, in the instant that the stone spirit heard Han Li's cold harumph, it felt as if a thunderclap had erupted right inside its head, and a sudden burst of excruciating spiritual pain made it sway unsteadily in mid-air. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Li immediately rubbed his hands together before raising them up into the air. A loud thunderclap rang out, and countless arcs of golden lightning sprang forth before forming a giant lightning net. The net descended over the stone spirit before abruptly contracting, and by the time the stone spirit recovered from the effects of Han Li's spirit stun thorn, it had already been trapped tightly within a net of golden lightning. It was naturally unwilling to be captured, and yellow demonic flames erupted out of its body again as it let loose a sharp cry. The divine devil-bane lightning began to melt away in the face of the yellow flames, and it seemed that the stone spirit was about to escape. However, Han Li naturally wasn't going to allow it to get away. A cold smile appeared on his face, yet just as he was about to unleash another attack, Master Black Rain's urgent voice suddenly sounded beside his ears. "Please wait, fellow Daoist Han, my spirit insect will be enough to subdue the stone spirit." Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this, and Master Black Rain suddenly let loose a long cry. Almost at the exact same moment, the flying scorpion blurred before conjuring up a dozen or so identical projections of itself. These flying scorpions flapped their wings and vanished on the spot as balls of blue light. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted, and the flying scorpions appeared above the stone spirit before blasting forth streaks of blue light out of their stingers. On this occasion, the stone spirit was completely bound by the golden lightning net, so the blue streaks of light were able to vanish into its body in a flash. A layer of blue mist instantly emerged around the stone spirit's body, and its yellow demonic flames instantly became completely dull and lustreless, as if it had encountered the bane of its existence. Within the span of just a few breaths, all the yellow flames were completely snuffed out, and the pipe dream stone spirit became even more infuriated. It gritted its teeth before inhaling violently, and it quickly expanded like a balloon while an extremely fearsome aura erupted from its body. As soon as Hanli sensed this aura, a thought immediately occurred to him, and his expression changed slightly as he instantly shot back to over 1,000 feet away. At this point, the stone spirit resembled an overinflated ball and was straining against the crackling golden lightning net around it. Master Black Rain harumphed coldly upon seeing this. "You think I'd let you self-detonate?" He then abruptly made a grabbing motion, and a thin net of silver lightning appeared in the air above the mountain summit before immediately descending toward the pipe dream stone spirit. A rumbling boom rang out as the silver net wound itself tightly around the stone spirit's body, following which Master Black Rain immediately made a hand seal. The lightning net became extremely bright and piercing, and it began to release countless silver runes that transformed the stone spirit into a dazzling ball of silver light. An incredible turn of events then unfolded. Within the silver net, the stone spirit's bulging body quickly began to shrink, and after just the span of a few breaths, it had reverted back to its original size. After that, it was unable to unleash any abilities no matter how hard it tried. The stone spirit was naturally extremely enraged, but was powerless to do anything. Master Black Rain was elated to see this, and he slowly descended from above with a smile on his face. "Hee, no matter how much you struggle, your efforts will prove to be futile in this silver celestial lightning net, so just settle down and come to the Holy Island with me. Rest assured, we're only borrowing your body, we won't be taking your life." In the instant that the stone spirit had been captured, the illusionary technique it had unleashed was dispelled, and only then did Buddhist Master Tian Chan manage to return to his senses. "Hee, looks like you managed to complete the mission, Brother Black Rain. I am truly embarrassed by my own lack of contribution. If Brother Han hadn't been present, that thing really would have gotten away," Buddhist Master Tian Chan said in a slightly apologetic manner. "You're being far too modest, Buddhist Master Tian Chan. Without the pressure you were exerting on the stone spirit, it wouldn't have unleashed its illusionary technique so quickly, and fellow Daoist Han wouldn't have been able to stop it so easily. However, it's indeed true that fellow Daoist Han played a vital role in the completion of our mission," Master Black Rain chuckled. "You're far too kind, fellow Daoist Black Rain. I was only doing what was to be expected of me," Hanli said with a smile, then made a grabbing motion toward the stone spirit. A dull thunderclap rang out, and countless arcs of golden lightning emerged from the silver net before returning to his body. "That's divine Devilbane lightning, right? I've heard that it's an extremely potent weapon against devilish beings." Master Black Rain clicked his tongue with wonder upon seeing this. He then pointed a finger toward the silver net as well, and the net began to flash with lightning while tightening even further at his behest. After a few flashes, the silver net shrank down to a fist-sized ball of silver threads with the stone spirit trapped within it before being drawn up Master Black Rain's sleeve. There are also some other cultivation arts aside from divine Devilbane lightning that are very effective against devilish beings. However, these cultivation arts are either very difficult to use or have been lost in history, so there aren't many people in our human race who possess such cultivation arts. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a struggle for us to ward off the devilish tribulation, Buddhist Master Tian Chan mused as he descended from above while appraising Hanli with a meaningful expression. "There's no point in speaking about something that's out of reach. We can only say that fellow Daoist Han was very fortunate to have obtained this divine Devilbane lightning. I heard that when used with a true lightning wield technique, this lightning can pose a threat even to body integration stage devilish lords. It's a pity that our holy island only has the second half of the lightning wield technique." If you ever get the opportunity to do so, I suggest you go and search for it in the primordial world, Brother Han. Perhaps the complete lightning wield technique can be found in one of the foreign races, Master Black Rain suggested with a smile. The lightning wield technique is split up into halves. Han Li's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this. He had obtained a type of lightning wield technique from the 4 demon monarchs of the Earth Abyss, and it was quite a powerful technique, but required too much time to set up. Thus, it was impractical for real battles, so he hadn't used it much. Indeed. The first half of the lightning wield technique teaches one how to maximize the lightning's power, while the second half teaches one how to control the divine lightning. Both halves are indispensable, Master Black Rain explained. I see. In that case, I really will have to venture into the primordial world to search for the technique if the opportunity arises. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but internally, he was cursing the 4 demon monarchs. No wonder the lightning wield technique was so impractical. The 4 demon monarchs had only bestowed upon him half of the technique. They had definitely done this on purpose, but then again, that was only to be expected. If Han Li had been in their shoes, he would have most likely done the same thing. After chatting for a while longer, Buddhist Master Tian Chan decided to depart. The situation in the Holy Sovereign City isn't all that optimistic, and I've spent a lot of time here already. I have to go back to help the Holy Sovereign guard the city, so I'll be taking my leave now, fellow Taoists. Master Black Rain cupped his fist in a salute, and said, "Hehe, the Holy Island is in urgent need of this stone spirit, so I'll be heading back as well." Fellow Taoist Han, Buddhist Master Tian Chan, I hope we'll have a chance to meet again following the devilish tribulation. You'll be staying here for a few more days, right, fellow Taoist Han? Indeed, I'll be staying here for a while longer to use the earthly hellish flames. I wish both of you a safe and swift journey, Han Li said with a smile as he extended a farewell salute. Moments later, a ball of black light and a streak of white light rose up into the air from the mountain summit, then flew away in different directions. Han Li looked on as the two departed, and after they had disappeared into the distance, his smile gradually faded as he murmured to himself. The second half of the lightning wheel technique, Looks like I really will have to pay the Holy Island a visit. That'll have to wait until a later date. For now, I have to secure the chaotic yin-yang qi. As soon as his voice trailed off, Han Li's body blurred, and he appeared beside the giant crater before casting his gaze toward the bottom. The crater hadn't been affected much by the battle that had just taken place, and the yellow mist at the bottom was still making it impossible to see what lay in the depths of the crater. Han Li peered into the mist through narrowed eyes for a long while before casting his gaze through the surrounding area, upon which his brows furrowed slightly. All of a sudden, he flipped a hand over to produce a thick stack of formation flags, then flicked his wrist to send the flags scattering in all directions as streaks of light. The formation flags vanished into thin air amid flashes of spiritual light, and in the next instant, a layer of white mist permeated over the mountain, completely concealing Han Li along with the giant crater. Han Li stood still on the spot and swept both sleeves through the air to release 13 balls of buzzing purple light, all of which quickly disappeared into the mist. Immediately thereafter, green light flashed from his body, and a green figure detached itself from him before vanishing into the ground. After doing all that, Han Li sat down with his legs crossed beside the crater. He wore a solemn expression as he made a hand seal, then abruptly laid a hand onto his own head. A ball of golden light flashed, and a nascent soul that was around half a foot tall emerged above his head. The nascent soul bore a striking resemblance to Han Li, and as soon as it emerged, it waved a hand toward Han Li's physical body down below. A loud thunderclap rang out, and a ball that was bound by countless golden threads flew out of Han Li's body before hovering in midair. The nascent soul extended a finger toward the golden ball, and all of the golden threads quickly fell away to reveal a white wooden box. A faint smile appeared on the nascent soul's face, and it began to chant something. As it did so, spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, and a dozen or so five-colored beads silently emerged. These beads then transformed into eyeballs amid flashes of spiritual light, and bright five-colored light radiated from their surfaces. Around 10 minutes later, a wisp of Han Li's spiritual sense formed a clone that appeared over a boundless grassland. He swept his gaze over his surroundings, yet failed to discover the presence of Che Qigong. His expression changed slightly as he cast his gaze upward, and discovered that there was a scorching white sun around 100,000 feet above him. After that, Han Li merely stared at the sun in a completely expressionless and unblinking manner. After a while, an unfamiliar male voice suddenly rang out in the air above. "Ha, you really are no ordinary body integration stage being. I didn't think that a mere spiritual sense clone of yours would be able to detect my presence. I can see why old man Che is placing his hope in you now." As soon as the voice faded, a black shadow flashed within the scintillating sun. Immediately thereafter, a ball of black light shot forth before stopping just over 100 feet away from Han Li. This was a burly black-armored heavily bearded man, and he was appraising Han Li with an intrigued smile. Han Li's heart stirred slightly at the sight of this man, but he maintained a calm expression as he asked, "Who are you and where is Senior Che?" "Old man Che is currently doing something else right now. It'll most likely be quite some time before he can get here, so why don't you have a chat with me for now?" the man suggested with a stroke of his beard. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "I don't seem to recognize you, and I've never heard Senior Che mention the presence of someone else in this devil's ceiling lock. Of course old man Che wouldn't mention me to you. However, what I can tell you is that I can give you what he promised you, and I won't ask for as much in return," the man replied in a confident manner. "Oh. What do you propose, fellow Daoist?" Han Li asked as his expression changed slightly. "It's quite simple. Old man Che promised to give you the extraction and refinement methods for chaotic yin-yang qi, right? I'm also familiar with these methods, and I only ask for a third of the chaotic yin-yang qi that you managed to extract," the man immediately proposed. Han Li fell into a contemplative silence upon hearing this before shaking his head in the end. "That does indeed sound quite appealing, but I've already sworn a vow on my inner demons to Senior Che, so I'm afraid I can't accept this offer." The man seemed to have already anticipated this answer from Han Li, and he chuckled, "Hee, you still haven't obtained the extraction and refinement methods from old man Che, so you're not going to be breaking your vow." "That's true, but I've never even met you before. Don't you think it's a little naive to simply expect me to trust you right away?" Han Li asked in an indifferent voice. "Of course I'm aware that I'll have to earn your trust, and I'm prepared to do so. Setting aside everything else, I'll give you the extraction method for the chaotic yin-yang qi within this devil's ceiling lock right away, and I'll give you some other benefits after the event as well," the man said with a mysterious smile. "Other benefits?" Han Li's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this, and a hesitant look appeared on his face. However, right at this moment, bursts of rumbling suddenly rang out in the surrounding space, and the grassland down below blurred before transforming into a barren desert. On top of that, dark clouds had appeared over the entire sky, and countless silver lightning snakes were dancing within the clouds. "Impossible! How did he manage to get out so quickly?" the man exclaimed as his expression changed drastically. Han Li was naturally also quite startled by this turn of events. An enraged rumbling voice then suddenly rang out from within the dark clouds. "How dare you plot against me like this, Feng Xie? Did you really think you'd be able to get away with this?" The voice belonged to none other than Che Qigong, and the entire heavens were trembling from his fury. The dark clouds up above converged violently to form a massive inky black hand that was around 1,000 feet in size, and it descended toward the burly man with devastating force. Before it had even reached the burly man, a burst of enormous force came crashing down from above, and Han Li's spiritual sense clone was instantly completely immobilized. In the face of this tremendous force, the surrounding acre of desert sank down several tens of feet, creating a gargantuan crater in the sand. The burly man was situated at the center of the crater, and a vast expanse of black light was suddenly released from his suit of armor. In the instant that the burst of tremendous force came into contact with the black light, most of its power was diverted away, and the burly armored man merely swayed slightly but remained completely unscathed. Che Qigong faltered slightly upon seeing this before becoming even more enraged. "You've mastered the great diversion technique. No wonder you dared to do something like this. Let me see if you have what it takes to oppose me." As soon as his voice trailed off, the dark clouds up above surged before forming a massive devilish projection with 3 heads and 6 arms. Just as the projection was about to descend from above, the burly man's expression darkened, and he raised a hand as he yelled, "Stop! Do you not want the chaotic yin-yang qi anymore? Once I take care of you, the chaotic yin-yang qi will be all mine." Che Qigong replied in a vicious voice, and the 6 arms of the devilish projection swept through the air as balls of black qi emerged over its hands. The balls of black qi then transformed into massive balls of light that it prepared to hurl toward the burly man. Do you really think you can extract chaotic yin-yang qi out of the devil's sealing lock using your method?" The burly man asked as a peculiar look appeared on his face. "What do you mean by that? Didn't we devise the method to extract chaotic yin-yang qi from the devil's sealing lock many years ago? Are you trying to make me doubt myself so you can stall?" Che Qigong roared in response, but the devilish projection up above stopped what it was doing nonetheless. "Why would I need to stall for time? Do you think I still fear you after mastering this great diversion technique? I simply don't want both of us to be harmed in an unnecessary battle. As for whether what I say is true or not, if you weren't concerned to begin with, why did you stop?" The burly man chuckled nonchalantly. The giant devilish projection up above fell completely still upon hearing this. Moments later, the devilish projection dissipated into black qi again, and Che Qigong emerged with a dark expression. Han Li quickly assessed the situation before deciding to remain silent and simply watch as everything unfolded. You hid the fact that you'd already mastered the great diversion technique from me for so long, so you must have been plotting this for a very long time. Setting aside whether the technique really is as powerful as it's said to be, you seem to be implying that you found another method to extract chaotic yin-yang qi. How do I know if you're telling the truth? All of us joined forces to create the original extraction method, yet you expect me to place my trust in something that you devised on your own? Che Qigong scoffed in a cold voice. "I only managed to discover a fatal flaw with the original method by chance. As for whether this new method is authentic or not, I'll tell you about it, and you can make the decision for yourself. If you think my method isn't viable, then we can just battle it out here. That bastard Shueguang will be the only beneficiary to our conflict, but if you insist, I'm certainly not going to back down," the burly man chuckled coldly. "All right, I'll listen to what you have to say, but if it turns out to be nonsense, Che Qigong didn't finish his sentence, but the threat being made was already very apparent. "You've made a wise decision. However, if the extraction method that I propose is indeed a viable one, then it would only be right for me to get a third of the chaotic yin-yang qi that's extracted, right?" The burly man chuckled while reiterating his condition in an implacable voice. "We'll discuss that after I verify the feasibility of your extraction method," Che Qigong replied in a cold manner. Thus, Feng Xie's lips tremored as he transmitted his voice to Che Qigong while Han Li looked on in silence. A day later, a ball of black light was flying through the air over a murky gray mountain range at an incredible speed. Within the black light was a thin elderly man. It was none other than Master Black Rain, who had just separated from Hanli not long ago. He was currently flying at full speed en route back to the Holy Island. Two massive mountains, both of which were around 100,000 feet tall, loomed in the distance right in his path. Thus, Master Black Rain diverted slightly off his original path to fly through the gap between the two mountains. After just a few flashes, the ball of black light had reached the area between the two mountains, yet just as it was about to pass through, two earth-shattering booms suddenly erupted without any warning. The two mountains tremored violently, then crashed down viciously toward Master Black Rain in unison. Even before the mountains had struck the ball of black light, countless rocks and stones were already raining down from above. Master Black Rain was naturally greatly alarmed by this, but he remained calm and quickly made a hand seal before expelling a small silver bell out of his mouth. A bell chime rang out, and the small bell instantly manifested a silver projection that was over 1,000 tall, which completely encompassed Master Black Rain. At the same time, a series of silver sound waves swept forth in all directions, pulverizing all of the falling rocks and stones they came into contact with. Gray light flashed between the mountains, and two massive hands constructed from countless rocks and stones suddenly extended out of the mountains. Each hand was several thousand feet in size and imbued with boundless power. Two earth-shattering booms rang out as the gargantuan hands struck the bell projection from two sides. The bell was quite a powerful treasure, but in the face of such a devastating blow, the projection was still instantly destroyed. A hint of panic finally began to appear on Master Black Rain's face upon seeing this, and he immediately swept a sleeve through the air to release a ball of silver light. A loud thunderclap rang out, and a net that was constructed from countless arcs of silver lightning was unfurled. This was none other than the silver celestial lightning net. With this net's profound abilities, he would be safe from any assailant. Feeling a lot more reassured, Master Black Rain began to chant something while making a grabbing motion with one hand, and several balls of spiritual light appeared over his palm in unison. However, just as he was about to summon other treasures to retaliate against his assailant, an incredible turn of events suddenly unfolded. Spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, and a slender hand that was as fair as jade suddenly emerged. The hand made a casual grabbing motion and caught the lightning net in its grasp. As the 5 fingers of the hand clenched around the net, Master Black Rain was struck by a burst of excruciating pain in his soul. At the same time, he lost his spiritual sense connection with the silver celestial lightning net, and he involuntarily yelled as he began to sway unsteadily in midair. During this split-second delay, the two massive stone hands converged viciously like a pair of small mountains. In response, Master Black Rain could only hurriedly summon a suit of green armor that appeared over his body. However, the two gigantic stone palms were simply far too powerful. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and Master Black Rain's physical body was crushed into a cloud of blood mist, while his protective spiritual light and suit of green armor were both also instantly destroyed. A ball of black light shot out of the blood mist, then vanished into thin air in a flash. A peal of pleasant laughter then rang out as the hand that was holding the silver lightning net extended a finger, flicking it toward the direction that the ball of black light had just disappeared in. A ball of silver light shot forth and also instantly disappeared. In the next instant, a dull thump rang out, and the ball of black light stumbled out of thin air over 1,000 feet away. As soon as it re-emerged, it immediately continued to flee into the distance like a speeding arrow. Within the black light was a purple nascent soul that was several inches tall. The nascent soul was completely identical to Master Black Rain in appearance, but its face was completely pale, and it wore a horrified expression. "It's too late to try and get away now," the female voice chuckled coldly. The slender hand then waved through the air, and the lightning net it was holding abruptly vanished, only to be replaced by an antiquated mirror, which was swept toward Master Black Rain's nascent soul from afar. A pillar of black light shot forth from the mirror and encompassed the nascent soul in a flash. A faint smile appeared on the woman's face as she raised a hand and made a grabbing motion toward the vortex, upon which a ball of black light emerged from within. It was none other than Master Black Rain's nascent soul. The nascent soul's eyes were tightly shut, and its face was deathly pale. Its entire body had been bound tightly by black threads, and it had been captured alive. The woman aimed an expressionless glance at the nascent soul, then swept a sleeve downward. A burst of black light instantly swept forth, picking up an item from the ground before delivering it into her hand. The item was a storage bracelet that was glowing with faint yellow light, and the woman pointed a finger at it while closing her eyes at the same time. Moments later, the woman reopened her eyes and murmured to herself, "Oh. A pipe dream stone spirit, eh? That's quite interesting. That man must have been sent here with the sole purpose of capturing this stone spirit. No wonder Lu Ji asked me to make this trip in person. It looks like the humans are plotting something. We'll have to keep a closer eye on them from now on. If I want to investigate this matter, I'll have to search that man's soul, but all high-grade human cultivators have special secret techniques that they use to lock their own spiritual sense. I can break through with my devilish arts and through brute force, but I'll still only be able to search a very small portion of his soul. I wonder if that portion will just so happen to contain the information I need." With that in mind, the woman didn't hesitate any longer. She swept a hand toward the vortex, and it disappeared along with the devilish being behind her, leaving only Master Black Rain's nascent soul hovering on the spot. She flipped a hand over to produce that antiquated black mirror again before waving it toward the nascent soul, and a burst of black light surged forth to draw the nascent soul directly into the mirror. "Find a secluded place where I won't be disturbed. I'm going to search this human cultivator's soul. With my current powers, it'll most likely take quite a few days before an outcome can be reached," the woman said in a nonchalant manner as she stowed the antiquated mirror away, as if she were issuing an instruction to someone. "Yes, Mistress Yuan Cha." 2 rumbling voices rang out from the 2 giant mountains nearby, following which the 2 gargantuan stone palms were slowly withdrawn. A flash of gray light then appeared, and following the span of just a few breaths, the 2 mountains had transformed into a pair of giants, each of which was over 10,000 feet tall. The 2 giants were covered in gray rocks and stones, and each of them had 4 arms, creating a terrifying sight to behold. "Thank you for helping me destroy that man's physical body, elders. Otherwise, it would have been a lot more troublesome for me to capture him." The woman was speaking to the 2 giants in a very polite manner. "It's our honor to be able to lend you our assistance, Mistress Yuan Cha," one of the giants said as a barely discernible smile appeared on its rocky face. Immortal Galaxy Tree, AWSHIT. "She's finally here." The woman nodded in response before sweeping her sleeves through the air, releasing 2 bursts of white light that vanished into the bodies of the 2 giants. A string of cracks and pops rang out from the giants' bodies, and they quickly shrank down to a pair of first-sized gray stone balls, both of which then instantly disappeared up the woman's sleeve. After that, a black cloud emerged beneath the woman's feet, then encompassed her body as she flew away toward a certain direction. Han Li's eyelids fluttered slightly as he sat beside the giant crater. He slowly opened his eyes, and a peculiar look appeared on his face. He had just withdrawn his spiritual sense clone from within the devil's sealing lock, and he murmured to himself, from the looks of it, that chaotic yin-yang qi must be extremely important to both of the devils. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten into such a heated altercation. Will the 2 of them be able to escape from the devil's sealing lock right away after obtaining the chaotic yin-yang qi? No, surely not. The devil's sealing lock is an incomplete profound heavenly treasure. No matter how incredible that chaotic yin-yang qi is, there's no way it could have such a miraculous effect. those two are most likely plotting something else. After contemplating the issue for a while, Hanli seemed to have suddenly arrived at a decision. There's no need for me to overthink this. After I split the chaotic yin-yang qi with those two devils, I'll find a way to toss the devil's sealing lock back into the elder devil realm. I have to make a trip there anyway, I'll just drop off the devil's sealing lock then. Those two are nothing more than spiritual sense entities without physical bodies anyway. Who cares what'll become of them once they escape from the devil's sealing lock in the elder devil realm? With that in mind, Hanli pointed a finger toward the devil's sealing lock before him, and it shot forth directly toward the giant crater before hovering right over its center. Immediately thereafter, Hanli took a deep breath before making a hand seal while chanting something, and a projection with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him. The projection made hand seals with all 6 of its arms, and a vast expanse of golden light swept forth from its body before vanishing into the devil's sealing lock. As a result, the surface of the white wooden box instantly took on a shimmering golden color, as if a coat of molten gold had been applied to it. Right at this moment, a layer of azure light appeared on Hanli's face, and he let loose a low cry before pointing a finger at the wooden box again. A burst of silver flames emerged from his fingertip before enveloping the wooden box, and at the same time, the golden projection behind Hanli opened all 6 of its eyes in unison. It then strode directly toward the burning wooden box, covering a distance of over 100 feet in just a few flashes before reaching out to grab onto the box. After that, the projection carried the box and descended slowly toward the bottom of the giant crater. Even though it wasn't descending very quickly, it still disappeared into the yellow mist down below after the span of just a few breaths. Hanli continued to chant his incantation while making different hand seals, and a burst of indescribable glacial chi soon began to emanate from his body. A layer of faint yellow frost spread over the ground around him, and moments later, the azure light on Hanli's face faded while his entire body was enveloped by a layer of yellow light. At the same time, a layer of yellow frost also began to appear over his body, and at this point, the yellow mist within the crater was already churning violently. An occasional rumbling boom would ring out from underground, as if there were something constantly exploding within the depths of the crater. Hanli was naturally very perplexed and alarmed, but there was no time for him to ponder the situation. He abruptly reached out with one hand before making a grabbing motion, and the golden projection transformed into a ball of golden light that hurtled directly toward Hanli with the wooden box and that ball of azure light contained within it. The woman faltered slightly upon seeing this, but after she caught sight of the wooden box and the ball of azure light, her expression instantly changed drastically. "That's the devil's sealing lock and chaotic yin-yang qi." "I see, so you were extracting chaotic yin-yang qi using the earthly hellish flames here." The woman immediately swept a sleeve through the air as she spoke, and a white piece of fabric instantly shot forth. After just a single flash, it covered a distance of several thousand feet, appearing directly above the golden projection before descending like lightning. This was a massive white silk handkerchief that was around 10 feet in size. Its surface was riddled with shimmering silver runes, and it was clearly a powerful treasure. The woman was attempting to use this treasure to intercept the devil's sealing lock and chaotic yin-yang qi. Almost at the exact same moment, violent tremors ran through the ground on either side of the giant crater, and countless rocks and stones were sent flying in all directions as 2 massive gray stone hands erupted out of the ground. The 2 huge hands clamped viciously toward Hanli, and before they had even struck him, 2 bursts of immense invisible force had crashed down upon him. Hanli was naturally quite alarmed and enraged by this, but he didn't panic in the slightest. He harumphed coldly while making a hand seal, then uttered the word "explode." The golden light that enveloped the wooden box and the chaotic yin-yang qi flashed violently before exploding into a golden halo. The space in the wake of this golden halo warped and twisted, and the white silk handkerchief was forced to a momentary standstill. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a huge green hand suddenly appeared out of thin air before instantly catching the wooden box and azure ball of light. Immediately thereafter, the massive hand transformed into a green humanoid figure. It was none other than Han Li's spirit body. As soon as the spirit body appeared, it made a hand seal and vanished on the spot as a ball of green light. At the same time, golden light flashed from Han Li's body, and he began to swell drastically in size while sprouting thick golden fur. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a giant golden ape that was over 100 feet tall, and the tremendous force weighing down upon him was instantly completely nullified. As soon as Han Li completed his transformation, he let loose a thunderous roar and launched his fists viciously toward the oncoming giant stone palms. Two earth-shattering booms erupted, and Han Li gave a muffled groan as he was forced back several steps, while large sections of the two massive stone hands were reduced to rubble and shrapnel. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted behind Han Li, and the spirit body emerged while holding the wooden box and the ball of azure light before vanishing into Han Li's body. At the same time, Han Li let loose an enraged roar as he opened his mouth to expel a thick pillar of golden light directly toward the woman up above. As for Han Li himself, he transformed into a giant silver four-winged bird with silver arcs of lightning flashing all over its body. He spread his four wings and vanished into thin air as an azure and white thread of light. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted several thousand feet away, and the thread of light re-emerged before instantly disappearing again. This woman clearly possessed unfathomable powers, and Han Li currently wasn't in his best condition, so he immediately chose to flee. In this four-winged Kunping form, he was too fast even for the three Shuiguang clones to catch, so he was very confident in his ability to escape. The woman waved a hand through the air to release a streak of inky black sword chi, which vanquished the oncoming golden pillar of light with ease. However, during that brief delay, Han Li had already traveled so far into the distance that he was nothing more than a barely visible black dot on the horizon. "You think you can get away from me? How delusional." A cold light flashed through the woman's eyes as she cast her gaze toward the fleeing black dot in the distance. She waved a hand downward, and the two stone giants completely emerged from the ground down below. As they flew up into the air, they converged to form a giant dazzling ball of gray light at the woman's behest. The woman then transformed into a ball of black chi before vanishing into the massive ball of light, and moments later, the dazzling light receded to reveal a stone hall that was several hundred feet tall. The hall was entirely gray in color with a dozen or so crude stone pillars, giving off a rather primitive sense of beauty and artistry. The woman stood at the center of the hall, then gently tapped a foot down onto it before commanding it to give chase. A layer of white spiritual light instantly appeared over the surface of the stone hall, and it shot forth like a shooting star in pursuit of Han Li. The stone hall appeared to be quite bulky and maladroit, but it covered a distance of around 1,000 feet after just a single flash, and it wasn't much slower than the four-winged Kunping that Han Li had transformed into. Han Li had also naturally discovered this, and he became even more reluctant to engage his pursuer in battle. The woman clearly wasn't an ordinary devilish lord, and he certainly wasn't willing to face her in his current lackluster condition. Furthermore, not only did the woman's aura strike him with a sense of extreme peril, it was also rather familiar to him. It would be very unwise for Han Li to engage her in battle before ascertaining her identity. Even though he was only slightly faster than his pursuer in his Kunping form, the gap between them would still constantly be widening, so he would eventually be able to completely shake her off. The woman had to be aware of this as well, so Han Li was rather perplexed about what her intentions were. However, he had no time to consider such matters at the moment. He was focused solely on fleeing the scene as quickly as he could. At their astonishing speeds, a distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers had been covered after just a single hour. At this point, Han Li had already opened up a gap of several tens of kilometers between himself and the stone hole. This was naturally an extremely far distance for the average person, but for beings of Han Li's caliber, it was a distance that could be covered in mere moments. Even so, the gap was still steadily widening, and Han Li's heart finally eased slightly as he began to ponder exactly who this woman was. Meanwhile, the woman was seated on a stone chair at the center of the hall, casting her cold gaze straight ahead in an unblinking manner. This human brat was nothing more than an ant in a lower realm the last time I encountered him, but since then, he's progressed to the mid-body integration stage in less than 2,000 years and attained such a powerful transformation technique. It appears that he's not to be underestimated. However, he's dreaming if he thinks he can get away from me with these trifling abilities alone. Sure gone, initiate instantaneous teleportation right away. I'm sure you've had enough time to lock onto him, the woman commanded with a cold expression. In response, a giant rough face took shape on the ceiling of the stone hall, and it replied, "Yes, Mistress Yuan Chao. The two of us will initiate teleportation right away, but there's still a potential margin for error of around 500 meters that you'll need to account for. 500 meters is nothing, I'll be able to stop him for sure," the woman said in a nonchalant manner. Yes. The giant face immediately gave an affirmative reply, and in the next instant, the stone hall suddenly stopped in midair. Immediately thereafter, two different strange voices began to chant an incantation, and countless five-colored runes emerged over the surface of the stone hall amid a flash of spiritual light. These runes were extremely profound, and they flashed violently before detaching themselves from the stone hall, dispersing through the air to form a massive five-colored formation. The stone hall was situated right at the center of the formation, and it vanished on the spot after a flash of dazzling light. In the next instant, Han Li suddenly felt a burst of spatial fluctuations appear around 500 meters behind him, and his heart jolted as he turned around, just in time to see a giant formation appear out of thin air. Five-colored light flashed, and a massive object began to emerge from the formation. Crap! Han Li was adept in formations and instantaneous teleportation techniques himself, so he was naturally immediately able to identify this as a teleportation formation. As such, he immediately stopped in his flight while a vertical black demonic eye appeared on his glabella. This was none other than Han Li's Law Destruction Eye, and he was forcibly using it in his Kunping form. This was something that would have been completely beyond his capabilities back before he reached the body integration stage. As soon as the Law Destruction Eye appeared, it expelled a black thread that was as thin as a strand of hair. The black thread then instantly transformed into a thick inky black pillar of light that vanished into thin air in a flash. A resounding boom rang out, and the black pillar of light appeared right in front of the teleportation formation before striking it with devastating force. Black and five-colored light immediately intertwined to inundate the entire formation, and after unleashing the attack, the Law Destruction Eye on Han Li's glabella instantly vanished. Immediately thereafter, he flapped his wings and continued to flee, choosing to unleash no further attacks. Han Li was clearly aware that the attack from his Law Destruction Eye wouldn't actually be able to harm his pursuer, which was why he had made such a quick decision to continue flying away. As it turned out, he was right. After the explosion of black and five-colored light receded, the space at the center of the giant formation warped and blurred, following which the giant stone hall emerged in a slightly unsteady manner. Under the influence of the chaotic spatial powers in the nearby area, the stone hall was unable to immediately continue pursuing Han Li. Instead, a white light barrier had appeared around it, and it was swaying incessantly amid the violent spatial fluctuations. He has a Law Destruction Eye. The woman's expression darkened upon making this realization. After just a few flashes, Han Li was nothing more than a black spot on the horizon again. "Chase him down," the woman commanded in an enraged voice. The giant stone face appeared once again on the ceiling of the hall, and it said in an apologetic manner, "I'm afraid we won't be able to give chase right away, mistress. due to the disruption from spatial powers, will only be able to continue after making some adjustments. By the time you're done, that human brat will be completely gone. Let me lend you a hand. The woman harumphed coldly before gripping onto the smooth armrests of her stone chair, then injected a burst of inky black devilish chi into it. Thank you for your assistance, Mistress Yuan Cha. We'll be able to continue right away now, the stone face said in an elated manner. Thus, not long after that, the stone hall shot forth through the air again. Even though the stone hall had failed to stop Hanli, the distance between the two had been closed down significantly, and the woman continued to give chase with renewed determination. Thus, whenever Hanli managed to widen the gap between himself and the stone hall, the woman would make use of its teleportation ability to close the gap. Having learned her lesson from the first teleportation, she made sure not to get too close to Hanli during her subsequent teleportations. Thus, even with his law destruction eye, Hanli was unable to thwart her teleportation any further. This was naturally quite worrying for Hanli. He also had his lightning formation that he could use for teleportation, but he was unable to control the destination at all. If he were to only teleport over a short distance, there was a possibility that he could end up right next to his pursuer. If he wanted to teleport over a longer distance, then he would require more time to set up the formation, so that wasn't a viable option either. Furthermore, even if he could teleport himself thousands of kilometers away, he still wouldn't be able to escape the woman's spiritual sense detection, and she'd simply catch up again eventually. It seemed that she was even more difficult to shake off than the 3 clones of sacred ancestor Shuiguang. Thus, the two continued to fly through the air for over half a day. Due to the fact that Hanli had intentionally chosen a very sparsely populated path, he didn't encounter any devilish beings that could impede him along the way. However, the woman clearly wasn't going to let him off the hook, so he had to think of a way to shake her off. Unbeknownst to him, the woman was currently communicating with another devilish being through her antiquated black mirror. Immortal Galaxy Tree. Wonder if the author meant a hastily set up formation. Since Hanli did use the lightning formation to kill that armored giant right at the start of the Deep Heaven City battle, albeit that was an extremely short distance that he was able to see with his own eyes. The image in the mirror depicted a crimson-robed young man, and he had a rather dark expression on his face. Yuan Cha. When did you send a clone into the spirit realm? If I recall correctly, you're not on the list of the sacred ancestors designated to descend into this realm. Shuiguang, I only sent a clone of mine into this realm to assist Lu Ji. I'm not ruling over any army, and I don't have any intention of getting my true body to descend into this realm, so I'm not breaking my agreement with everyone. As such, you have no right to accuse me of anything, the woman replied in an expressionless manner. Shuiguang was furious, but he was clearly also rather wary of the woman, and he harumphed coldly, no matter how you try to explain it, you're just twisting the narrative. Setting that aside for now, if you're assisting Lu Ji, then why have you appeared in this area that I'm overseeing? Don't you owe me an explanation for that? Don't tell me that the detection treasure in my battle canoe is yielding a false result. I am indeed currently in the area that you're overseeing, and I'm pursuing a human cultivator. This is an order from Lu Ji as well, so what I'm doing is definitely beneficial to the army of our holy race, the woman replied as her expression eased slightly. You're pursuing a human cultivator? With those 2 giant stone devils up your sleeve, surely no human under the Grand Ascension stage can escape from you. However, seeing as this is a matter that concerns the entire army of our holy race, it would be unbefitting of me to not lend you my assistance. I'll send out a clone of mine to meet up with you right away, Shuiguang said in a meaningful voice. It sounds like you still doubt me. By the way, I've heard that you sent your 3 clones into the spirit realm. Aren't you afraid that something will happen to your true body in our holy realm? Besides, don't you think it's too late for you to send out a clone now? By the time your clone gets here, I'll have already taken care of the human cultivator here, the woman said as a cold smile appeared on her face. I have no need to explain myself to you. My clone isn't far away from where you are right now. It should be able to meet up with you in about half a day. I just so happen to have borrowed the all-encompassing plate from Dulong. I'm sure it'll be of assistance to you, Shui Guang replied. What? How did you get Dulong to lend you his all-encompassing plate? He values that treasure as much as his own life. A stunned look appeared on the woman's face upon hearing this. Anything can be borrowed as long as the price is right. Who's this human cultivator that you're currently pursuing? They must be an extremely important figure in the human race to get away from you. I'll contact my clones right away so they can ambush him from the front, and we'll trap him from both sides, Shui Guang proposed. The woman was silent for a moment before replying in a serious manner, You can help me hunt him down, but I've had a run-in with him in a lower realm in the past, so after we capture him, you have to leave him to me. Otherwise, I'd rather take care of him on my own, even if it means I'll have to expend a bit more time. Oh. He's crossed you in a lower realm. That's quite interesting. I heard that a spiritual sense clone of yours was killed in a lower realm. Could the perpetrator be the human cultivator that you're currently pursuing? What a coincidence. Shui Guang chuckled as a mocking look appeared on his face. If you contacted me just to mock me, then there's no need for us to communicate any further. The woman's expression darkened as she raised a hand to cut off the communication. However, Shui Guang suddenly raised a hand to stop her. Hold on. I agree to your condition. However, after this, you have to help me do something as well, and after that's done, you have to leave the area that I'm overseeing. The crimson figure was none other than one of the sacred ancestor Shui Guang's clones. Don't celebrate too early. Don't forget the condition that we initially proposed to Yuan Cha, another identical clone reminded in a calm voice. Seeing as Yuan Cha is pursuing the same target as us, the condition we raised will naturally have to be changed. We can hand that man over to her, but we didn't promise to hand over his treasures to her as well, sacred ancestor Shui Guang harumphed coldly in response. I'm not sure Yuan Cha would be willing to accept such an arrangement. We can split her some of the treasures, but we have to recover the devil's sealing lock and purple word cauldron, the clone said with a shake of his head. Split her some of the treasures. That human brat clearly possesses many powerful treasures. Are you willing to pass them up? Sacred ancestor Shui Guang asked with pursed lips. We have no choice. Don't forget that she has the backing of Lu Ji. Now would not be a good time to mess with her, the clone replied in a solemn manner. Indeed, that Lu Ji is quite a big problem. A hint of wariness appeared on sacred ancestor Shui Guang's face. Alright, stop getting ahead of yourselves. We might not even be able to capture that human brat. He seems to have sensed our presence, so it most likely won't be possible to ambush him, the final clone said. He sensed our presence. Surely not. We've already concealed everything with the all-encompassing plate. There's no way that he'll be able to sense us unless he's a grand ascension cultivator. At the very most, he's only become suspicious that there's someone nearby. With Yuan Cha hot on his heels, he won't be able to remain here for long, sacred ancestor Shui Guang said in an unconvinced manner. Is that so? I don't think that's. Hold on, what is he doing? The final clone faltered mid-sentence before letting loose a cry of alarm. The expressions on the faces of the other two clones also changed drastically upon seeing what Hanli was doing in the image. Hanli suddenly opened his massive beak to expel a shimmering golden ball of lightning, which swelled to around 10 feet in size in a flash. The ball of lightning then shot forth directly toward the three clones as a dazzling bolt of lightning. A loud thunderclap rang out, and the crystalline screen was pulverized into powder amid a crisp crack by the golden lightning. He really did discover the all-encompassing plate. If we can't ambush him, then we'll just have to forcibly stop him. Sacred Ancestor Shuaguang said in a cold voice. The other two clones naturally offered no objections, and both of them began to make hand seals while uttering incantations. At the same time, the ball of lightning transformed into a giant net that swept forward, and a white object appeared out of thin air. This was a circular object that was over 1,000 feet in size, and it resembled a massive jade plate. Under the illumination of the white light emanating from the jade plate, a formation that was around 500 meters in size also emerged. If Han Li hadn't stopped right as he did, he would have plunged headfirst into that restriction, and that was naturally quite an alarming realization for him. The giant jade plate revolved on the spot, then released a dense white light barrier. After just a few flashes, the light barrier transformed into a wall of light with no end in sight to completely cut off Han Li. However, a burst of exuberant light suddenly flashed from Han Li's body, and he transformed into another giant bird form that resembled the legendary true spirit Heavenly Phoenix. This was none other than the Heavenly Phoenix transformation of Han Li's 12 awakening transformations. As soon as this bird emerged, it let loose a clear cry before flapping its wings, and spatial fluctuations erupted up ahead, following which a white spatial rift emerged. Han Li's giant bird body flashed forward, and he instantly vanished into the rift. Han Li could naturally sense that his pursuers were closing in once again, and he immediately released countless golden flowers from his giant bird body. Each flower was around the size of a bowl, and they each contained a shimmering golden beetle. These were none other than the mature gold-devouring beetles that Han Li had kept in reserve, and he had released several thousand of them at once. Even with their instantaneous regenerative abilities, the crimson devilish beings were still completely devoured by the gold-devouring beetles within the span of just a few breaths, leaving behind no trace of their existence. Han Li let loose a long cry, and all of the beetles flew back toward him. Immediately thereafter, he flapped his four wings and vanished on the spot as a silver arc of lightning. After a few more rumbling thunderclaps, the silver arc of lightning flashed a few times before completely vanishing into the distance. Around 10 minutes later, the jade plate and stone hall both arrived on the scene before stopping in midair. A humanoid figure then emerged above each treasure. One of them was a slender and elegant woman, while the other was a crimson-robed young man. They were none other than the clones of Yuan Cha and Shuaguang. Yuan Cha was completely expressionless, but the fury in her eyes was plain to see, while Shuaguang wore an expression of unbridled rage. I didn't think that even my blood-like crystal guards wouldn't be able to stall him at all. It looks like he's intent on dragging out this chase, Shuaguang spat through gritted teeth. Aren't those guards of yours supposed to be indestructible? How were they killed by those mere spirit insects? Yuan Cha harumphed coldly in response. Don't tell me you didn't identify what those spirit insects were. My guards have indeed cultivated the blood-body devilish art, but there's no way they could withstand the power of those spirit insects, Shuaguang snapped. Of course I was able to identify those spirit insects. Perhaps I would be wary of them if there were over 100,000 of those gold-devouring beetles, but such a trifling number won't be anywhere near enough to pose a threat to you and me. We can just trap them using a wood or stone attribute treasure, Yuan Cha said in an indifferent manner. I do indeed have a pair of treasures of those attributes, but can you be certain that he only has that many of those spirit insects? What if he has more than 100,000 of them up his sleeve? On top of that, we still don't know how many trump cards he's yet to reveal. What if we back him into a corner and he lashes out to deal us severe damage before we take him down? Shuaguang speculated. You think he has over 100,000 gold-devouring beetles? You sure have a vivid imagination. Alright, let's say that he does indeed have that many gold-devouring beetles up his sleeve. Do you think his spiritual sense will be powerful enough to control them? Even if our true bodies were present, controlling over 100,000 gold-devouring beetles would instantly exhaust our spiritual sense. Rest assured, controlling several thousand of those beetles at once is most likely already his limit. If he really could control so many of those beetles at once, he would have used them against us already. He does indeed possess some powerful abilities that we need to be wary of, but don't tell me that you're planning to give up now. If so, then I'll just have to continue on my own. You just have to deploy your subordinates to cut off all of the potential routes he can take to return to any major human settlements. Yuan Cha chuckled coldly. Sacred Ancestor Shuaguang's expression changed slightly before he replied, I was only considering the worst-case scenario. Seeing as you're so confident, I'll naturally be willing to continue as well. Han Li had taken two extremely important treasures from him, so he naturally wasn't willing to give up on this chase. As you know, I'm the leader of our holy race army in this area, but I can't deploy all of the troops here to hunt down that human brat. Otherwise, if something were to go wrong, would be held accountable, Shuaguang suddenly said. So, what are you trying to say? Spit it out, Yuan Cha urged in an impatient manner. What I'm saying is that seeing as we're unable to capture this human cultivator in a short time, you and I have to make some long-term plans. Why don't you request some reinforcements from Lu Ji? If she can deploy some of her elite subordinates to assist us, there's no way that human brat will be able to get away. With your relationship with Lu Ji, I'm sure this won't be too difficult, Shuaguang chuckled. Yuan Chao considered this proposal for a moment before nodding in agreement. Request reinforcements from Lu Ji. That's not a bad idea. Alright, I can do that, but during this time, you and your subordinates have to keep up the pressure on that Han brat. Don't allow him any respite, and certainly don't let him get away. Rest assured, fellow Daoist Yuan Chao, I'll be sure to cut off all of the potential routes leading to Deep Heaven City and the other major human settlements. I'll ensure that he'll have no one to turn to, Shuaguang assured in an ecstatic manner. That would be best. Prior to the arrival of Lu Ji's reinforcements, we should continue to follow him from a distance. Once we completely exhaust him, we'll be able to capture him with ease, Yuan Cha said in a cold voice. Of course. In reality, with our powers, if we were prepared to incur some costs, we would have most likely already chased him down, Shuaguang said with a smile. Alright, let's continue, then. I have to admit that his speed truly is quite remarkable. If we delay here any longer, he'll escape out of our sensory range, Yuan Cha said as she cast her gaze into the distance. Of course. I've already set up 7 more groups of my subordinates up ahead, and they should be able to exhaust him even further, Shuaguang replied with a cold smile. Yuan Cha offered no response to this and merely returned to her stone hall as a ball of white light. As for Shuaguang, he made a hand seal and vanished into the jade plate as a cloud of black qi. In the next instant, both of the giant treasures set off in pursuit of Han Li once again. Meanwhile, Han Li was around 10,000 kilometers away, flying through the air with a dark expression. Having been fleeing for the past 2 months, the plans of the 2 sacred ancestors had naturally been made very apparent to him. During this period of time, he had encountered at least 30 to 40 groups of enemies. Some of these groups were comprised only of low-grade devilish beings, while others included the most elite forces the devilish army had to offer, and there were even 2 groups that had devilish lords among their ranks. After just a few flashes, he abruptly vanished at a certain point halfway up the mountain. Not long thereafter, the stone hall appeared above the mountain summit, then released countless runes of different colors to instantly manifest a giant 5-colored light formation. The formation expelled a faint buzzing sound as soon as it appeared, and a giant ball of five-colored light with a diameter of several hundred feet appeared at its center. A cold harumph rang out from within the stone palace, and the giant ball of light immediately detached itself from the light formation before descending toward the highest point on the mountain peak. Five-colored spiritual light flashed violently, and in the instant the ball of light came into contact with the mountain summit, it disappeared into the mountain without a sound, leaving only a gigantic black hole on the ground. Not only was the hole extremely massive with a radius of over 1,000 feet, its edge was completely black and remarkably smooth, and a scorching aura was emanating from within it. After the span of just a few breaths, an earth-shattering boom erupted from deep within the belly of the mountain, and the earth tremored violently. Countless thick pillars of light then suddenly erupted from the surface of the mountain, punching countless holes into it in an instant. The mountain swayed violently for a moment before completely collapsing, crumbling into a massive pile of rubble with countless rocks and stones flying in all directions. At the center of the wreckage was a gargantuan crater that was several hundred feet deep with an area of over 10 acres. The center of the crater was completely devoid of all matter, as if everything within it had been vaporized on the spot. Immediately thereafter, over 100 thick pillars of light erupted from the light formation up above, then pierced into the wreckage down below. A string of resounding booms rang out from underground, but there was nothing amiss. Only then did the stone hull gradually descend from above, only stopping once it was only several thousand feet above the rubble. White light flashed in the air above the stone hull, and Yuan Cha emerged with a slightly bewildered expression as she swept her gaze over the wreckage. That Han brat just escaped into this mountain, so there's no way he should have been able to escape the scope of my attack. However, it looks like that was only a clone of his, seeing as I was able to kill him so easily, but even if it's just a clone it should have left behind some remains. Could it be that it just so happened to be at the epicenter of the attack, and its body was completely destroyed? Yuan Cha murmured to herself with furrowed brows. After a brief pause for contemplation, she closed her eyes while pointing a finger at her own glabella. A burst of enormous spiritual sense immediately erupted forth before spreading in all directions before scouring meticulously through every single inch of rubble, but all to no avail. Looks like I was overthinking things. Yuan Cha's expression eased slightly as she reopened her eyes. Right at this moment, a peculiar type of fluctuations emanated from her body, and her expression changed slightly as she swept a sleeve through the air to release an antiquated mirror. The mirror circled around in the air above her head before hovering in front of her, and moments later, the image of Shui Guang appeared on its surface. Fellow Taoist Yuan Cha, there's no need for you to continue in your pursuit, you're most likely chasing after a clone. The one that I'm chasing has killed most of the troops I sent to impede him, and he's displaying immense power. I'm confident that this is his true body. I've managed to trap him in a certain place with my all-encompassing plate, but he's unleashed some type of concealment technique, and I'm unable to find him for now. The three of us need to focus on controlling the all-encompassing plate to seal off the surrounding area, so you'll have to assist us with tracking him down, the Shueguang clone said in a serious manner. The remnants of Yuan Cha's suspicions were erased upon hearing this, and she replied, I see, that confirms it. Then, I've already taken care of the one that I'm chasing after, and it did indeed seem far too weak to be the true body. I'll come to you right away, make sure you don't allow him to escape. She then immediately stowed her mirror away before flying upward as a streak of white light. After just a few flashes, she returned to her stone hall and departed from the scene. Thus, peace and quiet returned to the area. 4 hours later, a layer of green light suddenly flashed over a mundane-looking dead log situated in a certain corner of the rubble. The log suddenly transformed into a green-skinned young man who was identical to Han Li in appearance. It was none other than Han Li's spirit body. As soon the spirit body emerged, it immediately laid a hand onto the top of its own head, and a ball of green light emerged, within which was an adorable little girl. The little girl's face was slightly pale, and she took a seat with her legs crossed in the air above the spirit body. After a long while, a hint of color had finally returned to her cheeks. She cast her gaze toward the massive crater nearby with a hint of lingering fear in her eyes, and murmured to herself, "Master was right, the spirit body really is able to conceal itself flawlessly within a natural setting. I've completed my mission, now, it's time to hide somewhere, then find a way to reunite with Master later. I hope Master can survive this ordeal." After that, she disappeared into the spirit body again as a ball of green light. In the next instant, the spirit body reopened its eyes, then decided on a certain direction before flying away. Elsewhere, there were over 100 devilish elites hovering in the air around a giant jade plate. They were situated above a valley, and were looking down below with solemn looks in their eyes. At this point, the giant jade plate had already transformed into a scintillating red sun, and the red spiritual light radiating from it had encompassed the entire valley down below. Within this red light, there were countless silver runes flashing incessantly, and they seemed to contain some type of mysterious power. Within the jade plate, the three Shuaguang clones were standing next to one another. They were all making hand seals with crimson light shimmering around their bodies, staring at the crystalline wall up ahead with intense unblinking eyes. Within the image on the crystalline wall, a series of crimson balls of light were scouring through the valley in search for something, and nothing was able to impede these balls of light. As the balls of light roamed over the landscape, the image on the crystalline wall was constantly changing. However, there was nothing to be seen aside from rocks, trees, and spirit beasts that possessed no intelligence. The three clones' expressions naturally darkened even further upon seeing this, and they continued to control the balls of light to search through the area. Not long after that, a ball of white light shot forth from the distance, and it was none other than Yuan Cha's stone hall. The stone hall reached the jade plate in a flash before stopping on the spot, and almost at the exact same moment, Yuan Cha emerged from the stone hall amid a flash of white light. "You've finally arrived, fellow Taoist Yuan Cha," the Shuaguang clone at the center said with a smile. "Cut the chit-chat, are you sure that Han Brat has been trapped in the valley?" Yuan Cha asked. "Of course, I wouldn't dare to lie to you about something like this. After I caught up to him, he tried to use an earth movement technique to get away, so I sealed off this entire area with my all-encompassing plate. There's no way he can escape from here, but he's used some type of concealment technique that's managed to escape my detection, so I'll have to trouble you, fellow Taoist," another Shuaguang clone replied. "Alright, I'll unleash my Great Origin Devil technique right away to force him out into the open," Yuan Cha said with a nod. "Please allow one of us to enter the valley with you to protect you against potential sneak attacks while you unleash your ability," the final Shuaguang clone said in a cold voice. "Protect me? It sounds like you just want to keep an eye on me." Yuan Cha's expression darkened upon hearing this. You're misconstruing my intentions, fellow Taoist Yuan Cha. That human brat is full of tricks, and he's carrying several powerful treasures that could potentially be very dangerous," the Shuaguang clone in the middle chuckled in response. "Do whatever you want, then. I won't stop you from sending someone to accompany me, but you'd better not try anything. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, don't blame me for turning on you," Yuan Cha said in an expressionless manner. Immediately thereafter, she returned to her stone hall without waiting for a response from Shuaguang. The smile on the face of the middle Shuaguang clone immediately faded, and he said to another clone, "Alright, just as we planned earlier, you go and keep an eye on her. If she tracks down that brat, notify us right away. We can't allow her to get her hands on him first. Rest assured, I'll be sure to keep a close eye on her. That brat is most likely a spent force by now, but Yuan Cha still definitely won't be able to capture him easily. Before he appears, make sure to maintain the all-encompassing plate restriction so he doesn't get away again," the clone replied. The other two clones naturally gave an affirmative response. Meanwhile, a rumbling boom suddenly rang out from the stone hall, and countless runes flashed from its surface as it split up into the two stone giants. Six black balls of light emerged over its palms, then transformed into 6 plumes of black smoke that converged high up in the air. A devilish cloud instantly took shape up above, then began to take on the forms of different living creatures, as if it possessed spiritual nature. Yuan Cha's chanting ceased upon seeing this, and she pointed a finger up toward the huge flags. Black light swirled over the surfaces of the flags, then transformed into around a dozen bursts of black chi that rose up into the devilish cloud. As a result, the cloud swelled drastically in size, and soon, it had encompassed virtually half of the entire valley. A cold light flashed through Yuan Cha's eyes, and she abruptly opened her mouth before expelling several balls of blood essence toward the devilish cloud up above. The blood essence transformed into droplets of blood rain that vanished into the cloud in a flash, and at the same time, the two stone pillars were also releasing halos of 5-colored light. With each halo that passed through the devilish cloud, the cloud would swell slightly in size, and not long after that, countless crimson threads emerged within it amid a flash of crimson light. They intertwined with the black cloud and manifested countless fist-sized balls of black chi, all of which then transformed into palm-sized black crows. There were over 10,000 of these crows in total, creating a harrowing sight to behold. Go! Yuan Cha instructed as she swept a sleeve through the air. The crows circled around before flying toward a certain direction in the valley, while Yuan Cha closed her eyes before pressing a finger against her own glabella, seemingly sensing something in silence. The Shuaguang clone's expression changed slightly at the sight of the massive murder of crows, but he didn't do anything. The crows seemed to possess insubstantial bodies as they were able to pass through all physical obstacles in their way, and mere moments later, they had scoured through close to half of the entire valley, but still hadn't been able to discover anything. Just as the crows were summoned back by Yuan Cha before being sent toward a different direction, a sharp ringing sound suddenly erupted, and the Shuaguang clone faltered slightly before hurriedly laying a hand onto his own waist. An egg-sized crystal ball instantly shot forth before transforming into a translucent light screen, within which the other two Shuaguang clones could be seen. We've got bad news. Come back with fellow Daoist Yuan Cha right away. Another Hanli has suddenly been sighted elsewhere, and he broke through several of our defensive lines, killing 2 devilish lords en route to Deep Heaven City. That Hanli used an incomplete profound heavenly treasure and released a swarm of gold-devouring beetles, so he's almost definitely the true body. We've all been had, we're currently pursuing just another clone of his. I've already issued an order to stall him at all costs. If we hurry over now, we should still be able to catch him, one of the 2 Shuaguang clones said in an urgent manner. The Shuaguang clone's expression darkened significantly upon hearing this, and he hurriedly turned to Yuan Cha. Did you hear that, fellow Daoist Yuan Cha? Forget about this clone, we have to leave this place right away. Yuan Cha's eyelids fluttered, and she suddenly reopened her eyes, revealing them to be flashing with green light. How can you be sure that you haven't gotten the wrong target again? I've already gone through this much hassle and I'm on the brink of success. Even if this isn't his true body, it'll still be useful for me to capture it. If you can't wait, then you can go on ahead. After I capture this clone, I'll meet up with you, she said in a cold voice. The Shuaguang clone was rather taken aback to hear this, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he said, in that case, I'll be going on ahead. With your powers, I'm sure you'll have no issues capturing a mere clone. However, his true body is very troublesome to deal with, and you and I will have to join forces to take him down, so don't get any other ideas. Rest assured, I won't intentionally ruin something that's mutually beneficial to us. I'm pursuing this clone for my own purpose. As for what that is, perhaps you'll learn of it soon, Yuan Cha replied in a nonchalant manner. The Shuaguang clone was still rather befuddled, but it wasn't appropriate for him to pry any further, so he could only set the matter aside for now. I'll be leaving behind half of my subordinates for you to use as you see fit. There aren't that many of them, but I'm sure they'll be of some help to you. Thank you for that, Yuan Cha replied with a nod as her expression eased slightly. Immediately thereafter, the Shuaguang clone rose up into the air as a streak of crimson light, then disappeared into the jade plate after just a few flashes. Moments later, a film of crimson light appeared over the surface of the jade plate, and it abruptly vanished on the spot. Half of the elite devilish beings gathered around the jade plate also disappeared, leaving over 100 devilish beings behind. They were led by a late spatial tempering stage devilish being, and they all descended toward Yuan Cha. The leader of the devilish beings strode forward before extending a deep bow. Mistress Yuan Cha, Master Shuaguang has already departed. Do you have any orders for us? Even though he was a subordinate to Shuaguang, this devilish being was acting in an extremely respectful manner toward Yuan Cha. No, just stand by for now, Yuan Cha instructed in an indifferent manner. Yes, mistress. The devilish being naturally accepted the order without any objections. Thus, the devilish beings all scattered around the stone platform to await further instructions. As for Yuan Cha, she slowly closed her eyes again, and not long after that, the murder of crows scoured completed their search through another corner of the valley, then continued on toward another area. Not long after that, they finally discovered something. Just as the crows were flying over a short shrub, over 100 of them suddenly began to circle around the plant while squawking loudly. Yuan Cha abruptly reopened her eyes, and an elated look appeared on her face as she shot forth toward the shrub as a streak of white light. At her speed, it would only take a few flashes for her to reach her destination, and right at this moment, the space around the shrub warped slightly. Immediately thereafter, a burst of faint black chi emerged before flying away, but it was clearly already too late. Yuan Cha pointed a finger toward the black shadow, and all of the nearby crows immediately began to squawk in an extremely unpleasant manner while flying toward the black shadow like moths to a flame. Perhaps one or two of these crows wouldn't be of any concern, but with over 1,000 of them swooping down at once, the black shadow was forced to stop and reveal its original form. This was an inky black nascent soul with an identical appearance to Han Li, and its entire body was radiating dense devilish chi. This was none other than Han Li's second nascent soul. However, almost at the exact same moment, a streak of crimson light also emerged from the blood mist before flying away into the distance. In the next instant, crimson light flashed in the distant sky as a crimson thread appeared, then blurred before vanishing again. Yuan Cha faltered slightly upon seeing this before a frosty look reappeared on her face. That's the blood shadow evasion technique. That is indeed rather troublesome to deal with, but that won't be enough for you to escape from me. She waved a hand toward the distance, and the two giant stone pillars tremored slightly before rising up into the air. They then combined as one to form the stone hall again before hurtling directly toward Yuan Cha. Yuan Cha flew into the stone hall before issuing an instruction to the devilish beings down below, then flew away as a ball of white light. The devilish beings down below naturally hurriedly followed along, and thus, the area was vacated in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, in the air above a lake that was countless kilometers away from the second nascent soul, Han Li had unleashed his sword art to create a giant azure dragon comprised of countless streaks of sword chi. The azure dragon was pouncing toward a high-grade devilish being with an insect-like body, and the devilish being was instantly torn apart. Even its nascent soul was instantly destroyed before it could escape. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, and the azure dragon disintegrated into countless streaks of azure sword chi again. The sword chi revolved around in mid-air before hurtling back toward Hanli, then vanished into his body amid a flash of azure light. Beside the body of the high-grade devilish being that had just been slain, there were also a dozen or so other bodies of high-grade devilish beings hovering nearby. After stowing away all of the sword chi back into his own body, Han Li's face paled significantly, and only after circulating his magic power through his meridians a few times did his complexion improve slightly. It looks like they've already figured it out, so I can't keep going in this direction. What a pity. If they had reacted any slower than this, then there really was a chance that I could have made it back to Deep Heaven City. I can't allow myself to become predictable, so I'll have to try my luck by going in another direction. It's a good thing that my pursuers have already been shaken off, so there's a good chance that I'll be able to escape, Hanli mused to himself. Back when Hanli had unleashed that secret technique to conjure up projections of himself, Chuer and his second nascent soul had been among the projections, and they had lured away the two sacred ancestors. Meanwhile, he had concealed himself using his high zenith invisibility talisman and remained at the same location. With his drastic increase in cultivation base, it was impossible for the high zenith invisibility talisman to maintain its concealment effect for too long. If Yuan Cha and Shui Guang had merely remained on the spot for a while, he would have been forced to reveal himself, and that was why he hadn't used his talisman earlier during his escape. He had already taken a huge risk to send out his spirit body and second nascent soul in a last-ditch effort, so he had naturally decided to use this talisman as well. As expected, Shui Guang wasn't able to see through his deception in time, and he was able to shake off his pursuers. Not only was he taking a risk by doing this, his spirit body and second nascent soul were in even more peril than he was. Thankfully, the spirit body was formed by the immortal Zoisha, and Chuer was also a spirit being of heaven and earth, so as long as they had enough time to conceal themselves, they should be able to remain hidden. As for his second nascent soul, he had given it his other high zenith invisibility talisman. On top of that, the second nascent soul had cultivated a Devil Dao secret technique that allowed it to manifest wings with its devilish chi, and it had also cultivated the blood shadow evasion technique. With those two techniques up its sleeve, it wasn't completely implausible that the second nascent soul could escape. After all, once the two sacred ancestors realized the second nascent soul wasn't his true body, they'd most likely just abandon it. This was why he had immediately exposed himself and began slaying devilish beings when he felt the timing to be about right. News of his exploits had most likely already reached Shui Guang and Yuan Cha, and he didn't want to be pursued by them again, so he had no choice but to truly abandon Deep Heaven City and go elsewhere. With that in mind, Hanli no longer hesitated and fled in another direction. During the next 2 months, Hanli began to dart around all over the place in an extremely unpredictable manner. Initially, the Shui Guang clones were unable to track him down, and could only react to reports from other devilish beings that had sighted Hanli. As such, they were always a step too late, and by the time they arrived, Hanli would already be gone. Strangely enough, Yuan Cha wasn't with them, and Hanli had no idea where she was. He was naturally more than happy to see this, and if it weren't for the fact that he was sorely lacking in magic power, he would have been very tempted to turn around and retaliate against the Shui Guang clones. Unfortunately, under these current circumstances, he could only continue to run for his life. The 3 Shui Guang clones were becoming more and more frustrated from this fruitless chase, and they dedicated even more devilish troops to hunting Hanli down, spreading them far and wide to try and intercept Hanli. On top of that, they were able to make use of the teleportation formations that the devilish army had already seized control of to aid in their pursuit of Hanli, and as a result, he was constantly kept on his toes. It was often the case that he would immediately depart from a place after recovering around 30% to 40% of his magic power, not daring to stay any longer than that. Even so, he was still almost cut off by the 3 Shui Guang clones on several occasions. Thankfully, his intuition as a body integration cultivator saved on him those occasions, alerting him and allowing him to get away just in the nick of time. As such, Hanli was naturally becoming more and more cautious, and he was forced to abandon his plans of traveling to other major human settlements, including the Holy Sovereign City and the 4 true spirit families, choosing to flee elsewhere instead. In the other directions, the number of devilish troops was drastically diminished, and the time it took for the 3 Shuaiguang clones to get to him began to increase. This gave Hanli a lot more respite, and he was able to meditate for longer periods of time, thereby allowing him to gradually recover his magic power. Unfortunately, this didn't last long. 3 months later, Yuan Cha suddenly reappeared alongside the 3 Shuaiguang clones, and they immediately set off after him in hot pursuit, not affording him any opportunity for respite. It was often the case that they would get to him when he had only been cultivating at a certain place for around 4 to 6 hours, and he would be forced to flee again. Thankfully, there weren't many other devilish beings nearby, so he was always able to make his escape relatively easily. However, during the next month, the 4 sacred ancestor clones were always hot on his heels no matter where he went, and he finally realized that something was wrong. The 4 sacred ancestor clones seemed to have a method of determining his approximate location. It clearly wasn't very accurate, but it was enough to render him unable to shake them off. Yuan Cha was clearly the one who held the key to this tracking method, and she had only just recently obtained it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get away so easily in the past. Hanli employed a few more methods to try and shake off his pursuers, all to no avail, and his heart sank further and further. As such, he became even more cautious and began to take routes that would take him further and further away from the devilish beings in the area. Thus, time passed by one day after another, and they began to approach the border of the human territory. This area was very close to the primordial world, and ancient beasts were often able to force their way through the restrictions here, so no human cities had been established in the area. As such, this was also the most barren and desolate part of the human territory. Without any human settlements here, there obviously wouldn't be any devilish armies situated here either. With Hanli's incredible speed, there were very few high-grade devilish beasts that had been able to keep up with him and the 4 sacred ancestor clones, and the only ones that had been able to keep up were only able to do so as they had been drawn into Shuaiguang's giant jade plate. Hanli continued to hurtle through the air as a streak of light with a dark expression. With his current level of magic power, it was unwise to continue to maintain his Kunping form, so he could only revert back to his human form. At this point, he had already been fleeing for over half a year, and his constant changes in direction made the 4 sacred ancestor clones unable to chase him down, but even with his resolute will, having to flee for his life for so long was taking a heavy mental toll on him. However, he was now even more determined to continue fleeing and engage his pursuers in a battle of attrition. There was no way that the 4 sacred ancestor clones could keep this up forever. They had to be expending just as much magic power as he was, and they also wouldn't have had much time to recover their magic power. High up in the air, millions of kilometers away from Hanli, a stone hall and a giant plate were hurtling through the air. Within the jade plate, the 3 Shuaiguang clones were standing before the crystalline wall, discussing something with Yuan Cha, whose image was being depicted on the wall. So you're still unwilling to enter our all-encompassing plate, fellow Taoist Yuan Cha. You should be just as aware as I am how much magic power we're expending by separately controlling flying treasures like this. I descended into this realm in quite a hurry, so I'm not carrying many magic power regeneration pills. I managed to get some from my subordinates, but after flying for this long, those pills have almost all been used up as well. At this rate, there's no guarantee that we'll be able to outlast that human brat. We don't know how many regenerative pills he's carrying. Even now, he's still displaying no signs of magic power exhaustion. I'm sure you're not carrying many regenerative pills either, right, fellow Taoist? In that case, it would be wise of us to fly in one treasure together so we can take turns resting, one of the Shueguang clones urged. I naturally have no objections to this, but why can't you three come to my stone hole? Why do you insist on making me enter your all-encompassing plate? Yuan Cha asked. Why ask a question you already know the answer to? The cultivation arts we're using contradict with the protective stone chi cultivated by the stone devil race. If we try to meditate and recover our magic power in your stone devil hall, the effect will be minimal. Hence, it's much better for you to come into our all-encompassing plate, Shueguang insisted. Is that so? I'm more concerned that you'll unleash the power of your all-encompassing plate on me if I were to enter it. You're renowned in our sacred realm for devouring the blood essence and magic power of others, so don't tell me that something like this is beneath you, Yuan Cha chuckled coldly, completely doing away with all semblance of pleasantries. You're overthinking things, fellow Daoist. Both of us only have our clones here. If I were to do that, your true body definitely wouldn't let me get away with it, Shueguang sighed in a resigned manner. I wouldn't be so sure about that. What you're saying makes some sense, but I'm still not willing to take the risk. Perhaps this clone of mine doesn't possess enough blood essence and magic power to tempt you, but if we take into consideration the chaotic yin-yang qi in Devil's Sealing Lock that's currently in the Han Brat's possession, even I would be tempted to do something radical, Yuan Cha said as a mocking sneer appeared on her face. The three Shueguang clones' expressions changed slightly upon hearing this, and they glanced at another before one of them asked, Chaotic yin-yang qi in Devil's Sealing Lock? What are you talking about? Why play these childish little games, Shueguang? I saw that Han Brat extracting chaotic yin-yang qi from the Devil's Sealing Lock using the earthly hellish flames. I heard that there was a very good chance that the Devil's Sealing Lock had fallen into your hands. It seems that the rumors were true. I don't know how you managed to lose the treasure to a human, but you sent your three clones into this realm for the chaotic yin-yang qi, right? Yuan Cha chuckled coldly in response. Seeing as you've already figured everything else, then I won't keep this from you any longer. What are you going to do? Are you going to inform Lu Ji and the others of this? Shueguang asked in a cold voice. Chaotic yin-yang qi is extremely important to sacred ancestors like us. I'm not going to let even more people know about it. My condition is very simple. I can give you the Devil's Sealing Lock and half of the chaotic yin-yang qi, but you have to give me the remaining chaotic yin-yang qi, as well as all of the treasures that are being carried by that Han Brat, Yuan Cha replied. You sure are asking for a lot. Setting aside everything else, that brat took my purple word cauldron as well. I have to recover that no matter what, Shueguang harumphed coldly. Yuan Cha was rather taken aback to hear this. Even if you learn the method, you wouldn't be able to replicate it, Yuan Cha said in an indifferent voice. How will I know whether I can replicate it if you don't tell me? Shueguang chuckled. If you really want to know, then I'll tell you. Remember how I remained behind to deal with the clone of that human brat? Yuan Cah asked. Of course. You remained there for a few months and didn't mention it at all after meeting up with me. Could it be that this tracking method has something to do with that clone of his? Shueguang asked. Indeed. That clone is actually one of his nascent souls. Even though it's only at the late spatial tempering stage, it's cultivated several powerful life-saving abilities. Even after chasing it for so long, I was still unable to stop it from self-detonating and escaping as countless wisps of soul fragments. In the end, I was only able to capture one of the soul fragments, Yuan Cha said with a grim expression. What? A spatial tempering stage nascent soul managed to escape from you? Shueguang was quite stunned to hear this, and all three clones exchanged astonished glances. Like I said, the nascent soul had cultivated several powerful life-saving abilities and was also carrying a few profound talismans. I was too complacent and allowed it to get away. With that nascent soul's powers, as long as most of it manages to gather together again, it should be able to recover back to its original form. If I hadn't been in a hurry to meet back up with you, I would have definitely spent some more time and destroyed all of those soul fragments. However, even with this single soul fragment, I'm able to use my Great Origin Devil technique to track his location. I've already refined that soul fragment into my own body, so I'm able to sense his approximate location from afar. Unfortunately, I don't have a second soul fragment for you to replicate this tracking method. In any case, this tracking method has a huge margin for error and only points out an approximate direction, which is why that human brat is able to continue to evade us, Yuan Cha explained. A soul fragment is required. I have a similar secret technique, but it looks like I won't be able to replicate the tracking method, after all. If I had known this in advance, I would have stayed with you for a few more days to help you capture that nascent soul. A regretful look appeared on Shui Guang's face as he spoke. If you had done that, then perhaps that human brat would have gotten away. Even a second nascent soul of his is so difficult to capture, I can only imagine how slippery he's going to be, Yuan Cha said with a shake of her head. No matter how tricky he is, he must be close to completely exhausting his magic power and spiritual sense after being pursued by us for so long. Without any power at his disposal, he won't be able to use any of his tricks, Shui Guang harumphed coldly. I recall you said the exact same thing 2 months ago, but he's still as lively as ever. In contrast, we're the ones who are struggling to keep up, Yuan Cha said as a slightly self-derogatory look appeared on her face. A slightly awkward look appeared on Shui Guang's face upon hearing this. That's only because neither of us expected him to be carrying so many magic power regeneration pills. We're unable to track down his exact location, so we can only keep chasing him like this. As soon as he exhausts all of his magic power, we'll be able to capture him with ease. Indeed. He's still traveling quite quickly now, but he's far slower than he was in the beginning. It looks like he truly is close to exhausting his magic power, Yuan Cha replied with a nod. This is why I'm inviting you into my all-encompassing plate. If we control this treasure together, we'll be able to maintain our current speed while significantly decreasing our magic power expenditure, Shui Guang said in a hopeful manner. Don't mention that again, I won't take such an unnecessary risk. This Stone Devil Hall is formed by the 2 elders of the Stone Devil race. I conserve much more magic power using it than anyone else could, Yuan Cha rejected in a cold voice. In that case, I won't mention this again. I have some subordinates with me, they should be able to help me control the all-encompassing plate for brief periods of time, Shui Guang said with a wry smile. Then it's settled. It seems like that human brat won't be able to last much longer, but I still think that you and I will need to make some preparations in advance. If he really does manage to last longer than we do or plans to engage us in a last-ditch battle before his magic power runs out, we have to be prepared, Yuan Cha said as she nodded with a cold look in her eyes. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Yuan Cha, I've naturally prepared some other measures. There's no way that human brat will be able to turn the tables on us, Shui Guang said in a confident manner. I'm glad to hear that. In order to conserve magic power, I won't be contacting you unless the necessity arises. After that, Yuan Cha swept a sleeve through the air, and her image vanished from the crystalline wall amid a flash of white light. Thus, peace and quiet abruptly returned to the space within the all-encompassing plate. The smile on the face of the center Shui Guang clone instantly disappeared, and he pondered the situation for a moment before asking, "What do you two think of what Yuan Cha just said?" He was naturally raising the question to the other 2 clones. Even though the 3 clones stemmed from the same being, their personalities vastly differed as a result of the special soul-splitting secret technique, and they were more like 3 completely different people. There's not much to it, Yuan Cha definitely didn't tell the truth. Most devilish cultivation arts include abilities that allow one to track someone's main nascent soul through the use of a soul fragment. However, this method is only viable when the person being tracked possesses far inferior magic power to the one doing the tracking. Otherwise, if the target senses that something is amiss, they can use certain special methods to seal off their main nascent soul, and the tracking method would be rendered useless, one of the clones said with furrowed brows. On top of that, she agreed to return the devil's sealing lock and purple word cauldron to you so easily. I suspect that she has some type of ulterior motive. Those two treasures aren't true profound heavenly treasures, but they're still incomplete profound heavenly treasures. Why is she willing to give them up so easily? If she had tried to argue with us over ownership rights of one or both of the treasures, perhaps I'd have been convinced that she was being genuine. The other clone also chuckled coldly in response. Alright, I think we can conclude that she's definitely hiding something and harboring some kind of ulterior motive, but our top priority for now is to capture that human brat. Also, from today onward, let's begin taking turns absorbing the true devilish crystals that we brought with us. Hee, I bet Yuan Cha would have never anticipated that we would bring so many true devilish crystals into this realm. With those crystals as a source of devilish chi replenishment, we can keep this up even for another year. When Yuan Cha is unable to keep up, we'll be able to adopt the dominant position and dictate how that Han brat's treasures are split among us, the center Shueguang clone said with a dark expression. The other two clones were also quite elated to hear this. Meanwhile, Yuan Cha was also seated on her stone chair in deep thought within her massive stone hole. After a while, a faint sigh suddenly rang out within the stone hole. The voice was very delightful to the ears, but it was also completely unfamiliar. It was the sigh of another woman. Yuan Cha faltered slightly upon hearing this before an ecstatic look appeared in her eyes. Lu Ji. You're finally awake. I am. It's all thanks to your willingness to lend me your physical body that I was able to descend into the spirit realm without being noticed by anyone else, the unfamiliar female voice chuckled. You fell into a deep slumber just as I was breaking into this realm, and you didn't wake up for several years. I was quite concerned, Yuan Cha said. This clone of yours possesses quite a powerful physical body, but it's still unable to contain two powerful souls at once. I could only temporarily seal away my consciousness to ensure that no harm came to your physical body. By the way, where is this place, and why have you expended so much of your magic power? Have you encountered some type of trouble? The unfamiliar woman asked. I'll tell you about everything later. For now, please return this soul fragment of yours to your physical body first, sister. This is the least powerful of your 6 clones, but it's still far more powerful than this clone of mine. Yuan Cha flicked her wrist as she spoke, and a ball of black light shot out of her sleeve before landing on the ground. The ball of black light then transformed into an inky black jade coffin that was around 10 feet in size, and there were wisps of black devilish chi emanating from the coffin, as well as layers of mysterious patterns engraved over its surface. There were also a dozen or so golden and silver restriction talismans plastered to the surface of the coffin to seal it tightly shut. Sure. Seeing as I've already awakened, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to continue to stay in your body, the unfamiliar female voice replied. Immediately thereafter, a layer of black light appeared over Yuan Cha's face, following which a ball of green spiritual light emerged from her glabella. After just a single flash, the ball of light transformed into a miniature green humanoid figure that was only several inches tall. The miniature green figure's body was concealed within a layer of green light, making it impossible to glean its facial features. Right at this moment, Yuan Cha began to chant something before pointing a finger at the black coffin. All of the golden and silver talismans on the coffin were ignited at her behest, and were quickly incinerated into nothingness. Immediately thereafter, the lid of the coffin rose up into the air, and dense devilish chi erupted forth, quickly filling the entire hole. The miniature green figure instantly vanished into the coffin as a ball of green light. Upon seeing this, you're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.